This is Fortress. And this is also Fortress. Finally got the audio files today, and today I'm publishing this video. It took a lot longer than expected, but now that it's here, let's talk about it. About Fortress. Fortress is written in an inward to outward sort of controlled chaos. It starts very mild, then it snowballs out of control and back into the world of Sodenia. And even though Fortress is not a direct continuation of Sodenia, meaning it's not book 4, it's still closely and tightly knit to the Sodenia universe, to the world you guys have already listened to. And if you haven't listened to it or you haven't read it, it's still, Fortress could stand on his own. It's just a little bit of Easter eggs you would be missing, but it will be the same if you go, for example, read Fortress first and then go back to Sodenia, or read Sodenia first and then come back to Fortress. You'll find Easter eggs both ways. I hope that towards the end of Fortress you're finding yourself gripping your seat and not able to move 1 inch listening to what this book is all about. And if you do like it, please don't let this flop. Share it with your friends, share it here, comment down below, tell me everything you think about it. So here's Fortress.
Prepare to dream. One, lost. The enemy war machine carried with them an extended dose of determination. They were relentless and heartless. They cared not for politics or partially won wars. They cared about supremacy. Their power over the galaxy must remain absolute, unchallenged if we were to live. Only 4 out of the 20 Colony Galaxy-class starships remained under the protective wing. With all our warships thoroughly abolished, all we could do now was bargain with the enemy.
Warmth had never gotten to experience the meaning of his name, according to the old dictionaries. If anything, a controlled environment where the temperature was neither cold nor hot was the closest he'd ever gotten. Even his showers at the start of a new day were almost cold, barely tolerable. He could turn up the heat if he so desired, but doing so would mean less heat for people of lesser rank. Father and mother had taught him better. What Warmth did experience daily was the cold of Fortress. Though there was cold in a literal way, what he experienced was beyond that. The feeling of loss, the abandonment of hope as it slowly sifted through his grasp. After all, what could he do about it? Granted, he was a Jegga, trained from birth to be the greatest captain of a ship humanity had to offer. But in a place like Fortress, all of that training, all of those sleepless nights staying up with Father and practicing battle scenarios were meaningless. Warmth had never seen a moon or a star, much less a planet, no matter how much he stared into the sky. Fortress was perhaps humanity's last outpost in the known galaxy, the last nest humans had created for themselves in the great expansion of the 21st century. From what Warmth had read, at the time, the Great Expansion seemed like a grand, all-consuming idea. Human civilization would expand into the barely habitable zones of space. Scientists, physicists, world leaders, monarchs of our home world of Earth were applauded, celebrated for making it possible. But in all their great wisdom, they forgot about one thing: the possibility of failure. Failure was inevitable, and failure was the reality Warmth now lived in. Humanity never should have left Earth. No reason to dwell on the past, Warmth said, his voice slow as he buttoned up his crisp officer's jacket in front of the mirror in his quarters. It's not like we get to go back in time and fix our mistakes. Sorry, H.G. Wells, it hasn't happened yet. Well, not that I know of. Warmth stared at the mirror and realized that he'd been wrong to think they never should have left. He himself wanted to see all those marvelous things described in the old space books. By the end of Sodenia's last known log to Fortress, there were 23 different alien civilizations. Where were they now? That was the big question. Why were they, so very alone in this unwelcoming alien world? The old space books seemed like a fever dream, a dream he now shared. He dreamed of flying through the sky and feeling all that gravity had to offer, as the pilots of old did. Perhaps humanity should have ventured into the unknown, but with the intention of coming back. Though small, Warmth's quarters felt like a waste of resources. He didn't need his own space. He wasn't married, though he intended to change that in the near future. The only reason he had a space to himself was because it was dictated by the textbook left behind by the second generation of Fortress. It had been nearly 12 generations since then. The textbook, Soden After Earth, or Soden AE, as many called it, stated that any one person who rises to the level of officer should be given their own quarters. A huge waste in Warmth's opinion. Though the officers' quarters and residential living spaces were the only thing that felt normal in the massive structure. Fortress itself was vast, standing hundreds of feet tall and stretching for miles in every direction. It took Warmth an average of an hour and a half to jog from one side of Fortress to the other. He jogged every day, and as a result, he'd become intimately familiar with the place. In his mind, Fortress had been designed to withstand time itself, to hold its ground no matter what. Its walls were 2 or even 4 meters thick in some places, its ceilings 4 times the height of any one person, the doors in the corridors as thick as any door dared to be. Even its windows, though tiny, were still thick, built to withstand it all. The windows to the outside world ran across the corridors, though there usually wasn't much to see, as the harsh weather and snow of the outside world were quick to cover them. Fortress was divided into different sections, each with its own purpose. There were residential areas where people lived, as well as areas for growing food, manufacturing supplies, and conducting research. But perhaps most importantly, there was maintenance. As familiar as Warmth was with the inside of Fortress, he couldn't say much for the outside. No one ventured outside. Well, at least no one ventured outside and came back to tell the tale. There were many speculations about what was outside of Fortress, but that's all they were. Speculations. No one really knew. I wonder if I should start looking into it myself. Could there be any truth to any of it? Can we really not survive outside? We have suits made to withstand the cold. Is there just no way? If Father allows it, I should... A light knock on the door interrupted Warmth's thoughts. It only interrupted his thoughts because he knew exactly who it was. When she was around, everything stopped. "Warmth, are you ready?" Io asked from outside the hallway. "Or are you still in there daydreaming?" Warmth smiled and took one last look in the mirror. His dark blue uniform with a white emblem was wrinkle-free. His hair was neatly combed to the side and back, but not cowlicked, as they used to say on old Earth. He liked to fix his hair and make it look as natural as he could. His clean face and wide-awake eyes complemented the neatness of his uniform. "1 second," Warmth said, walking towards the door. Warmth took one last look at his quarters to make sure everything was in place before opening the door. He liked order, and he appreciated calmness and precision. As he opened the door, there she was, and as he saw her, everything he was scurried away. He no longer cared about neatness, organization, or precision. In her presence, there was only her. Io smiled broadly. Her smile was one of those smiles that made other people smile. As she smiled, her cheeks curved her eyes, making it seem like her eyes were also trying to smile. Io looked as beautiful as ever. Her large, round eyes complemented her round face, and her shoulder-length black hair curved at the tips. Even the slight synthetic lines that ran from her eyes down her cheeks and up to her scalp gave her beauty in her own way. Standing a few feet away, Warmth could smell the air around him fill with her aroma of rose, vanilla, and peach. Warmth couldn't help but smile back, but then he shook his head and tried to control himself. This wasn't the time or place to fall in love. They had work to do.
How does my hair look better?
Io asked, fidgeting with her hair.
What do you think?
She grabbed part of her hair and made a small ponytail.
Like this?
She let go of the hair and brushed part of it behind her ear.
Or like this?
You look better both ways, if I'm honest.
Warmth, how can that be?
Io cocked her head.
There has to be a difference between one and the other.
If there is a difference, it's not one I can see,
Warmth said, shrugging, trying his hardest not to smile. But in the end, smile he did, even if it was only a slight smile. Warmth was a master of his emotions, for the most part. But when it came to Io, he was the master of none.
Why can't I ever get a genuine response from you?
Io asked.
You're always too calculating, always thinking. Not even I do that. You have to stop thinking every now and then and just let go. Isn't that what humans do?
Warmth snorted, but said nothing. Io shrugged and left her hair combed behind her ear, letting a few strands escape. Warmth knew Io well enough to know that the strands of hair that escaped her ear were left there on purpose, and it suited her. Io was more or less the same rank as Warmth, but unlike him, she had earned it. She had quickly risen to the top as a technology and communications officer, outperforming all other Nali. To outperform a Nali wasn't an easy task. They were on a tier of their own, and rightfully so, born from the marvel of human and synthetic life reaching apotheosis and balance. The first hybrid human, a descendant of Kaya herself, the first true AI, was named Nali at birth. Since then, all hybrid humans were called Nali. According to Io, in rare instances, the mind of a Nali could reach the exascale, which meant it could perform an exorbitant amount of calculations per second. Usually, a Nali reached that milestone towards the end of their life, once they had mastered their own mind and body. Io had reached her apex on her 25th birthday. Though it hadn't been by a stroke of luck, she had worked hard for it. She claimed it had been thanks to Warmth and how he had unlocked the best in her as they played when they were just kids. Of course, Warmth never believed her, but that didn't change how he felt about her. They began walking towards the bridge, about a 5-minute walk from Warmth's quarters. While they walked, Io and Warmth opened their task managers and swapped them around. Task managers were a must-have for all Fortress personnel. It was their means of communication and organization. They came in the form of a translucent digital pane, accessible from anywhere within Fortress. Millions of optical sensors along with precise directional audio twitters made this possible. Though Nali did not truly need this old and outdated technology, they kept it around and used it frequently. In this case, it was routine for Warmth and Io to swap task managers as they walked to their pod, though their daily activities hardly ever changed.
Oh, you have a meeting with Captain Henbart later today,
Io said, closing Warmth's task manager.
I wonder what that could be about.
I can almost say the same thing about most tasks today, Warmth said with a tinge of humour, closing Io's task manager and shaking his head. I almost had an existential crisis trying to read some of those titles.
It's not that bad,
Io said, shrugging.
I'm sure you'd get the hang of it if you needed to.
I highly doubt that, Warmth said as he pondered a question from earlier.
But I've been wondering about something.
Do you think any of the generals would grant permission for someone to venture outside Fortress? What does that have to do with anything?
I was thinking about just that before you knocked, Warmth said, chuckling slightly.
Unlikely,
Io said, glancing at Warmth.
There's no real reason to go out there. To start, even with the cold suits, the temperatures alone would kill you. You know there's been no successful mission to the outside in all recorded history. Not to mention the...
I know, Warmth said, glancing back at Io.
But we should try to find out why exactly we are here in the first place. We know why we're here, don't we?
That's what they tell us.
We cannot possibly be an outpost. Nothing inside a fortress even hints at that.
I'm starting to believe that we don't know all of it, or maybe know none of it at all. I think that somewhere along the way, the truth got buried.
This can't be it. If there was any information buried within Fortress, I would have found it by now. Its past all checks out. There's nothing hidden, nothing I can't access. All information can be traced back to its source.
That's exactly the problem, Warmth said, while making a checkmark sign with his index finger. Sometimes it's better to hide things in plain sight. That way, no one knows to start looking for it in the first place.
Huh,
Io said, brushing her cheek. She did that whenever she was going to start thinking seriously about something. It wasn't a common Nali thing to do. Io was the only one who did that.
Wait, you aren't thinking about bringing this up to the generals, are you?
I might. Warmth shrugged.
Warmth,
Io said, shooting a glance at Warmth.
You know how this is going to go.
The lineage of generals, the ruling body of Fortress, those whose decisions superseded everyone's authority, are a stubborn old bunch. Detached from the reality Fortress was turning into, they were an abomination, single-handedly playing with the lives and well-being of the over 14,000 people inside Fortress's walls.
Your promotion is coming soon,
Io continued.
You'll have more leverage to bring this up if you wait a little longer.
Promotion to what? A made-up title. I'm afraid this can't wait much longer, Io. We need...
To try out the food in the lower grounds,
Io interrupted Warmth.
They say the old food printers there have the original taste of Earth. And the chefs programming the printers have been trained by a long line of chefs. They're the best of the best at what they do. Culinary geniuses.
Warmth was taken aback by Io's interruption about the lower food courts, but only for a second. It only took him another second to realize what was happening. One of the cronies for the generals was approaching Io and Warmth. They were easy to spot. Their uniform was grey and fairly simplistic, with 2 dots instead of stripes on the shoulders.
Lieutenant Io,
Jegga, Officer Liao said as he stopped in front of them. His rank was unclear to Warmth. Sometime in the past, Warmth had read what the 2 dots on the shoulders meant, but as far as Warmth knew, their ranks were a new line that led back to the lineage of generals. Their functions and ranking system did not correspond to the old military hierarchy on Fortress. However, it was clear from Officer Liao's expression that he expected Warmth and Io to salute. Warmth wasn't a rogue at heart, and he knew better than to make unnecessary enemies. So he saluted, and Io followed suit.
At ease,
Officer Liao said.
I couldn't help but overhear that you were planning on visiting the lower food courts. Is that right?
That's right, sir, Warmth said, meaning his words. Now that Io had mentioned it, going to the lower levels and having some real old-fashioned printed food didn't sound like a bad idea. He was tired of the instant-served dishes. He wanted to smell the food cook, watch it be made from scratch.
Well, I suggest you rethink your visit,
Officer Liao said,
and not waste your time down there.
Warmth knew more or less where this was going. Most of the lineage of generals' cronies and some of the high-ranking officers among the bridge had a less than gracious view of the lower levels within Fortress. He locked eyes with Officer Liao.
Sir?
Warmth asked.
You don't want to mix with those eroded lower-level people.
An officer such as yourself has no business down there, much less a Jegga. You as well, Io. There is a reason why they are down there and we are up here.
And that reason is?
Warmth asked with precision, still in control of his emotions, but barely. Let's not beat around the bush, Jegga, Officer Liao said with a somewhat frustrated tone. You know exactly why. Them being down there is the only reason we exist up here. Without us, there would be chaos and disorder, and Fortress would be no more. We must maintain our stature and not coexist with them. They should always know they exist because of us. We are what keeps them from the cold. Besides, they aren't known for their cleanliness. To eat at their tables is to eat from the floor. It took everything in Warmth not to simply punch Officer Liao on the spot. How dare he talk about their own people like that? If anyone existed because of anyone else, it was those on the upper decks who existed thanks to them. The farming crew, the maintenance crew, engineers, the trading community, and the multitude of people backing them.
With due respect,
Warmth said, standing at his full height.
I entirely disagree with you. What you're saying couldn't be further from the truth, sir.
What is this? Officer Liao asked, cocking his head, eyebrow raised. You sympathize with the lower...
Sir,
Warmth interrupted, knowing full well that he would be poking at the bear's keen yet fragile nose. This interaction would now be taken note of instead of simply vanishing into oblivion.
If you do not have an order from the lineage or any official business, we will be on our way.
Warmth turned to Io.
We should get going.
Io nodded, and they started walking away, dismissing themselves.
You dare turn your back on me?
Officer Liao scowled.
I am not done with you. You'll regret this.
Despite knowing better, despite knowing that making enemies such as a member of the lineage could only hurt him, he opted to be true to himself despite the consequences. Warmth would be ready for it.
You know he's not going to take that lightly,
Io said once they were far enough out of earshot of Officer Liao.
You might have made an enemy out of him. There's not a whole lot to do around here for officers like him. They live for politics.
I know, Warmth said, shrugging.
But I wasn't going to let him keep talking bad about the lower levels. That's an ideology that should have died a long time ago.
Warmth didn't even need to use all of his fingers from one of his hands to count the enemies he had within Fortress. But now he could safely add one more to the small list, a list that he intended to keep small for as long as possible.
Should I inform Mother about the situation?
Io asked as they neared the buzzing bridge.
Maybe she can intervene before it escalates. To tell you the truth, I'm a little curious to see how far it actually goes. Inform me about what?
Commander Lyra said, appearing to the side of Io and Warmth as they entered the bridge. Like all Nali, Commander Lyra only had one name, and it suited her. The same went for the thin lines on her face that were clearly her own. No two Nali had the same markings on their skin. Each was unique, and each was beautiful.
You aren't getting yourself into trouble, right, Warmth?
Both Io and Warmth stiffened and saluted the commander. Unlike the made-up ranks of the lineage, here was a true high-ranking person deserving of their attention. Commander Lyra was a kind, caring, and supremely intelligent woman who had long opposed the relationship between her daughter Io and Warmth. But in her wisdom, she could also recognize resolve and intentions, and as far as Warmth was concerned, this battle would be the only one Commander Lyra was willing to lose, if only to make her daughter happy. Warmth was sure of it. Even knowing she had lost the battle, she was always kind to Warmth.
At ease,
Commander Lyra said with a half-smile, prolonging the last word. Io and Warmth lowered their hands, but remained at attention.
You don't have to be so formal with me,
Commander Lyra said, assuming a more relaxed posture herself.
So, what were you going to tell me? A lineage officer threatened Warmth and me about heading down to the lower levels to taste the food.
Io, Warmth groaned.
Is that right?
Commander Lyra asked.
I supposed you're referring to Officer Liao. He left the bridge just before you got here.
Io nodded.
So, the polarization continues,
Commander Layra said, her voice calm and collected.
I tire of the politics within these walls. The more you hear of that, the more desperate they are to hold on to what little power they still have.
She looked towards Warmth.
I won't fuel their flame by going after them. But do tell me if you need me to step in.
Commander Layra held one of the highest ranks in all of Fortress when it came to its daily operations. Sadly, the lineage of generals outranked both captain and commander and were in charge of the preservation of Fortress, so they had full authority. This military hierarchy was modelled after Earth's own, but with a few fine tunes, given the situation Fortress was in. Though the military hierarchy wasn't perfect, they had to work with it, as it was passed down to them from the first generation that inhabited the mammoth structure that was Fortress. Often, the lineage of generals took credit for the preservation of life, but Warmth had long suspected that things would be better without them. Warmth nodded, and so did Io.
It's 800 hours,
Commander Layra said, calling up her task manager. Her fingers moved swiftly through the pane of data, both organizing and mixing up the columns.
Let me move a few things around for your tasks today. Mom,
Warmth said.
Commander,
Io said. While wearing her uniform, Warmth had never seen Io called her mother anything other than Commander.
Let's see, you'll be...
Commander Layra continued, only to be interrupted by loud laughter from across the bridge. Captain Henbard was laughing alongside two of the lineage generals, a few of their cronies, and First Officer Jegga Sr., Warmth's father. Though third down the hierarchy of power on Fortress, some would say that Warmth's father was the one who really ran the show. Captain Henbard was too textbook, too unwilling to bend to accommodate the ever-changing Fortress. Behind the scenes, Warmth's father was the one making the big decisions, as far as his rank allowed him. There was more to keeping Fortress afloat than following the pre-existing rules and doing the lineage of generals' bidding. A whole lot more. The laughter celebrated a special occasion, a milestone of sorts. It celebrated the lack of tremors for over 48 days, which meant that life had been preserved, but at the same time it meant that a tremor was soon to come. There was a chance, if minute, that the tremors would cease to plague the mammoth structure, but it was unlikely. For as long as Warmth could remember, tremors and loss of life had been a part of Fortress.
48 days,
Commander Layra said, paying little attention to the chatter across the bridge.
Is all it takes to lift hopes around here. But I suppose it's a good thing. Hope is the one thing we cannot get enough of inside these walls.
The task manager closed on its own, as most did after a few seconds of inactivity.
Your tasks for today have been updated. You're to report and oversee repairs on Water Main 2 on port side, Level 4, Section 3-5. Shouldn't be hard to miss.
Rarely were Warmth and Io partnered up for a daily task. Usually, each of them would have a task assigned to them within their area of expertise. It was rarer still to be assigned to oversee a repair about which they knew very little and would be of little help. Commander Layra smiled widely but ominously, sending chills down Warmth's spine. Warmth and Io looked at each other, realizing the brilliant woman that stood before them had plans of her own. A test was imminent.
2. Cold. Even when we come face to face with certainty, there's always a choice. Many won't like the choices we make as we reach the end. For them, we will make the wrong choice, regardless of how many lives are saved.
Reyes never did care about the cold that encased Fortress. To him, it was the way things were, and there was no escaping it. At least, in the entirety of the collective knowledge among the people of Fortress, there was no escaping it. The tremors were a different story. The word itself was borderline taboo inside of Fortress. The people and even a small part of Race himself considered the word a bad omen. Whenever that word was mentioned, bad things happened. The people of Fortress hated the tremors. It was one of the few things they could all agree on. But the agreement was only superficial, and more of a symbolic one rather than a unification of the people. On the one hand, there were those who wanted things to remain the same way when dealing with the tremors, and there were those who wanted to change things. Reyes wanted to change everything. He believed that people had a higher purpose than simply surviving. 2 things happened. Well, 3 things happened. Well, that's not true. Many, many things happened when the tremors came, all of which were bad. Off the top of Rey's head, 2 of the many things stood out. Fortress's power was turned off, and, consequently, people died. People who never really stood a chance against the cold in the first place. They were the ones who died. People like him and the ones around him were the disposable ones, the ones who would make the sacrifice so Fortress could survive the tremors. Whenever the lineage of generals made the call to turn off all power, the temperature plummeted. Skin became frail, ever so thin, regardless of how many garments people chose to wear. The cold infiltrated everything. The walls of Fortress became impossible to touch. Left out, water and food solidified in the blink of an eye as the last bit of heat captured within the mammoth structure disappeared. The people of Fortress had nothing but large space heaters and the heat of their bodies to keep warm. Huddles of 40, 80, or even hundreds to protect the elderly were common. Tremors lasted days on end. But even if they managed to survive the cold, the sickness that came after would complete what the cold started for some, and in some cases for many. The lineage of generals called these types of events Life Conservation Protocol, or as many plainly called them, shutdowns. Race thought of it as judgment. Race believed that life was judging them on their inability to stand up for themselves and do something. Why should the people around him keep dying? Why must they all suffer?
Time to get up, wrench boy,
Anton called out, knocking at Race's open door.
We have to do our rounds and report to the lineage today. Water Main 2 hasn't been looking too great lately.
Anton Evans, the lead engineer in the Corps of Engineers of Fortress, was close to him. Race went as far as to think of Anton as an elder brother. A talented elder brother. That man was a mechanical genius. He could take anything apart and put it back together again in no time. He also knew how to invent parts and improve them, though sometimes his massive muscular body and hands, which were almost double the width of regular human hands, didn't let him get into the places he needed to be. And that's where Race came in. Race should never have become an engineer. Truth be told, he knew little of the mechanical world or how things worked. Some of the things Fortress did were like magic to him. For starters, in the event of a shutdown, all the water from all the pipes in Fortress was drained and sent to some water reservoir deep inside of Fortress in a matter of minutes. Fortress was a huge place. Even after spending the entirety of his life in the massive structure, Race doubted he'd seen all of it. How an event of that magnitude happened in such a short time was way beyond him. Anton had tried to explain the principle of valves and high-power pumps to Race, but it had never really stuck. Race's heart was somewhere else. His family, the Black Waters, used to maintain the weapons on Fortress, but that was so long ago. As the centuries passed and Fortress barricaded itself against the cold instead of fighting, the jobs for a weapons specialist ceased to exist.
What's even the point?
Race said, getting up from his bed.
We know it won't fail. Nothing in Fortress ever truly fails. There's a backup for everything, and not just one.
I wouldn't say that this time around,
Anton said with a concerned look on his face, already by the door.
This time around things might be much different. Plus, you have to get out of this cave of yours. There's a whole world out there, life and everything.
Anton and Reyes shared the same quarters. Their ranks didn't allow for more. But when the norm was 5 or 8 officers rooming together, 2 sharing a space seemed like an unfair luxury. As head of engineering, Anton could have requested his own quarters, and would probably have his request granted immediately given his reputation. Race was grateful for his friend's small yet kind gesture of sparing him from a sardine-like environment.
If you call living in fear of constantly dying of cold life.
Race got up, put on his engineer's vest and pack, and walked towards the door.
Then sure. Stop being so doom and gloom,
Anton said, hitting Race in the back of his shoulder. The force was so great that it almost knocked Race off balance.
Careful,
Anton said with a chuckle.
If not, it won't be the cold that gets you. Instead, it's going to be your unpreparedness. It's kind of hard to keep your balance when a wall of bricks hits you.
They both chuckled, though Race's chuckle was more of a nervous one. He genuinely feared and respected Anton. Not because his life would ever be in danger because of Anton, but in more of a let's not play too much because I might die kind of way. They walked down the corridor to the Anvilin rest area. They'd need to request 2 of the nimble machines to assist them in the task of the day. The Anvilins were a marvel of mechanical engineering themselves. Created by the brilliant AI minds of the 21st century, their mechanical perfection endured even now. Rather large machines compared to a human, the Anvilins resembled spiders, but with only 3 sets of legs on each side. They weren't bulky. Their machine legs were thin, and their bodies were rather flat. They could be equipped with any tool imaginable, from plasma-cutting lasers to small cranes. Race knew that in the earlier days, Anvilins were equipped with artillery cannons and high-caliber weaponry. But again, that was long ago. Back when humanity wanted to defend and expand, rather than only survive. Once they had completed their request, they walked to the nearest open area to take a pod down to Water Main 2. Anton whistled, and Race stood quiet. Race was trying everything he could to prepare his mind for the long, agonizing day ahead of him. He wasn't looking forward to it at all. He wanted to be doing something else, something that mattered.
You know,
Anton said, cutting his song short.
Word is that we might get to see some of the lineage today.
Race perked up.
And you better not say a damn thing,
Anton said with a nonchalant tone.
It's not the time or place.
Anton knew about Race's plan to keep the power on during a shutdown, and the big guy never tried to talk Race out of it. Instead, he only cautioned Race and warned him to play it safe.
Then when?
Race asked, feeling his body warming up and shaking ever so slightly. He was ready for action. He was ready for change.
When the time is right, obviously,
Anton said as he settled into the pod.
And when will that be?
Race said, feeling a combination of impotence and anger, of wanting to do something and knowing he couldn't.
When more people die?
This is not the time or place to talk about it either, Anton said, still unbothered.
You'll say something when someone is ready to listen. If no one is ready to listen, you're only wasting your breath and putting yourself in danger.
As much as Race hated to admit it, he knew that Anton was right. The change Race wanted was too large, too ambitious for any one person alone, and for only words to be the catalyst. It wasn't long before they reached Water Main 2. If it weren't for the slightly curved wall and high ceiling, the location of the water main would be lost to the mass of the structure. The 2 Anvilins they'd requested earlier were already waiting for them, as well as a group of high-ranking personnel. What they were doing there was beyond Race. It was common for 1 or 2 of the lineages of generals or their cronies to snoop around, but never had Race seen a group this big. As they neared and the group of spectators became clear, Race was taken aback by the fact that a gnarly, unabridged lieutenant were also there.
This is called politics,
Anton murmured.
It has nothing to do with us. We'll do our job and get out of here as fast as we can.
Every one of these people here thinks that they're better than us.
Race fumed internally.
That they deserve more than us.
Relax,
Anton murmured.
You're being too obvious.
Race closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Anton was right. Race didn't need to make a scene. At least not yet. There was too much to do, too much to prepare before the time would come to enact his plan.
Ah, the start of the show,
one of the lineage of generals said, taking a step towards them as they neared the group.
Mr. Anton Evans, head of engineering, tell us how our fabulous life arc is doing.
I suppose that it's doing better than ever, and that things will continue that same way. Race hated the term life arc. He knew it was a blatant attempt to hide what Fortress really was, what Fortress really should be doing. Our life arc isn't doing so good, Anton said, stressing the term ever so slightly. He stood tall and unfazed by whatever machinations were to come his way via this group of people. It takes a great deal of power to move 170,000 barrels of water on any given occasion. It takes even more power to move those said barrels in a life conservation protocol. This particular section gets hit the hardest. Anton turned slightly to face the water main. Here, the propeller pumps not only have to fight against the weight and friction of the water, but also against gravity. Gravity? One of the generals blundered. Water starts going up at this point, Anton said, facing the generals once more. And water is heavy, heavier than you can imagine. But you have always been able to keep this section working, the same general said, showing visible distress over the conversation not going his way. Isn't that right? It's safe to say that we can continue counting on it. We do what we can with what we've got, Anton said, facing the stares of the group. This section has 16 of the largest, most powerful propeller pumps ever made, and we've replaced every part on all of them. Even with the forge making new parts, it's only a matter of time before the system fails altogether. I'm sorry to say it, but this isn't an everlasting life arc, not the way we are currently operating. The generals and their cronies looked uncomfortable and flat-faced at what they were hearing, a telltale sign they didn't like the truths coming out of Anton's mouth. Anton was an honest man. Lying to make someone else comfortable, or in this case lying to let power-hungry individuals make up a fictional world, was simply not going to happen, regardless of the consequences. Race respected Anton for this. He had a character that wouldn't break or succumb to politics. Perhaps you're losing your touch, the same general said. It was hard to tell them apart. They all looked similar and did not wear name badges like most others on Fortress did. Whether on purpose or from lack of importance, only a simple star on their uniform told their title. We have other, more eager engineers that won't paint such a doom and gloom picture. Perhaps your years of service should come to an end. I can only imagine how tired you must feel, and it's okay to feel tired. But we must prolong the integrity of our life arc no matter what. Perhaps there will be no paint to add if you replace Anton, Race blurted out. He was way out of line, borderline insubordinate. But a conversation was being had, and there was no clear official matter, so he'd get away with it just this once. Race was sure of it. And this is? The general said with a look of disdain as he faced Race. This is Race Blackwaters, Anton said, his voice still calm, gesturing to Race. My right-hand man. He knows nearly as much about engineering as I do. A Blackwaters, the general said, as if he was chewing on dirt. Doing engineering and maintenance. Must be the reason why you're doing so poorly in your department. The general turned to face Race, but only for a moment. Do me a favour and let the adults talk. Bark only when you're spoken to. Race fumed internally. Rebellion raced through his body, and he only obeyed so as not to let his friend down. He knew that all of this was a demonstration of power the self-entitled lineage were putting on, and he had fallen prey to the attack. If I may, the Nali whose name badge read Io said as she stepped forward. Her soft and precise voice cut the tension in the room, much like a sharpened knife would do to a thin curtain. How long do you think we have, Mr. Evans? I'm referring, of course, to the full failure of Watermain 2. It's hard to say, Anton said, rubbing the back of his neck. But not long, to be sure. I would tentatively state that a complete failure of some sort will happen within the next 2 or 3 tremors. Preposterous! The general exhaled. The rest of the generals and their cronies stiffened. Most of them formed a second and third chin as they bent their heads. Io and the bridge lieutenant, on the other hand, looked calm and collected, as if they had just heard a weather forecast instead of disastrous news. I see, Io said. And do you believe that as well? Io turned to Race, facing him fully. Specialist Engineer Blackwaters? Was Anali addressing him directly, as if he existed? Race thought, as he tried his best not to appear surprised by the recognition. Race wasn't used to being spoken to or taken into consideration. He was used to living in the shadows of what was already there. I do, Race said, trying to sound as normal as he could, though he knew he was mostly failing at it. I believe that... Race stopped, shook his head, and gathered himself before continuing. This was important. Too important to simply agree with Anton. This needed his full attention. I know the chief engineer to be one of the brightest people in this place. No one comes close, not in the Corps of Engineers, not anyone I know. Till this day, there hasn't been anything that we couldn't replace, even after replacing it hundreds of times. But I do find myself agreeing with the Chief of Engineering. It's only a matter of time before it all fails. The stresses are too great, and the integrity of a replaced part becomes less with each replacement that we make. Another one that doesn't know what he is talking about, a crony at the back muttered. Race didn't care much who'd said that, so he didn't bother to look away from the general direction of the group. Is there anything that can be done to better the situation? Io asked, her voice still calm. I'm afraid that the question itself is wrong, Anton said. Io and the lieutenant cocked their heads slightly, but didn't seem bothered. They looked curious instead. They said nothing and waited for Anton to continue as he paused for a few moments to glance back at Watermain 2. Are these two treating us like actual humans? There are many things that can be done, Anton said. But not by us. Not in our current scenario. We could, for example, redirect all water to mains 1, 3, and 4. Then we could embark on the arduous task of rebuilding this whole section with the whole Corps of Engineers working round the clock. Such a task would take no less than 3 months. If there was a shutdown during those 3 months of not sleeping, we'd lose the rest of the water mains. I'm sure you can guess the rest. I see, Io said, still calm. Race wondered how she could be calm after hearing all of that. Even the lieutenant next to her was showing little sign of emotion. Who were these two? Surely you're wrong, and there is something we can do, the general said. Fortress has endured for generation after generation, and it will continue to endure. Fortress itself will hold, Anton said. But we won't. Not if we keep operating the same way. We'll be wiped out easily. And there it was, the subject that no one wanted to touch. The taboo of taboos. Race couldn't help but feel hopeful at the prospect of having real discourse about change. The lineage will hold a meeting about this, the general said, turning to leave. We will then decide how to proceed. Make no mistake, Chief Engineer Evans. Fortress will continue to endure. Nothing aside from you will change. The small candle of hope that had been lit in Race's heart was extinguished with an entire bucket of ice-cold water. There would be no change coming any time soon. More of his people would die, and there was nothing he could do about it.
3. A promise. Captain Cinder Jegga came from a long dynasty of spacefaring captains and had done her utmost to ensure their survival. Since birth, she had been trained by some of the best tacticians, pilots, and AI humanity had brought forth. In her training, they had accounted for virtually every scenario, past world-ending scenarios that unfolded at the turn of the 21st century, and future plausible synthetic human machinations. She excelled in every aspect, besting her instructors and passing tests with relative ease. But no amount of training could have prepared her for the true horrors of space, foreign to our very own galaxy. To bargain with the enemy meant burying the last bit of hope humanity had of a safe return. The results of the pact would be permanent and world-changing. It would doom those who did not deserve the bleak fate, along with those who did. The armor-class starship was scheduled to release the remaining ships into the vastness of space and exile itself for eons to come. Io didn't take what Race said lightly. She took it at face value and gave it the severity it deserved. But she knew better than to panic or worry. She'd picked up this trait of keeping a cool, calm mind from warmth. It was one of the many, many things she had picked up from her lifelong friend. Can he still be called a friend? Should I call him a friend? Thought Io for a split moment as her gnarly mind scrambled to organize her sometimes overwhelming feelings towards warmth. Regardless, now wasn't the time for romance. As they stood facing a grave and even world-ending situation, it was far from it. As the generals turned to leave, Io opened her mind to Fortress's systems computer. She downloaded and analyzed all information pertinent to Water Main 2. The systems computer controlled Fortress's basic functions. It recorded and cataloged everything that happened within the structure. In this volume, it had compiled every broken part, every replacement part, the lifespan of a part, and all the maintenance that had been done. Mother had been clever to send Io and Warmth to this place. Clever indeed. Change was coming rapidly, both for those who had held on to power for far too long, and for those whose only objective was survival. Io allowed herself to feel a moment of pride before putting away such feelings for another time. Mother had trusted her with this, and that was a trust she wouldn't dare break. It only took a few moments for Io to sift through the information. For her, information was like a clear and vivid memory she could relive at any time. She calculated and reorganized the information as she saw fit, all 5 petabytes at once. Warmth turned to Io once the generals were nowhere in sight. "It seems that the chief engineer is right," Io said, shaking off her deep thoughts, though a bit optimistic. Everyone looked at Io for a moment, Warmth with curiosity in his eyes. Race shook his head with obvious contempt, doing his best to hold his tongue, and Chief Engineer Evans with a somber look of defeat. "We have 1 shutdown left at best," Io said, "and that's assuming everything goes well with this maintenance round." "Of course it will go well," Race blurted out. "It always has, which is the reason we're all still here." "Forgive my friend here," the chief engineer said, slapping Race's shoulder. Race winced either from pain or shame or both. Io wasn't sure. "He has a lot of feelings about the maintenance of this boat and can get a little carried away." "Don't get me wrong," Io said. "I don't doubt your abilities. The problem I fear is that we've pushed this boat as far as it can sail. Even if we replace modules 3, 10, and 14, and the bearings from pump 2 and torque all visible bolts to specifications in order to reduce vibration, I'm afraid it won't be enough to overcome the metallurgical flaws the forge has been experiencing. That's a problem all on its own. A problem not easily solved." "How flawed?" Warmth spoke for the first time since coming to Water Main 2. He had saluted the generals and their cronies, but ignored them as a whole after the formalities. The crony from before had been among the group, and even attempted to make his remarks once again to Io and Warmth outside the group's small talk. But they did not fall for the bait. Both acknowledged they were being spoken to, but with nothing to say in return. The conversation died a pathetic death. Io had a good idea how to answer the question, but instead she looked towards the master of this domain. She knew that information alone was not enough to replace years of experience. "It's hard to estimate," Chief Engineer Evans said. "Parts are breaking at a more rapid pace. It's safe to say that we're trending down. But these new parts we're making are still worth installing. We are not there yet." "Would you mind if we stayed to help?" Warmth asked. "Chief Engineer Evans?" This caught Io by surprise, but it was a welcome one. There would be so much she could learn by helping the team of engineers, not to mention that she would get to spend more time next to Warmth. "Call me Antone," Chief Engineer Evans said, shooting a glance at Race, then turning back to face Warmth. "We do have a few other engineers scheduled to show up now that the meeting is over. But in all honesty, we could use the help. They could go work somewhere else. Fortune doesn't have a shortage of work. If your CO is okay with it, helping hands are always welcome. Though I must warn you, it's not easy work. That crisp uniform of yours will be unrecognizable by the time we're done. It's a whole day of work." Their uniforms were a stark contrast in terms of both practicality and finish. Antone and Race wore beige overalls made from heavy, stain-resistant materials. Underneath the overalls, they wore long-sleeve gray shirts with crisp collars. "We welcome the challenge," Warmth said, solidifying their commitment. This made Io smile internally, jump up and down even. It wasn't often that she got to do actual physical work. Most of her daily duties were accomplished by her mind, though her semi-synthetic body was more than capable of handling even the most arduous tasks. She still lacked practice. "Then let's get to work," Antone said, clapping sideways twice. "Can you ping Commander Lyra and update her on the situation?" Warmth asked, turning to Io as he unbuttoned and rolled up his sleeves. Io nodded, and with that they got to work. Warmth teamed up with Race, getting the areas ready to disassemble, testing and cataloging each part. While the Anvilins lumbered to bring the replacement parts to Antone, Io's task was to torque all visible bolts to spec. She did so with the help of a portable torque machine. She wasn't sure how Race would have accomplished this task. Even with her almost petite figure and perfect control of her body's movements, she had a hard time navigating the internal structure of the big machines. The spaces between the turbines were all too small for a human to fit comfortably. The hours went by, and the team of 4 did not shy away from the heavy work. Antone made the workflow clear to understand, giving direct instructions only when needed. Though there was a small storm brewing in the clear restlessness of one of the team members. As Io neared the area where Race and Warmth were working, she could hear the discontent. Race wasn't happy with Warmth's help, mumbling comments about bridge personnel here and there. It was a sobering contrast to Antone's cheerful whistling while he worked mood. "So, why are you really here?" Rast snapped, as if ripping off a bandage from a wound that hadn't healed yet. All work stopped, including Antone's whistling, but then continued a few seconds later. Part of Io expected Antone to come over and take Race away from Warmth. The other part of Io knew that you could only guide someone so much before they took their own course. "What do you mean?" Warmth asked. Io peeked through an open wall panel above them. Warmth faced Race, his demeanor calm and collected, while Race looked anything but calm and collected. "You know what I mean," Race said. "You're only pretending that you care. But we don't need any help. We have replaced almost every part of this water main. We have replaced many thousands of parts on this so-called fortress. For what? So you can ignore the work we've done, turn around and break something again? Enjoy living on the higher levels while this place eats off our people? Oh, wait. But you're going to say that you care, right? Which is why you're here." Io couldn't help but feel bad for the young man who was in this very moment breaking to pieces before Warmth. She turned inwards towards her connection with Fortress and muted all nearby microphones, sparing Race from any future embarrassment if someone were to review the footage. Fortress kept a detailed record of all public areas, archived and preserved by the system's computer, and accessible to any with a proper rank. Though Fortress did give privacy to all those who sought it, never eavesdropping on private moments or personal living quarters. Warmth said nothing, instead waiting for Race to continue, to let it all out. Io was sure that this was only the beginning of years of frustration. She herself, being so high up and standing, both as a Nolly and a bridge officer, had experienced some of this frustration in the past. Fortress could be a brutal and unforgiving place, but not because of the structure itself. Instead, the problem lay with those who ran the place. The lineage of generals had held on to power for far too long, unwilling to bend. "Our people die every time there's a shutdown," Race said, flustered. "While you enjoy, what, a 10-15 degree higher temperature on the upper decks? How many of you died in the last shutdown?" "7 elders," Warmth said, calmly. "All officers, if that helps." "Do you know how many of us died?" Race now had tears rolling down his cheeks. Warmth shook his head, slowly. 42. Race continued. "Some of them spent their entire lives outliving the cold torment that comes with each shutdown, just so they could eventually be killed by it. Some had their whole lives ahead of them, and still the shutdown took them. Tell me, how is that fair? Tell me, how many of the lineage of generals have died in the cold? Not one. How is that fair? They hide away at the very top of Fortress while the rest of us die. They just came to tell us to our faces that the shutdowns will continue as if our lives don't matter. Warmth lowered his head. Io knew that Warmth didn't take the passing of people lightly. Careful, Race, Antone said, now fully facing the two. Why must it still be like this? Race pleaded. Fortress is far from just being a shelter. It can withstand anything thrown at it, including those things that— Race, that's enough, Antone interrupted. Io internally shuddered. Though Race hadn't called them by name, Io knew what he was referring to. Everyone who lived in Fortress would know what Race was referring to. It was an unspoken rule, not to mention the creatures alongside the tremors. It was widely believed that simply speaking about those things, or the Amoathorantha, the name given to them by the first inhabitants of Fortress, would bring about the tremors. Io wasn't superstitious. Her thoughts were always guided by the available data, but she too followed this rule. In everything she knew, in all her experience, there was nothing worse than when the tremors came. If we change the status quo, Warmth said, facing Race once again, and even more people die as the world as we knew it comes to an end, would that make you happy? Race said nothing as he wiped away the tears. This supposition, Warmth said, is what gives the lineage of generals all the power they need to halt any kind of change. We don't know the full story of why things are the way they are and why our ancestors decided on this path for us, but we can try and find out in earnest. I agree with you that something, a very large something, isn't right. Io felt her heart flutter and speed up at hearing Warmth talk. He was in total control of the situation, and he meant every word he was saying. Change could come to Fortress, and it would come by the hands of one of the most capable people she had ever known. Whether it would be for good, that was still unknown. Io knew that Warmth was stepping into some very murky waters, treasonous even, but she also knew that no matter what, she would be there, by his side. We might not have the power to change the status quo, Warmth continued, but we can try. You don't mean that, Race said, a little calmer than before. You're just a politician like them. You're only saying stuff that you know I want to hear. My friend, Warmth said, holding out his hand to Race. I can assure you, I don't lie. If Io were here, she would vouch for me. Io recoiled at the mention of her name, feeling like she had intruded on a very private and deep conversation, though it was only for half a thought. She hadn't been torquing the bolts for a little while now, and she was sure that Warmth could pick up on it. I only need a few days, Warmth continued, his hand still extended. Race half extended his arm, but looked hesitant. 5 days, max, Warmth said, with a slight smile. I'll have your answer. Io knew that smile all too well. Warmth was confident he could get it done, and with that smile reflecting on Race's face, they shook hands. All of Race's animosity left the room, and they once again focused on the task at hand. The four of them still had long hours of work ahead. In all of Fortress, there were few people who could hold a candle to the brilliant mind of the Nolly. Warmth, though, was more than a match. He was fire itself. He knew how to brazenly navigate through complicated situations, weaving in and out of humans' feelings, as if he could paint their whole picture with just a few words. Antone had been right about the way their uniforms would look once the work was done. I wasn't sure how Mother would react if she saw her with a dirty uniform on. She didn't know if she would be proud that she had engaged so thoroughly with work, or disappointed that she didn't have enough control over her body to avoid the stains. As they left, they saluted the two engineers and made their way to their quarters. It was 1930 hours, well past their official duty hours, but as they hurried, they could still catch a late dinner. So, lower grounds tonight? Io asked, still curious about the food. Quick shower and go? I think Mother would be very disappointed otherwise. This might be the dirtiest I've ever gotten in my entire life. They both looked at each other, turning their bodies as they walked, each trying to find the biggest stain. They smelled of metal and grease, a smell as common for them as the outside world. They both smiled after Io emerged the clear winner. They meant their small interaction, but Io knew that there were more pressing issues at hand, and they would have to come down to cruel reality any moment now. "Can you?" Warmth asked, all cheerfulness fading away as he tapped his ear. Io knew what he was asking her to do. Warmth was getting ready to have a conversation with her and her only. That meant all microphones would stop recording as they walked. Io and Warmth had orchestrated similar off-the-radar conversations before, sometimes for fun and sometimes to plan a surprise birthday or celebration for their peers. But never had they had a conversation like what was about to ensue. Io nodded once, giving Warmth the go-ahead. "Were you able to catch everything back there?" Warmth asked. "And did you turn off the microphones?" "Yes, and I caught most of it, though I couldn't see most of Race's facial expressions from the angle I was at." "And what do you think?" Warm asked, in a more somber tone. "It's the only logical path," Io said, feeling her breath escape her chest. Everything in her didn't want to talk about how life as they knew it would end. Even though things could get hard from here on out for Warmth, she knew that this path was the only right path. She filled herself up with courage as she continued, promising herself that she would help Warmth in any way she could. "We can't continue living like this. As we were working, I pulled up more of Fortress's problem areas, and it's all trending down. Sooner rather than later, the problem areas will be irreparable, and they will have to be replaced in their entirety. The shutdowns will be the end of life as we know it." Warmth said nothing. He looked lost in thought as he listened to Io. "I fail to find a way out of this situation. The lineage of generals have too much of a grip over the way things are." "I'm struggling with that too," Warmth said. "But I have an idea or two." "Which are?" "Before I tell you," Warmth asked hesitantly, a rare sight even for Io. "I have to know and hear it, rather than assume it." "Hear what?" "Are you with me? Is it something you want to be a part of? Failing at this will be all too easy, while success seems like a distant dream. I don't want to drag you into something we might not come out of." Part of Io was irritated by the question. Warmth should know that she would be by his side no matter what. The other part of her, the more rational part, appreciated the gesture. It meant that Warmth didn't take her for granted, so she calmed herself before answering. "I'll be honest with you. I could whack you over the head for asking such a question. Of course I'm with you. No life is worth living if we aren't working towards actually living. Knowing we will die on a path and staying on it is nothing short of madness." Io felt herself flush at what she would say next. "Also, my life wouldn't be the life I want if you weren't in it." Warmth looked at Io, his face red. "You got that?" Io asked. "I had to hear it to be sure," Warmth said, pointing at himself. "You should have been sure without having to hear it. But as you were saying," Io made a continuing gesture, "we also don't have much time before we get to my quarters." "I need to talk with Father," Warmth said, nodding once. "I think there might be something there worth exploring. I'm almost sure he's had similar thoughts in the past. I think that this will be the fastest route. We'll start by removing the locks the lineage has on our history. We'll need more than that. And that's where you come in. Better said, you and your mother come in. I hope you two are as close as I think you are." "Whoa," Io said, immediately realizing the implications. Warmth was thinking big. To involve two of the highest-ranking officers apart from Captain Henbard was a political and powerful move. No one held more alliances than the First Officer Jegga Sr. and Commander Lyra. The alliances of the two high-ranking officers ran deep, far surpassing the captain's own in anything the lineage could possibly have. Io could only hope that family came first. "You're really going for it, aren't you? We'll need to be very careful about this. We could easily get court-martialed, or worse. Io, this world of ours is coming to an end. It's an end we can maybe avoid if we do something about it." Court-martial should be the least of our worries. As for the worst that could happen, we'll need to keep our eyes open. The second the lineage finds out is the second they'll come for us. They who sit at the very top don't deserve this power. Why they've continued to sit up there till now is beyond me. A change should have happened long ago. The shutdowns need to stop. Mother will be with me through this, Io thought. But some of the other Nolly might want to take advantage of the situation. Ex-Commander Len, Ex-Commander Zeppa, and Ex-Lieutenant Nair are some of the elder Nolly that come to mind that would contest the idea for their own gain. Not to mention the elders before Mother's command. Contrary to popular belief, Nolly are not without fault. Some come with a superiority complex that would rival even the most narcissistic humans on Fortress. I'm sure of Mother. As for the rest of the Nolly, not so much. There might be some resistance. That's going to have to be enough. We'll need to try. I'll try first with Father, and if it all goes well, if I'm sure we have a chance, we can try with Commander Lyra. You better tell me, Io said, the minute you try. Warmth nodded, and with that, their small conspiracy fell underneath a blanket of silence as they walked. They will find this suspicious, you know that, right? Io said. We've already triggered a few flags. It's extremely uncommon to have several microphones off. Keep them off until we get to your quarters and a little after I leave. We'll probably be questioned if someone looks. I doubt they'll question you, Warmth said with a smirk on his face. No one in all of Fortress wants to invoke Commander Lyra's wrath. If anything, it will be me who's questioned, but I'll be ready for them. I hope we know what we're doing, Io said as they neared the door of her quarters. There'll be no going back once we start. There's little to go back to, Warmth said, stopping just a few steps away from Io's door. And if there's no progress, even that little will be taken away from us. Io smiled as she opened her door, and her heart began beating a little faster than it should. Her feelings were overwhelming. She didn't know if it was because she had just conspired to change the world they lived in, or because she'd see Warmth for the second time in one day. Meet me here at 20:45 hours sharp, Io said, as she stepped into her quarters, smiling back at Warmth. She knew that she would give Warmth a little less than 28 minutes to get ready, and around 5 additional minutes to make it back here. Civilian clothing. Warmth nodded, turned, and ran. 4. Sweet Bitter. In their vast expansion efforts, humanity settled on various planets and star systems across the Milky Way galaxy. They gave ample space to the various alien-occupied sectors, finding new homes with ease. This was the incredible magnitude and nearly infinite recourse our very own galaxy had to offer.
Warmth had made it to Io's quarters just in time, but it hadn't been without some compromises. His hair was not as neat as it could be, and his clothes had several visible wrinkles. He wore a black leather jacket, a simple black shirt underneath, dark blue jeans, and some heavy boots. This was one of 2 civilian outfits he had, and this particular one was his favorite. History books told him that the people of Earth used to wear similar clothing while riding fast bipedal vehicles called motorcycles. Io, on the other hand, was impeccable, every part of her reaching a new level of perfection in Warmth's eyes. It wasn't often he got to see Io outside of her uniform. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd seen her dressed like this. And in truth, he was stunned. She wore a skin-tight one-piece neck-to-toe undergarment with a lightly coloured crop jacket, shorts, and some brown ankle boots. Her smell was equally intoxicating to Warmth. This time, the sweet smell of cherry and rose enamored him. "Hey, Earth boy," Io greeted. "You made it with about half a minute to spare." "You didn't make it easy on me," Warmth said, fighting a smile. "I didn't think you were one for easy. Shall we?" Io gestured down the corridor. "I don't want any of the good places to run out of rations on us." Warmth nodded, and they began walking. In truth, Warmth was excited. The little curious boy inside of him jumped up and down at the prospect of seeing a new place in all its splendor. Warmth had been to the lower levels,
but always on official duty. The lower ground folk tended to act differently around officers. This time around, they would blend right in. The young man in him was excited for an entirely different reason. This was his unofficial first date with Io. Though their feelings for one another were well past the point of dating, this was still a breath of fresh air. As they walked to the pods that would take them to the lower levels, he wondered if Io thought the same. But he didn't wonder for too long. He had learned long ago not to underestimate the intellect of the woman next to him. She constantly exceeded all expectations. And as if to cement his idea, the grin on her face told him everything he needed to know about what was going on in her head. They got on the next empty corridor pod and set it to full speed. At full speed, it would only take them around 6 minutes to get to the lower levels, bypassing all other stops and slower pods. They sat next to each other, ignoring the 4 other seats altogether.
I cannot wait to see in person how things are down there,
Io said. You've never been?
Nope, never. The lowest I've ever been was to the mid-levels, but there isn't too much going on there. The video feed I've seen of the lower levels shows it's a busy place, though I couldn't see much of interest. The quality of the cameras down there isn't that great. They probably haven't been maintained in years.
Yeah, they have no reason to, Warmth said, trying not to bring down the mood. They have more pressing things to worry about.
Warmth, Jegga,
Io said with a rebuke in her voice.
We've already had enough of that for one day. For the remainder of the day, it's about us. That means no work, no duty, no past, and no end-of-the-world scenarios. We deserve that much, at least, just like anyone else in this place.
You're right, Warmth said, shaking off any remnant of feelings left over from a tumultuous day. He wouldn't think about what waited for them after tonight. He would focus on the present. And above all else, he'd focus on Io. This was a rare occasion. Perhaps, if all went well, he and Io would finally make it official. It's all behind me now, Warmth mined, throwing trash over his shoulder. I hope the food from the old printers is as good as they say it is.
That's the spirit. That's exactly what I want to hear.
As they neared the lower levels, the telltale signs of a more densely populated fortress were beginning to show. There were groups of people waiting for the pods that were coming in. In many cases, there were more passengers in one pod than the pod could safely hold. The pod they were in began to slow as it encountered other incoming and outgoing traffic. It was a rare sight for such an advanced system, but even the most advanced system's computer could not handle human-made chaos. Should we get off? Warmth asked, looking towards the now visible entrance of the buzzing marketplace. All the traffic around them was slow-moving, and they wouldn't be in any real danger walking through it. Io nodded, and they both jumped off the pod and made their way to the platform. Warmth interlocked his fingers, forming a step and giving Io a boost she certainly didn't need to get on the platform. But this wasn't the place to show off, especially when you wanted to blend in. Faux help and pretending to struggle to get up was one of the tools they would use. Io then extended her hand, helping Warmth in return.
And it's gone,
Io said, looking out to the float tracks. What is? Warmth asked, fixing his jacket.
The pod we were just in,
Io said. Warmth turned and saw a group of 8 leaving the traffic jam, each with a huge smile on their face. It went to show that even with their small but ever so big world hurtling to an end, happiness was possible. To Warmth's amusement and relief, no one batted an eye at them. The multitude of people around them went about their business as if Warmth and Io weren't there. Even in civilian clothes, Warmth knew they would stand out a little. That was something that he wanted to avoid as much as possible. But it was clear that with the day almost over, the multitude of people in Fortress's underbelly couldn't care less. Warmth allowed himself to relax even further as they made their way to the entrance. Teeming life hit them straight across the face as they stepped foot in the marketplace. 1,000 different smells, followed by 1,000 different sounds, engulfed them. The unmistakable smell of burning wood, the sweet savoury smell of fresh stew, people talking and some yelling, calling others into their shops.
Are those chickens on top of the stalls?
Warmth asked, squinting to see a few stalls down.
"This place is amazing," Io said. "Why haven't we been here before? Why don't we come here every day? Just, whoa, we were missing out on so much."
"Let's go try our luck at one of the food stalls," Warmth said.
"But which one? There's so many. I don't think I can choose."
They settled for a small food stall right in the middle of the square. The name of the stall, Earth's Last Real Food Printer, had sealed the deal for them. A friendly middle-aged face behind the stall's counter called out to people as they passed by. A man worked towards the back of the stall on the food printers themselves. It wasn't a big stall by any means. Just to the left and right of it, there were two bigger stalls with people already in them. But something about the small stall made Warmth feel welcome.
"Come get the best food you'll ever have,"
the woman said as they neared.
"We cook it as we go. 100% charred broiled. Authentic real iron tips."
"Mum, what do you recommend?" Warmth asked, looking at the several unfamiliar pictures of food.
"Everything here is delightfully good,"
the woman said.
"Call me Miss Birdie. Mom sounds so, what do you call that, Sal?"
She turned to the man at the food printers. "Upper level," Sal said dryly without looking up. It looked like he was having a hard time replacing one of the food printer parts.
"Yeah, that's right,"
Miss Birdie said.
"Upper level. Come to think of it, I've never seen you, and especially her, around here. You're from the mid-levels, aren't you? Though I thought Gnarly lived only on the very top level." "I'm not even considered part of the Gnarly tribe,"
Io said with a friendly smile, stepping towards the lady.
"Though it's all the same to me. We want to try your best food print. The best print in all of Fortress."
She let her excitement show for that last bit. Miss Birdie looked at Io. Her eyes narrowed, as if trying to find deceit in her words. Io didn't like winning with lies, though she was not incapable of moving around the truth for her convenience. Io had in fact been ousted from Gnarly society for her close ties to Warmth. Some of the Gnarly elders hadn't approved of the relationship and had called for a hearing. She was voted out by a narrow margin. As the beloved daughter of one of the most powerful people in Fortress, that had been one of the Gnarly elders' biggest mistakes. Commander Lyra renounced Gnarly society soon after, and since then had been actively working to disassemble those antiquated norms. It was only a matter of time before Commander Lyra reshaped Gnarly society as a whole.
"Well, young lady, you're welcome here,"
Miss Birdie said, putting her hands on her waist.
"You've come to the right place. This I can guarantee you. You won't find juicier, tastier food with real earth flavours in all of Fortress."
Miss Birdie half turned towards Sal.
"Prep the big third rock."
"The big third rock?" Sal asked, raising his head from the food printer for the first time.
"You heard me,"
Miss Birdie said, turning back to Io and Warmth.
"The big third rock. And what about you, young man? What would you like?"
"I'll have whatever she is having."
"Oh, you two are in for a world of flavour,"
Miss Birdie said, shaking her head slightly. A small blue floating digital pane appeared before Warmth, asking for payment. The digital pane was similar to his task manager, but without all the bells and whistles. Warmth had to read it a few times to make sure there was no mistake. The price for food was absurdly low. For comparison, the cost of one drink on the upper levels would pay for their entire meal. 2 Earth classic cheeseburgers, lettuce, tomato, signature house spread, 1 slice of Earth yellow cheese, pickles. 2 French fries, seasoned. 2 chocolate milkshakes.
"I know we're a little bit on the pricey side,"
Miss Birdie said.
"but you won't be disappointed."
"No, it's not that," Warmth said as he submitted his user code. "I was only making sure we were on the same page."
"Go on and take a seat,"
Miss Birdie said, gesturing to the small group of tables and chairs in front of her stall. From their seats, Warmth stared in awe at the old Earth printers. The printers were hard at work behind clear glass. They moved with intent and speed, cooking the food as they moved up the layers. For a moment, he wondered how such a machine could reproduce some of old Earth's food. But he didn't linger on the how when the results began to show. It smelled as good as it looked. The charred meat had a distinctive smoky but deliciously rich smell. He smiled internally, still admiring the old but graceful tech. Surely at one point this technology had been ahead of its time. Soon the food was served before them, and for a moment they stared in disbelief. Warmth had only seen food like this in old history books, and it was nothing like the colourless, odourless cubes he was accustomed to. Fortress had long ago left Earth food in the past, prioritising rations over flavours and space over texture. The food in front of Warmth and Io had no such compromise. It was full of texture and lusciousness. The buns were glazed and crispy at the edges. The cheese was melted over the top of the slightly charred patty, while the lettuce looked fresh, graced with tiny droplets of water. All the food items were neatly wrapped in checkered paper. The shakes were served in stainless steel containers with straws, frost already forming around them.
"Well, don't just look at it," Miss Birdie said. "Eat while it's hot."
They nodded, and with that, Miss Birdie turned and left them to it. Both grabbed the mouth-watering cheeseburgers and moved them closer to their mouths. The full aroma of the burger with its caramelized onions was exquisite, exotic, mouth-shattering. "After you," Warmth said. Io did not hesitate to take a bite of Miss Birdie's creation, and it didn't take long for her expression to turn into one of delight. Warmth followed soon after and understood where Io's facial expression was coming from. The cheeseburger was an explosion of flavour in his mouth. Spices, juices, and textures were running wild on Warmth's taste buds.
"This is just too good,"
Io said as she took another bite. They ate without talking, only stopping occasionally to inspect the different textures of the food in front of them. Once they were done with the cheeseburgers and shakes, they picked off the fries one by one, slowing down to enjoy their surroundings. "You know," Warmth said, "every expectation I had was thoroughly blown away."
"We need to come down here way, way more often,"
Io said as she took another fry.
"We've been missing out on so much goodness."
"I agree," Warmth said. "Did you know that the people on Earth used to make these in their backyards?"
"What do you mean, backyards? Like in their home premises?"
"Yeah, a place dedicated to their outdoor activities."
"So the people of Earth used to have food printers outside their homes?"
"No, they used to use these things called grillers. It was—" The sight of Race walking towards them made Warmth cut himself off. Io noticed, and she too turned towards Race.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Race said as he neared.
"It's one thing if you go and ruin my day while I'm working, but it's an entirely different thing if you come to ruin the only time of day when I can—"
Warmth put up a hand, silencing Race, and Io looked back at Warmth with furrowed brows and pleading eyes.
"Don't cut me off,"
Race said. "Shh," Warmth said, lowering his hand, trying to read Io's expression. "Something is happening. No, not something. It's happening."
"What do you mean?"
Race asked, looking around.
"Seismic activity has been detected by the outermost sensors. It's steadily increasing."
"We have to warn everybody," Warmth said as he and Io got up from their seats.
"Are you crazy?"
Race asked.
"No alarm has even sounded. You're going to make people panic for no reason."
"Io, what is the likelihood of the alarm sounding?" Warmth asked.
"Certain. A shutdown will occur. The seismic activity is steadily rising. The pattern hasn't veered out of past shutdown parameters." "And why is there no alarm?"
Race demanded.
"The alarm will sound once the first runner is visually confirmed entering the fortress sensor's line of sight,"
Io said, with urgency and dread escaping her voice.
"We have about 2 minutes before the alarm sounds."
Runners. Such an innocent name for something that had caused so much harm to the people of Fortress. Runner was the common socially acceptable name for the Amatharanta. But the truth was, thanks to the lack of active instruments during the shutdowns, no one knew much about the runners. All Warmth knew was that they were the indigenous species, the predators of this frozen world. Without any further words, the three of them broke up and began warning people about the coming shutdown. Some people ignored them, and others went as far as to mock their attempts. But a large group did listen. The ones who listened began moving with purpose, either picking up their belongings and scurrying away, or moving to warn the people in front of them. Soon a wave of apprehension overtook the crowd, and most began preparing for the coming cold. The alarm finally sounded, and with it, full-on panic ensued. Those who had listened to Io, Warmth and Race finalized their preparations, either securing a spot near the soon-to-appear room warmers or preparing their thermal lock blankets. As the flood of people coming into the marketplace began to slow, the sizable oil radiators appeared from openings in the floor. The heaters came with a massive cart that held 224 battery cells. Supplies appeared at the center as well, dotted across the massive room. Most people on the lower levels would gather in the marketplace square to try and endure the coming cold. There were few that would rather stick it out in nearby gathering hubs that could hold groups of 30 to 60 individuals. And there were those, the very few, that did not bother to gather anymore. They would not survive, but they knew that.
"Okay, get out of here,"
Ray said, breathing heavily as the three of them regrouped.
"With any luck, you'll make it to the upper level, but for sure you'll get to the middle."
"I'm staying," Warmth said without hesitation, catching his breath as he looked at Io.
"I'm staying as well,"
Io said, nodding.
"Why?"
Race asked, with his hands out to his sides in frustration.
"Cut the show already. I won't tell anyone you left. It's going to get bad down here."
"It's bad everywhere. We won't run from this. Io will reroute our supplies. We won't be a burden." Each person on Fortress kept a mandatory capsule, fully supplied with goods that could last for up to 2 weeks. It was the one thing that was constantly checked and kept up to date. No one was allowed to hoard or keep more than the necessary items. When the cold came, the capsules leveled the playing field and gave the people of Fortress a fighting chance, as slim as it was.
"Capsule or not,"
Ray said, tense and shaking,
"you could die down here."
Warmth was more than ready to endure the cold. He wanted to help wherever and however it was possible. When it came to shutdowns, there were never enough helping hands. People were reluctant to volunteer and leave their spot near the heaters, as most of the time they would not get it back. But he couldn't say that to Race, at least not without sounding patronizing. Warmth didn't have a savior complex, but his heart had always been in the right place.
"With Io here,"
Warmth said, choosing his words carefully,
"we'll have a direct connection to Fortress, and you'll know when the shutdown is coming to an end minutes before the shutdown is lifted."
Minutes was all that Warmth could offer, but in shutdowns, even a single minute could save a life.
"Fine,"
Ray said.
"I hope you know what you're getting yourselves into."
He gestured to one of the medium-sized oil heaters flanking the large one in the center of the room.
"Part of the Corps of Engineers will be staying near Heater Station 3. You two can stay with us. Make yourself useful. Elderly, women and children get seated first. If you see someone that needs help, help."
The large center oil heaters were always reserved for those who needed them the most, while arrangements varied for the medium and small heaters. This was true throughout all of Fortress, though no one really knew what went on in the lineage of generals' chambers during shutdowns. Both Io and Warmth nodded.
"I'll go find some engineering uniforms you can wear,"
Ray said.
"If anyone asks, you're with engineering. Anton will also be there. Later, when you're wishing you were dead, I will remind both of you that this was your choice."
60, 59, 58, a disembodied voice said loudly, followed by slight tremors. The countdown to absolute shutdown had started, and with that, they turned and scurried away, looking for someone they could assist. In mere moments, Warmth found someone to help. An elderly man with a cane was having a hard time carrying his bags of supplies and walking at the same time. Like the elderly man, many needed help. Simply getting to their designated seating around the heaters was a hard task for many of the older folk of Fortress. But, like Warmth and Io, many were helping, for everyone knew the terror that was coming. As the countdown came to its end, fear made itself present in the faces of one and all. The main power and lights turned off, and on came the much dimmer emergency lights. Metal growling sounds echoed throughout the massive room as the cold hit relentlessly. Even with all the heaters on, layer by layer, the cold won the thermal battle. As massive and as insulated as Fortress was, it was no match for the extreme temperatures of the frozen planet. Though it orbited a star,
Not much was known about the planet, not even its name. The little that was known was that the planet produced and captured cold instead of heat. It was almost as if the cold, this cold, broke the known laws of thermodynamics. Keeping their clothes on, Io and Warmth jumped into their hefty and heavily insulated engineering suits without hesitation. Those who weren't wearing cold suits also rushed to put them on, though all knew that for what was to come, insulation was barely more than a placebo against the penetrating cold. The chilled air around them was already making itself felt with every little movement they made. Warmth looked around the room and saw only resignation, sadness, and fear. This was nothing new, but somehow here the effect was amplified. Only a few minutes earlier he had seen these people smiling, laughing, living. He couldn't help but feel a deep well of anger at the situation. His heart pounded as he made up his mind. Was this really their greatest achievement? To survive? Had humanity ventured into the stars only to die? Things need to change, Warmth said as they walked to their seats next to Ray's, his breath producing vapor. I'm with you, Ray said. And so am I, Io said.
5. Thermal. Alien life gave way to the human expansion, showing little to no resistance. For humans had something no other alien species had at the time, a true destroyer of worlds, a ship called Sodenia. Though the ship was rarely brought up in negotiations, all the alien civilizations knew about it. Its power was feared. Its power was absolute. Even as humanity lived among the stars, interstellar travel was still far out of reach for most starships, regardless of how powerful or impressive they were. Thus, they never ventured into the unknown, a wise decision, for it would prove to be the pillar of the long preservation and expansion of life.
Warmth liked to think he'd be ready for the cold once it came, but time and time again, he was wrong. The cold was harsh and ever-present, even with the many heaters and thermal blankets. People didn't dare move. The air around them turned into needles, and every small movement demanded to be felt. There were mechanical thermometers in place, but they stopped working when the temperature reached minus 33 degrees Celsius. It was impossible to tell just how cold shutdowns got, as they felt different each time. No person was allowed to stay near or away from the heaters for too long, and for good reason. After only 16 minutes near the heaters, their bodies would begin to literally cook, and hypothermia was likely. Hypothermia was also likely for those away from the heaters for more than 10 minutes. Out of the two, hypothermia was the most feared, and from what Warmth had heard, it was also the more painful of the two. But then there was thermal shock, where the body was unable to cope with the rapid change in temperature. This was why a mandatory seating and moving pattern had been established generations ago. Flower-like petals of seated people were formed around the heaters, each one of them changing seats clockwise towards and away from the heater. The elderly, young and newborns, along with their mothers, would sit in the middle of each petal, where the heat and cold were the least harsh. The ones at the edges, who were bearing the brunt of the thermal changes, would exchange seats every 8 minutes non-stop until the shutdown was over. For those in the middle, the exchange of seats occurred every 12 to sometimes 20 minutes, depending on their place. Warmth, Io, Race, and Anton were seated at the innermost edge away from the heaters, only 5 seats away from the very tip of the petal. These were the harshest seats to survive the cold in, as they would remain away from the heaters the longest. Though after the first rotation, all would feel more or less the same amount of cold. Shutdowns never lasted the same extent of time. There had been shutdowns as short as a few hours, and shutdowns as long as 3 weeks. The longer the shutdown, the more people died. It was almost unavoidable. But it wasn't up to any one person how long a particular shutdown would last. Shutdowns lasted as long as the tremors lasted. Tremors and cold weren't the only things that came with the shutdowns. Strange yapping and howling noises penetrated the walls every now and then. Until this day, no one had ventured out to investigate what made the noise. Or better said, no one had come back. The noises weren't like anything Warmth had heard from recordings of animals back on Earth. They didn't sound organic in nature. Instead, they sounded synthetic, like the prolonged clanking of metal. Either way, it was terrifying.
Warmth, let Anton take the first few calls,
Ray said, his voice barely above a whisper.
We'll follow once I see it's taking a toll on him. He can get stubborn about it, but I'll try to convince him to let us, help. Though he won't have a problem with Io helping the centre groups. If you see anyone in need of help, and you think you can help, do not hesitate. But don't overwork or overexpose yourselves. Dead heroes are no good.
Warmth and Io nodded. The first of the otherworldly howls demanded to be heard loud and clear, and with it, silence fell upon the large room. For a moment, Warmth wondered how such a howl was possible, considering their current location and the mass of Fortress. For such a howl to be heard, the sound would have to travel nearly 1 mile down, penetrating layer upon layer of dense alloy metal. It was downright impossible, and yet another howl reverberated across the room. How? No animal had been capable of doing this back on Earth. Sound itself should not be able to do this. And yet, it happened again and again. Warmth didn't ponder the subject for too long, as the cold began to creep in through his thermal blanket. He'd come back to this thought another day. For now, he needed to focus on surviving. Warmth turned to Io as she began to rub her hands. Io said nothing but gave Warmth a reassuring look, and this was all he needed. During shutdowns, small talk, or any talk at all, was rare. Most opted to conserve their energy as best they could. Directions or cries for help were the two most common things heard. 3 hours passed before the first of the battery cells needed to be changed on each one of the heaters. Having separate battery cells was an old and antiquated fail-safe established at the very beginning of the shutdowns, a way of not keeping all their eggs in one basket. Battery cell overheating or failure was too common to risk having them all interconnected. Changing battery cells electronically was also a no-go. Shutdowns were about minimizing electromagnetic pollution, as this was thought to attract the runners in the first place. The red light at the top of each of the heaters began flashing, marking the time to replace the battery cell. Anton took on the center heater and the 5 around it by himself. He replaced each depleted cell with a fresh one from each end of the corresponding cell charts. He made a strenuous task look easy. Warmth had changed a battery pack before, and it had been a job for at least 2 people. How Anton did it by himself, Warmth did not know. At the same time, groups of 2 or 3 changed the battery cells of the outermost heater. The same happened 5 more times before Anton's exhaustion became clear. He had bought them 12 hours of only switching places, 12 hours of getting ready for the torment that was to come. Almost as if on cue, as Anton broke, so did the rest of the people hunkering down. A wave of panic and uncertainty washed over the crowds. Volunteers to change the battery cells quickly ran out. No one wanted to move away from the petals of people. Warmth and Race were quick to volunteer to take Anton's place, having to work together to change the cells. With much reluctance, the rest of the petals found their battery-changing saviors. 9 more hours passed, along with 3 more cell changes. As they changed each one of the batteries and felt the wrath of the cold, Warmth could see the heat waves leaving the top of the heaters. They looked ever so inviting, and yet impossible to reach. Race was strong and fit, and Warmth didn't doubt for a second that they would be able to change the cells at least 2 more times before they needed to switch with a different group. Anton seemed a little rested now, and he would surely help if need be. Io did her part too, holding newborns in the center of the petals, and from the looks of it, giving much-needed rest to the already dwindling mothers. Io didn't stop at the engineering petal. She went on to help the 5 petals around the main heater as well. The same couldn't be said for the outermost groups of people. They looked all but in unison. Even if they tried, the 4 of them couldn't help everyone. Here's where the ugly got uglier, and the human spirit began to break. Red lights flashed, and it was time to change the cells yet again.
If you're all thinking that I'm going to get up from my seat and change that damn cell again, you're out of your minds,
said a man from one of the outermost groups. He didn't say it loudly, and yet Warmth was able to hear it from quite far away. Such was the silence in the place.
I'm not either, said another. We've already changed it twice, and that's twice as much as any of you has done. I'd rather die in the cold and bring you all with me than continue being everyone's mule. All you do is look while we struggle. You don't even save our seat, nothing. So, hear me clearly. Screw all of you.
We don't know how to change it,
said another.
Then learn,
said the first man.
I'm sick and tired of always being the one to change it. How convenient for you, right? I don't know how. You've seen us change it at least a few dozen times before, and you still haven't learned. I wasn't born knowing how to change a cell. The engineering course should be the one changing it,
said the one that didn't know how to. Many echoed the sentiment. That itself was a dull and mindless statement. If more than 5 engineers left the petal of people, that petal would begin to collapse, lose heat and fail for those in the centre. Did these people not care for the well-being of others? And if they did not, what was the point in saving them?
No, I can't think that way. These people aren't themselves. If I do, then there isn't any point to anything at all. There are those who can help when it's needed of them, and those who won't. When it comes to self-preservation, either one is valid, but only one of them will be remembered.
I'll take them, Anton said as he rose to his full height, towering over the groups of people sitting down. He then turned to look at Warmth and Race.
We'll go as long as we can,
Warmth said as he too stood up. Exhaustion was creeping into his body, begging to be felt. His muscles felt stiff and his extremities were beginning to grow numb. But he knew that he wasn't done yet. He did the best he could to ignore the growing pain and to keep going. Race got up as well, a little slower than Warmth. Io made her way to a crying infant 2 petals away. She was the only one to try and help an inner petal that hadn't been assigned to her. Gnarly could control their body temperatures better than most humans, but she wasn't immune to the cold. She too had to be careful moving away from the heat sources. Now the 4 of them had been fully exposed to the dangers of hypothermia. They helped as much as they could for the remainder of the night. Warmth felt his body was at the brink of collapsing, and it looked as if Io, Race, and Anton were no better. The mood of the room sank even further down the seemingly endless abyss when the first death was reported. A man in his 50s had suffered what looked to be heat stroke. His body had stopped regulating its core temperature, and he had been unable to sweat as he exited the seat nearest to the heater. Even in the life-saving heat, death awaited them.
Come on, let me back in,
pleaded a man from one of the outermost petals.
It was your choice,
said another man from the same petal.
You left us, and we don't need to make any room for you. Just stay by the heater.
I just needed a little extra heat, that's all,
said the pleading man.
I can't feel my hands anymore.
We were all in the same boat,
replied the other man.
Go on now. We don't need traitors like you in our petal. Let's see how long your hands will last now.
If you don't let me in, I'm going to freeze or burn to death.
Your choice. Go on, enjoy the extra heat.
It wasn't an uncommon scenario for someone to think that finding their own spot near the heater would be better than huddling up together. The problem was that once they did that, their bodies would have a much harder time regulating themselves. Due to mass, being in a group helped conserve the heat and blocked out some of the cold. During shutdowns, the exchange of heat and cold wasn't a gradual one where you could pick a perfect spot. It was more of a parabolic change. A relentless wall of cold pressed against whatever little heat there was left. For a moment, Warmth thought about getting up and heading over to try and resolve the situation. Another death amongst them could be avoided. But just as he gathered his strength, Anton beat him to it, making his way to the raucous group.
I've said this before,
Anton said loudly and with authority.
And it will be the last time I say it. Either we all help each other or we don't. The decision is yours. Let's see what happens when the heater in front of you breaks down or isn't ready for the next shutdown. Let's see how long any one of you would last. Cut the petty crap.
Without another word, a space was made for the freezing, burning man, and Anton came back to his seat. If at any point in time purgatory had been real, or still was, this was a version of it. Not much was known about why humanity had ended up here in the first place. What had they done to deserve this hideous punishment? Even discharging yourself was punishment. The lavatories were kept far away from the groups of people, as they wouldn't be cleaned until the shutdown was over. Almost most of what left the body would be frozen mere moments after. Some bacteria like E. coli could still survive. It was best to do the deed far away from people. No one knew how long any given shutdown could last. Aside from enduring freezing temperatures on your bare body, coming back to the petals was hardly smooth, as the only available seats would be the ones that would remain away from the heater the longest. The Corps of Engineers relieved Warmth, Race, and Anton for a much-needed rest. They also went on to help people by the outermost heaters, though one at a time and not as efficiently. Aya was relieved as well by all the mothers she had been helping. A total of 36 hours passed this way, and people were beginning to starve. So the first of the meals was passed along. "You hear that?" Warmth asked, in a rare instance where he got to sit next to Io, handing her a meal. "Hear what?" Io asked, as she took the ball of protein. "There is nothing." No one really looked forward to the meals that were passed along during shutdowns, but they did the job, and they did it well. Each one of the meal balls contained all the nutrients one person needed for a day. "Exactly," Warmth said, unwrapping his protein ball. "There has been nothing for a few minutes now. Also, the tremors are lessening." "You're right," Io said, hesitant to take a bite out of the protein ball. "There's been a gradual decrease in activity. It's likely the shutdown is coming to an end." "What are you two talking about?" Race asked, with his mouth half full as he took another bite of his protein ball. "It's ending," Warmth said as he too took a bite. Race raised his eyebrows and made a pointing gesture to the floor with both hands. "Yes," Warmth said, making sure to swallow his food before speaking. "It's only a few more minutes now until the last tremor." The expression on Race's face went from that of a desperately hungry man to that of a child about to receive one of the biggest gifts of his life. He pumped both of his hands a few times. Then he turned to Anton to try to explain what he'd just learned with his mouth full, to no avail. A few more minutes passed in silence, the four of them eating their protein balls, until Io broke the silence. "The last of the runners is confirmed to no longer be within visual or sensor range. The shutdown has officially ended. Power is back." "So, then that's it?" Race asked, visibly shaking. "For now," Io said. "It's all over." "For now," Warmth said. "For now, it's all we need."
6. Chance. 20 colony-class galaxy, along with 5 dreadnoughts, 2 destroyer-class, 1 armor-class, and 1 terraforming-class starships, made the last known attempt at expansion. A total of 285,000 humans and Nolly followed the terraforming-class starship to their new supposed home.
The walk back to their quarters had been a silent and physically painful one, but more than ever, determination flooded Warmth's body. His aching, swollen, and nearly defeated body didn't make a difference to how he felt. The events of the past few days had fueled a long-dormant flame Warmth never knew he had. Now it was all beginning to make sense. All that training he'd received, the books he had read, Mother's advice and Father's wisdom had finally found their rightful place. Warmth was about to reach for the stars and take them. He was sure of it, or as sure as he could be.
"You know that they will come for you early,"
Io said as they neared her quarters.
"They have already submitted a request to Mother, and she has approved it."
"I know," Warmth said. "I expected as much. But before we do anything, we need to talk to them. I'll go find Father before heading to my quarters."
"If we do this,"
Io said,
"there will be no turning back."
"The way things are going, there'll be nothing to turn back to. We must do it. It's us, Io. We were literally born for this.
I can feel it calling. We were meant for so much more than simply surviving. Can't you feel it? I can. Lately, more than ever.
Do me a favour before you degrid. Degrid, or leaving the grid, was Anali's way of saying that they would be disconnected from Fortress's extensive networks. As far as Warmth knew, being connected to Fortress didn't bother Nali, as they could stop all incoming data at will. The act of leaving was what gave them comfort, knowing that they were truly their own being, alone with their thoughts. Warmth knew that Io practiced it before she slept, and remained that way until a few hours before she woke.
Sure, what is it?
When I see Father, can you make sure the mics are off?
Warmth, if you haven't been flagged before now, that will definitely do it. One time you can write off. Twice can be a mistake. But thrice in a row is highly unlikely. Impossible, even. In all the recorded history of Fortress, it's never happened. If that wasn't enough, now you're even saying the word mic openly. If I had missed you saying it, it would have been archived.
I knew you weren't going to miss it. Io rolled her eyes. What can I say? I trust you.
So, this is it then?
Io asked, turning towards Warmth as they reached her quarters. For a few seconds, Warmth forgot to breathe, staring into Io's impossibly beautiful eyes. Her eyes carried depth, they carried meaning, and they carried purpose. Warmth was no fool. He knew exactly what he was asking of her. He was asking all, everything that she was, and everything she would be. He wasn't selfish either. He was prepared to pay Io back and give his infinity to her so that she could possibly live the life she ever so clearly deserved. He shook his head, remembering to breathe, and snapped out of the deep thought. It is, Warmth said, fighting every urge to get close to her. She smiled from ear to ear, her cheeks taking on a hint of violet. She looked so inviting, so open to his presence. But alas, his sense of duty won. He owed the people of Fortress and his ancestors this much. I'll see you at the bridge tomorrow. For a moment, Warmth saw disappointment that soon after turned into a sheepish smile. Had she really wanted their first romantic encounter to happen now? They had long ago passed the friendship phase in many ways, but they hadn't gotten there in a physical sense. This was in part due to their professionalism as officers, and perhaps an even greater part because they both knew they weren't ready.
Okay, tomorrow,
Io said, stepping into her quarters as the door opened. Warmth nodded, allowing himself a slight smile.
Oh, and one more thing,
Io said, poking her head out before closing the door.
Try not to act so suspiciously. I doubt I can edit our video feed without getting in trouble.
I'll try my best. Warmth snickered, turning towards the direction he knew his father was. And with that, he left. It didn't take Warmth long to reach the area where Father would be. After every shutdown, he'd only be in one place. The place where Fortress would be hit the hardest, and that would affect the population the most. Terra 3.0. As Warmth entered the massive biodiverse dome, petrichor engulfed his sense of smell. It wasn't every day that he got to smell the raw scent of actual and true dirt from Earth. Nearly all of Fortress's life support came from this single but substantial vivifying basin. Terra 3.0 was packed with photobioreactors, synthetic and non-synthetic protein farms, alongside a myriad of green fields. Father would be working the green fields, trying to help Mother salvage whatever plant life there was to salvage. Throughout the many years of shutdowns, the botanists of Fortress had successfully spliced plants resistant to the cold. Even so, as resistant as these plants were, the cold eventually won. Warmth saw Mother before he saw Father. She was on the outskirts of the field, giving out instructions to newly graduated Terrans. That's what they called those whose job on Fortress was to get to know and preserve every inch of Terra 3.0. She wore the standard Terranian brown jumpsuit with mud boots. That meant she and Father had gotten a chance to go back to their quarters before the shutdown.
Pruning is not our priority,
Mother said loudly to the group of Terrans.
Instead, focus on slime and mush. If you see a plant that is too far gone, catalogue it and move on. We have a lot of ground to cover. Ideally, we should be watering this field within the hour. If you do not finish your row and the water catches up, do not stop what you're doing. Are there any questions?
One of the new grads raised her hand.
You there,
Mother said.
Why are we cataloguing and not outright removing the plants, as the books suggest to preserve the crop? We need to be more thorough. It's hard to grow plants on Fortress. Removing plants without being sure if fungal growth will spread is quite wasteful. We were only a little over 36 hours in shutdown, and these plants are cold resistant. I'm confident the roots will be okay. We'll come back to check and be sure. Are there any more questions?
Most of the group shook their heads.
Then let's get to work,
Mother said, clapping twice, then turning towards Warmth as he approached.
Mother,
he said, as he was met with a hug.
You and I have scared us out of our wits,
Mother said as she held on to him.
We didn't know what to think when we didn't see you join our group.
She let go and began to put on her gloves.
Thankfully, Commander Layra informed us that you two were okay as soon as the shutdown was over.
How did it go?
The shutdown?
Yeah, Warmth said, trying to keep his head up, knowing he couldn't be everywhere at once.
We had 0 casualties, though a fight broke out. But not just any fight. There were missing teeth involved.
Between whom?
Sander and Mage.
Warmth knew the two names well. Mage was a crony worshipper, trying to ascend the ranks by spending most of his days in the cronies' ears, while Sander was still new to the bridge.
Is Sander okay? I'm assuming she's in the medical bay. Are you kidding me? It's the other way around. Well, how can that be? She's so small and nice and small. Well, apparently it's true,
Mother said, snickering.
Big things come in small packages. She was ferocious. But what happened? Is she in trouble with Henbard or any of the cronies? Not any real trouble that I know of. Henbard seems to sympathize with the young lady. The cronies wouldn't stop talking about how soon he'd be leaving us and going to the private lineage shutdown facility, and how he didn't have to help us down here anymore.
I see, Warmth said, trying not to say too much in case they were already watching him.
Anyhow, I came to speak with Father. Any idea where I can find him? Field 2,
Mother said, gesturing towards the field.
He's helping with the removal of frost covers. I'll go and see him now. Is there anything you need from me? Help your father if you can. While you're at it, make sure to triple-check the spring mechanism on the cover throwers.
Warmth was reasonably familiar with the cover throwers, as he had spent a good part of his life working with them after shutdowns. The cover throwers were the sole reason so many crops were saved during the overwhelming cold. When the cold came, the loaded springs would release, and the pulleys would pull, covering up vast swathes of land in minutes. This was one of the few tools on Fortress that was still purely mechanical. No tech, no algorithms, just good old physics. Warmth made his way towards Field 2, and right away he spotted Father working on one of the pulleys, trying to move the cable that hung from it. Like Mother, Father had a Terranian jumpsuit on. Unlike Mother, his sleeves were rolled up and he was already dirty. Most of the frost covers in Field 2 were in place, which meant Father was trying to remove them.
Warmth,
Father said loudly as he saw him approach.
Come give me a hand, will you? This pulley is being stubborn. It won't budge.
Warmth hurried his pace, looking up at the interlaced steel cable that dangled from the pulley. He squinted as he looked. The roof was well lit and 4 stories high. It was obvious that the pulley hadn't been getting serviced and wouldn't be getting serviced any time soon. For one, it was too high up, which made it impractical, and 2, Warmth was sure the Corps of Engineers had their hands beyond full. As the old Earth saying went, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Can we call an anvil in here?
Warmth asked, holding the 1-inch thick steel cable.
Not sure what I'll be able to do here. This cable looks like it weighs a few times my own weight.
That's a no-go,
Father said, eyeing the nearby tool wagon.
All of engineering is currently working on Water Main 2, and all anvilins are assisting. Things are bad over there.
Warmth could picture Anton and Race working away, even now, just after the shutdown. Fatigue was one of the numerous words that came to mind to describe what they must be feeling. A small part of him wanted to help them, but a larger part knew that his path lay elsewhere.
Warmth's true path was to prevent any of this from happening again. That itself, if Warmth could accomplish it, would be worth a lifetime of help to Anton and Race.
Don't sell yourself short,
Father said, walking to the tool wagon.
You'd be surprised by the difference one person can make.
He pulled the tool wagon away from Warmth, stopping it 3 or 4 meters away.
Let's see here. This should be enough.
He grabbed a long jack and extended it to wedge it between 2 of the wagon's walls.
I wonder what the total weight of this thing is. Do you think it's heavy enough?
Warmth saw what Father wanted to do and was a little ashamed that he hadn't seen it sooner. It had become a game of tension now.
If all we are doing is dislodging it, it should be.
Great, Father said, locking the wagon's wheels.
But I still need your help. Bring that end here.
Warmth moved the end of the steel cable towards Father. It was heavier than expected. Between the 2 of them, they looped it twice around the jack. Father pulled the cable down into the jack, and Warmth pulled the cable away from it. Soon the steel cable was tensed, and Father grabbed a pickaxe, wedged it between the jack and the cable, and pushed. He hung from the shaft for what seemed to be longer than wise. Warmth imagined the wooden handle breaking at any moment. Luckily, the steel cable gave with a loud snap up above them, and Warmth was able to pull the cable without obstructions.
You ought to have specialized tools for this,
Warmth said, taking the end of the steel cable and hooking it up with the frost cover loops.
We put in a request a year back, but the forge has been producing replacement parts for the rest of Fortress non-stop. I don't know when they will get to it. In the grand scheme of things, having a specialized tool isn't as important as survival. Don't worry, son. We only have 6 more of these to go before I let you go.
Father grinned. Warmth didn't mind the work, even though his body was already screaming with exhaustion. Warmth knew what his duties were, and at the top of the list, his own list, was to help those he could help.
I heard about the cronies' request to interview tomorrow. Commander Lyra granted it. Is that why you're here?
No, not at all, Warmth said, fully facing Father. That I can handle. I came to talk to you about the shutdowns and how—
Wait, before you say anything else,
Father interrupted.
Does Io know you're here?
Father was no fool. He knew about the Gnarly's ability to slightly manipulate the Fortress system's computer. Knowing Warmth's closeness to Io, Father was able to put 2 and 2 together. What he didn't know was that this would be the 3rd time in a row that Io would manipulate the database on Warmth's behalf. Warmth nodded.
Are you sure you want to tell me about this?
Father said in a flat tone, but not a hostile one.
You know, I am Fortress's first officer. Honor compels me to fulfill my duty. Be very careful with what you're about to say.
Part of Warmth was glad that Father didn't make it so easy. The other part of Warmth was truthfully worried because Father wasn't a weak-minded individual. If at any point Warmth's argument didn't hold up, Father would surely let Warmth feel the consequences of his bravery, and perhaps even treason. I'm sure, Warmth said, holding back the waterfall of words and being methodical about where he began. Father looked pensive, as if wrestling with the idea inside his head. But Warmth knew Father well enough to know that he'd already won an unbiased audience with him.
Very well,
Father said, unlocking the wagon's wheels.
Speak your truths. But if you can do so while we get these pulleys in place to lift the frost cover, that would be great.
The shutdowns need to come to an end, Warmth said as they walked down to the next pulley. The lineage of generals have already made it painfully clear that they plan to do no such thing. Things will remain the same as long as they're in power.
For generations, we have followed and obeyed the lineage of generals. They are handpicked and groomed from birth to rule. They are the only ones that know what really happened and why we are here. They are what has made Fortress what it is today. Change is unlikely to happen. There is just too much risk.
Is this all we are? All we are meant to be? We are surviving, yes, but we are also dwindling out of existence. I refuse to believe that this is it for us. The stories of Earth, the stories of human exploration into the unknown.
Well, that's what got us here in the first place,
Father interrupted. We don't know that, Warmth said with conviction. As you said, the lineage of generals are the only ones that know. But why is that?
Why aren't we privy to our own past? My job isn't to ask questions. My job is to help Fortress as best I can with what we've got. Are you listening to yourself? We will suffer and continue suffering in vain when we can be so much more. How do you know that? Father asked, facing Warmth as they arrived at the next pulley. Father, this isn't a bunker. The word fortress isn't inscribed all over Fortress for nothing. There aren't dormant torrents, canyons, and railguns for nothing. Locked rooms in the lower and upper levels that no one has access to, not even the lineage. Fortress's 7 shields can shield us from everything that nature throws at us in this alien world. But we turn them off when the tremors come. 7 as in the 7 rectangles that form Fortress's banner. Or even me. I trained my whole life to read the stars, to be faster than them. I've read just about every book on space travel, warfare, everything about the legendary Sodenian ship for nothing. I currently pilot nothing and will pilot nothing. Even observing the stars from here is almost impossible. That is what being a Jegga is about, Father said, handing Warmth the steel cable while pulling on it himself. This cable was much more than manageable than the last. What you've learned is symbolic for discipline and leadership. I'm sorry to tell you this, son, but there are no starfighters on Fortress. Warmth, you were always meant to become captain, whether the title is an homage to those who came before you or not. Your training won't go to waste. Everything you've learned thus far will come in handy when you take up the position I never was able to take. In fact, you are next in line. In a few years, Captain Henbard will step down. I won't take the position, and neither will Commander Lyra. You're the only one. It's all useless if we're all dead by then. It's useless even now. Knowledge without execution is dead knowledge. Less than useless, a burden even. There is more to us than just this. Warmth pointed to the floor after he hooked the end of the steel cable to the frost cover loop. Fortress doesn't need to shut down when the tremors come. We have the ability to withstand anything that comes at us. You can't possibly know that. What if you're wrong? What I do know is that the shutdowns aren't getting us any closer to living. We are slowly dying, all of us. But the lineage, they are the ones who get to live. And if I'm wrong, then we'll at least know that much. Father sighed. That was a sign that Warmth's argument had some merit. Warmth, your heart is in the right place, Father said as they started towards the next pulley. My title wouldn't be worth the soil we stand on if I couldn't recognize that. But your heart being in the right place and accomplishing change are worlds apart. How do you intend to make this happen? As you said, the lineage won't budge. Well, that's where you and all that you are, as well as Commander Lyra, come in. Father, Io is with me on this. Things need to change. She will have the same conversation with Commander Lyra, and she will not deny her daughter. All that needs to happen is to get a vote from Captain Henbard, and you can overrule the lineage of generals. They will never agree to a hearing, and even if we do manage to get Henbard on board, the lineage won't accept it, and we will all be charged with treason. The lineage will want to be rid of us as soon as they can. You can be sure of that. We will make it public, on the bridge, broadcast for all of Fortress to see. That's a big and bold step, son. Are you sure? Make it happen, Father. Get me in front of the lineage. I can do this. This must happen. Father sighed once more, rubbing the back of his neck. He was resigned. Warmth was sure of it. I have to commend and condemn you, Warmth, Father said as they looked up at the third pulley. I've thought about all the things you've just told me. In all my years of service, not once have I had the courage to bring this up, to act on it. And here you are, willing to take the steps I never could take, diving in head first, willing to doom us all, as I'm sure you're well aware. But just like Commander Lyra won't deny Io, I won't deny my son. I will support this to whatever end it may bring. Thank you. I just need one more thing from you. And what is that? Be more than worthy of your name. Until this day, I'm not sure if carrying the name Jegga with us has been a blessing or a curse. Often so much is expected of us, and often there's not much more we can do aside from what we are already doing. It's true that in the past, our name alongside a few others has been shot up to stardom, accomplishing incredible feats. I always wanted to be the one standing where you are now and doing something about the current situation. And yet, the only thing I've accomplished is to become first officer. History will remember me as such, and I'm okay with that. Because I had you. In many ways, you are living my dreams, living your grandfather's dreams, and your great-grandfather's dreams, and so on. I am incredibly proud of you, son. Whether history will remember me for it or not, you made me worthy of my name. Trust your gut, go all out, and be worthy of being a Jegga. I will try my best, Father. I will arrange for this to happen as soon as possible, but you will only know when it is happening. We need to catch them off guard. This will be the last time we talk of this until then. I understand, Warmth said, being the first to pull the steel cable towards them. So, where were we? Father said. Ah, yes. 3 more to go after this one. They continued working and talking long into the day, even after the 6 pulleys were latched onto the frost covers. Warmth knew that this was precious time with his father, time that he may never get to experience again. He did the same with Mother before heading back to his quarters. For Warmth's plan had been set in motion, a plan that would have dire consequences, and from which there was no turning back.
7. Chairs. The unstoppable threat came not from within our own galaxy, but from the neighboring galaxy, the galaxy old Earth called Andromeda. And they were a new class of terror, neither organic nor machine life, but a mixture of both. They were not like our Nolly brethren. These were truly something else. We knew too little about them at the time of our first encounter. If we had known more, perhaps it wouldn't be far off to call them power itself.
Warmth felt like he had awakened only seconds after he'd gone to sleep. During the 6 hours of sleep, his body hadn't forgiven him or forgotten what it had been through. It ached and screamed, begging for more rest. Warmth knew he couldn't afford the luxury of rest, at least not until he finished what he had started. Too much was depending on him now. His arm, full of reluctance, reached out to turn off the blaring, hovering alert over his bed, which marked 0700. After a shutdown, the shifts on Fortress began 1 hour later than usual. This was if the shutdown had ended at a time when work would be possible the next day. This allowed ample time for people to sleep in and rest, but this was time Warmth had spent with his parents. He didn't regret any of it, but a small part of him at the back of his mind told him that he had handicapped himself. Warmth dragged himself out of bed and went straight into the shower. He got ready for the biggest project he'd embarked on thus far. With every movement came pain, but with that pain also came hope. At 0800, just as he was finishing his morning coffee, a message appeared in front of him. Usually, the tasks for the day did not appear in this manner. It was up to the individual officer to open their task manager and check the day's itinerary. It just so happened that this wasn't a usual task. It was a task that had come down from the lineage of General's branch itself. Their tasks always carried more importance. Warmth tried his best not to roll his eyes, even though no one was watching. Item 00. See Director of Operations, Culkin Ruppert. Report to Upper Decks Rear Offices. Hashtag 110 0815. Use entry code 050723. Culkin. What kind of a name is Culkin? Warmth thought. Did his parents stop and think for a moment what effect such a name would have on their child? This is maybe why he ended up being a crony. Well, no, that's not true. At any point in time he could have changed the name, which means he likes it. Hey, more power to him. Warmth brushed his random thoughts aside and walked out of his quarters. He knew that his subconscious was only trying to make light of the situation to calm his nerves, but he wanted to be more in control than that. He opted to quietly and calmly recount the events that had led him down this path as he made his way to the rear offices. Warmth had never been to that part of Fortress, and to his surprise, it was a stark contrast to what he was used to. It was many times greater than the difference between the upper and lower levels. The lower levels at least had the same military usefulness, only slightly more run down and with more people. The rear offices were another thing entirely. The decor was over the top. The floors were some sort of stripped rock. Intricately decorated wood covered the walls, and the place was dotted with accents of heavy, ornate yellow metal. There were entirely 2 large flags with what appeared to be the lineage of generals' coat of arms. A rigid 4-winged eagle stood in the centre of the red flags, holding a hammer in one talon and a chisel in the other. Above the eagle were 5 rigid, almost metallic-looking stars, and below it was the phrase, Kyriachia ton asterion. Warmth wasn't sure, but it looked to be written in an old Earth language, one that he wasn't familiar with. Warmth spotted the shadow of what could only be one of the lineage guards approaching through one of the flanking hallways. Warmth snapped out of his intrigue and tucked it away for another time as he continued walking deeper into the rear offices, looking for the correct number. The office numbers weren't hard to find, as they were 6 or 7 times larger than those of an officer's quarters. Seems like they have a problem with size here, Warmth thought as he found Office 110. These people are going to have a hard time letting go of their power. Warmth cleared his throat and knocked on the door. The door slid to one side with little to no noise, revealing, to no one's surprise, an over-decorated and entirely too large office. What did catch Warmth by surprise was the man sitting behind the desk, though he should have been expecting as much. Officer Liao, the same officer that had started all of this, sat with his hands crossed behind the old-fashioned wooden desk. The officer's face was impassive, holding back what Warmth knew would be a waterfall of wrath. "Please come on in," Officer Liao said, trying to tame what could only be described as artificial fury. He gestured stiffly to the chair in front of his desk. "Take a seat. I suppose you didn't expect to see me here, right?" "I was told I would be meeting with a Director of Operations Kalkin Ruppert," Officer Liao said dismissively. "I instructed him to go water the plants or whatever. Your case deserves the attention of no other than me. You know, just in case severe and immediate punishment is needed due to lack of cooperation." Warmth wasn't naive, and he knew better than to take everything at face value. Officer Liao was about to put on the show of a lifetime to let Warmth know who had the real power on Fortress. It would be a show, but nonetheless it would have real consequences. But the end of their show was near, and Warmth would bring it to them. "How can I help you, sir?" Warmth said as he sat down. "I've asked myself that question already," said Officer Liao, interlacing his fingers and leaning his elbows on the desk. "Or better said, how could a person like you help Fortress?" Warmth knew where this was going, but he decided to play along and say nothing. "You see," Officer Liao said after not getting a response, "I don't think Fortress and the way Fortress operates interests you very much. You don't care about hierarchy or following orders." He unlocked his arms, leaned back in his chair and swiped up to the side of his desk, opening a screen. He then moved his face slightly to use the voice command features. "Bring up folder named Prodosia and play saved clip 001. Care to explain what this is?" A muted clip began to play Warmth and Race's first interaction from multiple angles. Thankfully, the cameras were too far away to make out the string of words. "That looks to be Race and me talking about something," Warmth said, nonchalantly slowing down on the last bit. "Don't remember what." "Don't play the fool with me," Officer Liao said, spreading his arms and gripping the edges of the desk. "I'll have you court-martialed for this. You are to obey my instructions to the letter. That little runt that you call Race has been known to speak about the lineage in a less than positive light. What did you talk about with him here?" "We talked about the bad shape Fortress is in and what we can do about it." "What else?" Officer Liao said between gritted teeth. "If you're trying to get specifics, then we would need to listen to the audio together. I don't have the energy to deal with your request. Or better said, my energy is better used elsewhere than trying to entertain your gossip." "How dare you!" Officer Liao glared at Warmth. "There are 3 other instances that we know of where the microphones of public recordings were muted around you. In the history of Fortress, that has never happened." Didn't I just say that Fortress is in bad shape? Maybe things like this will continue to happen.
I don't care what you and your little wannabe human talked about, but you did talk to a high-ranking officer. Father or not, treason is treason. I'll say it again. What did you talk about?
Warmth was done playing games. Liao had gone too far trying to slander Io. Any form of respect he had for the officer was gone. Any respect for the lineage as a whole was gone. This gave him a simple yet powerful assurance that he was on the right path. Change is coming, whether you like it or not, whether the lineage likes it or not. I suggest you open your mind and wake up from your delusion. Power has only been given to you because the people of Fortress have allowed it, and they are ready for change. Too many of us have died. Warmth got up and saw Liao's jaw drop. Listen, and pay close attention to my next words. Get on the right side of things, Liao. If not, you'll be swept away alongside the lineage. I promise that none of this that you're doing will be remembered or talked about. You'll nothing, Warmth said, starting towards the door. I'll excuse myself now.
Guards, come and get this man!
Liao managed to get out, slurring his words.
He's a traitor! Come get this traitor!
On his way out, Warmth noticed a version of the lineage's coat of arms he'd seen before. This time he could understand the writing. It said, Dominion of the Stars. They really ought to get familiar with Fortress's dictionary and maybe look up the word pretentious, Warmth thought, shaking his head on the way out. 2 guards were already walking towards Warmth as he turned onto the corridor filled with flags. Warmth didn't do anything to avoid them. Instead, he readied himself, taking a deep breath and doubling down on his resolve. Freeze! Don't move! Yelled one of the guards, taking out a baton. The other guard followed but slowed his pace. Stand down! Warmth said with conviction. The guards hesitated, but only until they saw Liao, flabbergasted, wobbling out of the room and yelling.
Get him! And get him now!
Liao yelled. The guards threw themselves at Warmth, but to no avail. Warmth didn't think much. Instead, he adapted to the situation. He moved fast, easily dodging the unpracticed baton blows, and returned the gesture by landing an elbow on one of them and a backhand on the other. The guards tumbled back, dazed and shaking their heads. The guards looked to be in shock. If it wasn't for Warmth's newfound momentum, he probably would have stepped back to admire the rarity of the scene. In the known history of Fortress, no one had ever stood up to any direct orders, much less actually landed blows.
You spineless, useless pieces of...
Liao said, only to be interrupted by a red prompt appearing in front of him. The guards reacted to Liao's words, only to be stopped by the same red prompt. Warmth wasn't too familiar with what they were looking at, but if he were to guess, it was a stand-down order coming from the lineage itself. So they were watching, Warmth thought, walking away, knowing his business was done there. Good. Makes things easier to have things out in the open. Captain Henbard, Commander Leyra, and Father's task managers must be filling up with the word traitor. Also good. Now they have more than enough reason to choose a side. Warmth needed to plan his next moves carefully. So far, he had taken each step on a whim, based on knowing right from wrong and betting on the right people. But he knew that when dealing with the actual lineage, he couldn't do that. They were in a league of their own. They knew what real power was, and they would try to use Warmth to show all of Fortress what happened when someone tried to stand up to them. So, he headed to the only place his mind had been truly clear, the only place on Fortress that he ever felt right. The locked deck. On the uppermost level was an empty, roundish deck with a seemingly ordinary entrance, but an otherworldly second door towards its end. The door towards the end was locked, and had been locked for the entire history of Fortress. No one knew what was behind the golden door, as so many that had seen it came to call it. There wasn't any information about it either. To everyone else, there was only a void of nothing behind the golden door, but to Warmth, it was filled with possibilities. The room, unlike the rest of Fortress, had a distinct look and feel to it.
Its walls were smoother, textureless even. But as the room neared the golden door, that changed. Metal arteries and integrated patterns and designs protruded from the frame of the door and vanished into the smooth walls of the room. The smell of this room was also distinct, a far cry from the antiseptic nature of the middle and upper levels. Here the smell was one of war, hardened steel and leather with a tinge of lemon zest. Warmth liked to imagine that beyond the door the greatest minds that Fortress had ever known had gathered to think. As he entered the large, roundish room, he pulled a chair with him, the chair he himself had dragged up there some time ago. He placed the chair in the centre of the room, facing the door. He sat and began to clear his mind. Clarity came to him as easily as breathing in this room. He thought of everything that would be coming his way, of all the ways the lineage would try to break him, break his resolve, and break the little hope Fortress had left. And with every one of those thoughts came a simple, straightforward solution. "Be definite," Warmth whispered, taking a deep breath, "so that everyone knows where they stand and when they stand next to you. Be worthy of your name." Warmth knew the magnitude of the task at hand. He knew that it would demand everything from him. But why had he trained his whole life, if not for this? It was for this. All the information stored in his head had purpose now. Even the old war tactics of the great Earth generals, Sodenia's flight log, were all painting a clear picture in his mind. He knew what he needed to do next, but he also knew that he needed more people on his side. No, better said, he needed all the people of Fortress on his side. If that happened, if Warmth could somehow get the people of Fortress on his side, then it was a matter of perspective. The lineage could get rid of Warmth, but they wouldn't be able to get rid of the people. It was as clear as a freshly fallen layer of snow. He was the one who would end this world of theirs and start a new one. Warmth looked back to the entrance as he heard soft but precise footsteps. Before the silhouette came into focus, he knew who it was. Io had an unmistakable presence. She carried herself uniquely, even amongst other Nali. She walked as if the world belonged to her, but at the same time she knew that it didn't. Grace was one of the words that came to Warmth's mind as she walked towards him. If they had been born in another life, another era, before starships, she would have been a queen. "I knew I'd find you here," Io said, closing and locking the door behind her, taking her time to reach Warmth at the centre of the room. She kept her hands crossed behind her. "Am I interrupting?" "I'd hardly call it an interruption," Warmth said, his voice low as he turned back to face the golden door. "There's a mess on the bridge, a heated mess. Captain Henbard couldn't believe it. First Officer Jegga and Mother are now arguing for you. Henbard wants you arrested. Mother dismissed all of us." "Captain Henbard is still putting up an act. I guess it's hard to know what the outcome of all this will be." "And that's my guess as well, though I think it generally caught him by surprise. Henbard can be stubborn, but ultimately he will do what is best for the people of Fortress. He will come around, I'm sure of it. He's a good man." Warmth's heart began to thrum and slowly sink into his stomach as he felt Io getting closer than usual. "Io, two can play at this game," Io whispered as her sweet breath caressed the side of Warmth's ear. "As much as I want to win this, and I believe we will, nothing is guaranteed. Therefore, if there's even a slight possibility of all of us dying, I want to make absolutely sure that I do the things I want to do before I die." She slid her hand softly across Warmth's chest. "There's nothing more right in this world, in any world, than allowing ourselves to do the things we love." The lights in the room dimmed, surely controlled by Io's system's interface with Fortress. With that, Warmth began to experience the meaning of his name for the first time in his life. He held Io's hand and pulled her even closer to him. In that moment, nothing existed to him but Io. Io made Warmth who he was. She was the one who gave him resolve, and he wanted to save her above all else.
This, whatever this was, whatever it may lead to, was right. He would let go fully. Warmth turned towards Io and looked straight into her eyes. She didn't move away. Warmth held Io's cheek, and she put her hand over his. He leaned in, and so did she. For too long Warmth had denied himself this much, and now he would see it through to its undeniable end. Warmth, the literal meaning of it, would be the only thing that would follow. He'd give in to his desire for Io, and for her, he'd become selfish, just as he hoped she would.
8. Commitment. It began as a show of strength, one of their starships versus our whole fleet. The alien ship was small and pale, thin, a stark contrast to the great behemoths in the fleet. The generals on board the dreadnoughts and destroyer-class starships laughed through the comms at the new threat. All the captain's fleet laughed as well, all but one. Captain Cinder Jegga was one for a good laugh, but in this case, she didn't find humor in the new menace. She had studied the old Akram Wars, and how humanity had survived by what seemed to be only chance against the immortals. She knew what an alien enemy was capable of doing. She knew better than to laugh.
Warmth awoke at a noise, or what he thought was a noise, coming from behind the golden door. Both Warmth's and Io's task managers hovered over them, blinking rapidly. Io was still sleeping next to him, nude, her uniform being used as a two-piece blanket. Warmth's trousers were being used as a bed for her while he lay on his shirt. He knew that there was something urgent happening, and that it had probably been trying to reach them both for several minutes now. But he wasn't ready to end what had been the single greatest experience of his life. He looked at Io, taking in the sight, trying to remember her as she lay there, trying to remember the unique gnarly lines that went across her body, the lines that made her, her. Warmth closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He lay there for 2 more minutes before deciding to get up. Would this ever happen again? Would they get the chance to be together like it should be? No hiding, no self-restraint. Warmth didn't know. But what he did know was that he would fight, and he would fight for it with his entire being. Io, Warmth said softly, moving even closer to her, shaking her shoulder slightly. It's time to go. Io opened her eyes and turned towards Warmth, smiling quietly. It was about time that happened, Io said, her voice low. Some parts of me still don't want to believe it did. I never would have forgiven myself if I had denied you, denied me. I'm glad you didn't. So am I. But we have to pause this for now. Warmth pointed at Io's task manager, floating above her, still flashing vigorously. It looks like there's lots of things happening. I know, Io said, closing her task manager without having to swipe it away. I woke up when you did and began to read everything that happened in the last 5 hours. You're a wanted man, Warmth Jegga. What do you mean? Warmth asked, getting halfway up and starting to get dressed. Io too got halfway up and began gathering her clothes, but as she did so, Warmth turned slightly away from her, giving her a bit of privacy. It wasn't that Io was asking for privacy. He simply wanted to offer it to her. Let's see, Io said, standing up to slip on her undergarments. Since the time we've been here, you have gotten 3 warrants for your arrest, of which all 3 have been rescinded. You have been ordered to appear on the bridge twice, but that too got dropped. And nearly all the lineage guards are looking for you, and they have entirely separate orders from those of the bridge. You mean they don't know where I am? They don't know where you are? I half expected someone to be knocking at the door by now. They haven't got a clue. They don't know where I am either. You think I'd let them know where we are? I've blocked all of Lineage's attempts to use Fortress's system computer to find you. They aren't too happy about that. But since they have vowed to break all ties to the bridge, there's hardly anyone with the technical skills to bypass me or figure out what's going on. It's quite amusing, actually. It's like watching young ones use the computer for the first time. What about my quarters? Warmth said, pulling up his trousers. Are they there waiting for me?
Captain Henbard has given the order not to let the lineage get their hands on you before your slapped-together trial. You actually need to report back to your quarters, where you will remain until tomorrow morning. Then you report to the bridge for your trial. All communications to or from you are to be cut off until the trial. Those are Captain Henbard's direct orders to you.
Warmth couldn't contain his curiosity, so he flicked open his task manager as he threw on his shirt. He had 267 messages and 30 pending tasks. That was 5 or 6 times as many as Warmth had ever received in all his years of being a bridge officer. He quickly skimmed over the last 5 tasks that were pending. So, it worked, Warmth said, flicking away the task manager. Captain Lyra and Father were able to convince Captain Henbard.
I wouldn't say that just yet,
Io said, throwing on her jacket.
While they were able to get Captain Henbard on the side of the bridge and a proper trial, he still seems very much on the fence. I think perhaps he still believes half of the junk the lineage is throwing at him. Henbard became captain back when we were still kids, and all the while he has always gone with what the lineage want.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens. I suppose the lineage are still looking for me, right?
Yes, they're in total opposition to the bridge.
So, what are my options to get to my quarters without being apprehended?
There's a clear path through the gnarly section, then through corridor 3B.
Then we'll do that. Warmth marvelled at Io's adaptability to nearly every situation. In Warmth's mind, there was little Io couldn't do. She weaved in and out of Fortress's system, computer, and routines as if they were her domain. All Gnarly were able to interface with Fortress, but not all were able to do it at Io's level.
Warmth,
Io said, her brows furrowed.
I hope you aren't expecting to be welcomed by the Gnarly. Some are very upset, to put it mildly, at what Mother did. They don't know any better.
You can't win them all, Warmth said, reaching for the crease on Io's brows and smoothing it out with his thumb. It's the ones you can win that we need to pay attention to. It wasn't that Gnarly were meant to be segregated from the rest of Fortress. They were fine in the company of humans, and humans were fine in the company of Gnarly. The reason why Gnarly had their own section on Fortress was because of the way they preferred their surroundings. Not all Gnarly lived in this sector. Some, the younger ones in most cases, lived among the humans. Io, for example, lived just a few corridors away from Warmth's quarters. The Gnarly sector was meant to be disconnected from Fortress, a place where the Gnarly mind could rest and relax. There was little of anything on the walls, ceilings, and even floors. It was a minimalist area, where the walls, instead of the metal grey, were shades of calm blue and off-white. As Warmth passed through the section, he too felt a sense of calm, but that calmness melted away when he saw the first of the Gnarly's stairs.
They don't mean it that much,
Io whispered as she walked next to Warmth.
I know,
Warmth whispered back.
But even if they do, there's no hard feelings. I understand what I'm doing to them.
Warmth did understand what was happening and why he deserved the stares. Warmth was about to destroy the Gnarly's calm and precise world and replace it with one of chaos and unknowns. Warmth also couldn't promise their world would be returned to the way it was if he succeeded. So, he took in all the stares, all the murmurs, and kept walking. Things were different as they exited the Gnarly section and bumped into some of the bridge personnel. Unlike the Gnarly, the bridge was split in half. Some seemed happy to see Warmth, and others cursed the moment they saw him. As before, Warmth didn't take it personally. He understood. He only hoped that they'd give him a chance before judging him fully, for their own inner good. Warmth had become the utmost definition of determination. He would see this through, liked or not.
Sorry, Miss Io.
One of the guards stepped in front of them.
This is as far as you can go. From here on out, Warmth has to return to his quarters alone. Captain Henbard's orders.
Io looked at Warmth, and he nodded. It was better this way anyway. Io's own quarters weren't too far from this place.
See you tomorrow,
Io whispered as she turned around. As Io left and Warmth continued walking, he could feel the animosity towards him intensify. Now it didn't feel like 50-50. Now it felt more like 80-20. Still, he continued walking with his head up high.
That's all right,
Warmth thought, trying not to look at them. He tried not to look so he wouldn't remember them or single them out later.
You don't get it now, and you might never understand, but I'll try everything I can to win this one. How successful I'll be at trying to undo years of heavy propaganda from the lineage. That will all depend on how much you care for the person next to you.
Traitor! One of the guards said, just as Warmth was a few steps from his quarters. The remark didn't hurt Warmth, as he knew he was not a traitor. His heart, all of his being, was with the people of Fortress. Coward! Another said as the door slid open for him. Only cowards look away! That last remark rubbed Warmth the wrong way. It was more of a personal attack. Even still, Warmth took a deep breath and walked in. He wouldn't be tempted to go against his own people, even though some clearly deserved it. The entirety of his being would be dedicated to dismantling the lineage, which was the root of all problems. Warmth saw it clearly now. Sleep was almost impossible for Warmth. He tossed and turned, tried all the positions he knew, and even breathing exercises, but to no avail. The trial towered over his subconscious in ways he'd never known before. He was awake at 0400, almost 2 hours before his normal time, and the trial wouldn't start until 0830. Warmth used his newfound free time to argue with himself, to bring up every possible scenario the lineage of generals could throw at him. He knew that they wouldn't stay above the belt for long. They'd do everything they could to avoid losing their power. It felt like a Goliath task, but he knew he was up for it. Just as his 13th great-grandfather had saved their very own planet Earth against unreasonable odds, Warmth would save Fortress.
I can do this. I will do this,
Warmth whispered, sitting down in a chair near the entrance of his quarters, his foot jiggling with anticipation. Warmth then began to recall one of the battles his 13th great-grandfather had been a part of. Old Earth wars were all available in Fortress's archive in several formats: imagery, news stories, and unclassified ship logs. Warmth played back the battle in mixed media in his head, putting it together in his own way. His name had been Jegga, and he captained the mightiest ship known to mankind, Sodenia. The ship was formidable. It carried as much firepower as an entire fleet. Some even said it was indestructible, eternal. But at the full coming of the Akram might, the odds were literally 1,000,000 to 1, and still Jegga came out on top. But he hadn't come out on top by force. He had won using his wits, by doing what was right, by uniting instead of dividing. A sudden surge of confidence in himself flooded Warmth, for he knew that what he was doing was in its purest definition right. Warmth would live up to his family name, and he would start now. Warmth's task manager appeared in front of him, reminding him about the trial. Without looking at it, he swiped it away and headed out. A new set of guards and bridge officers stood outside the corridor, but they said nothing. As he walked to the bridge, not one of them said a word, but nor did they look excited for what was to come. Warmth imagined more information on Father and Commander Lyra's side had leaked out overnight, giving these guards and bridgemen a second perspective. More than imagined, he knew that only Io could be behind such a leak. Warmth tried to contain his smile at the thought of Io, but failed, for he felt a slight rise of his pressed lips. But the smile faded completely as he entered the seemingly full bridge. It seemed as if everyone was there. At a glance, Warmth saw Io, Father and Mother, Commander Lyra, and even some representatives from the second and third levels. They all sat on one side of the bridge, while Captain Henbard stood at the centre and the lineage of generals on the opposite side. The generals wore their pompous red ceremony cloaks with 5 golden stars at each of their shoulders, held together by an eagle. Their cronies also wore cloaks, but these were white and without any decorations.
"Look at who finally graced us with his presence," Liao said venomously. "But I do understand that no one wants to be early to their own funeral." "If you do not have an official speaking agenda," Captain Henbard's voice boomed, "refrain from speaking. We have much to discuss, and this is not the place for nonsense." "Reporting for my trial, sir,"
Warmth said, saluting and standing firm.
Take your seat.
Henbard said, not bothering to salute back, gesturing to the empty seat at the center of the room. Warmth sat, doing his best to ignore all the stares and calm his mind.
We are gathered here today,
Henbard continued, his voice now normal but strong enough for everyone in the room to hear,
for what is, to the best of my knowledge, Fortress's first trial. This will be a civil trial, for the governing military branches are divided and cannot in good faith be court-martialed. We will be discussing the possibility of treason and the plans thereof committed by Lieutenant Warmth Jegga. If you view your task managers, you will find a full and verified entry of the events leading up to the trial. Now, I truly wish that the matter at hand were a simple one,
Captain Henbard said, catching his breath as he did.
But I'm afraid it is not. It is a long-echoed sentiment within this ark of ours, so it deserves a fair and true trial. To the best of my ability, I have served Fortress and brought forth the lineage of General's command in order to preserve what we currently have. That is being challenged today. Isn't that right, Mr. Jegga?
It is, Warmth said simply.
Then what is there to trial?
Liao said with pleading hands.
He clearly still intends to disobey the prime directive, which is to preserve what we have.
I won't say it again,
Captain Henbard said, facing Liao fully. Liao nodded and took a few steps back towards his group.
Why would you challenge the way things are?
Captain Henbard asked, his tone almost pleading.
Fortress has endured all this time thanks to the way things are now. We are surviving. We're doing a mighty fine job at that.
Enduring, surviving, Warmth said, his voice calm. The meaning of those words has nothing to do with what humanity set out to do amongst the stars all those years ago. We sought space to thrive as a civilization, not to dwindle out of existence.
That's rich of you to say.
One of the generals stepped forward, unable to contain himself.
The only reason we're alive and will remain alive is because of our guidance. You understand nothing of this world, yet you think you can change it.
We are dying because of you. Warmth locked eyes with the general.
How dare you say that?
The general asked, taking another step towards Warmth. He'd clearly never been spoken to that way in his life, and now he was agitated. He was breathing heavily, his face reddening.
If we change the way things are, we will all die within the day. None of you know anything about the way things are. We!
For a moment he extended his arms, gesturing towards the lineage.
Have worked tirelessly for generations to keep Fortress the way it is.
That might have been true 3 days ago, Warmth said, keeping his cool. But as I got to work with engineering on Watermain 2, I found out the real state of Fortress. The truth is that if you don't have this next part on your task managers, then the information has been heavily edited.
We don't need to hear any more of this,
the general said through gritted teeth.
He's clearly a trick. We will hear what Lieutenant Jegga has to say.
Captain Henbard interrupted harshly.
How dare you interrupt me?
The general said.
Know your place, dog. The lineage supersedes all command on Fortress. You interrupt me one more time, and I'll have you sitting where he's sitting. General Growl, enough,
Captain Henbard said, his voice booming.
We agreed to have a fair trial, and that we will do. This is my bridge, and you're my guests here. Don't you forget that. And I do intend to have a fair trial, regardless of your feelings.
Growl fell silent, clenching his fists. The tension in the room rose as guards and officers from both sides shuffled and stiffened. Both sides were at the ready. Though the bridge outnumbered the lineage guards, Warmth knew that the lineage guards were the only ones with real weapons. Aside from the generals and cronies, a few of their most trusted guards carried deadly weapons. They called them guns, the same as the ones back on Earth, but suited for space. They were the only ones allowed to carry such weapons on Fortress.
Please continue.
Captain Henbard looked at Warmth after a few moments of Graal's silence. We had but one shutdown left, Warmth said, before things became irreparable. That was one shutdown ago. Now we have no time left. The effects of Water Main 2 going out of service would be felt across Fortress, and they would be final. The lower levels would have no potable water, which means no drinking water, baths or restrooms, no food. Whatever reservoirs we have will run out quickly. Then, in a few days, Terra 3.0 will begin to feel the effects of having limited water. The crops will begin to wilt and surely die, but most importantly, our photobioreactors, which we heavily depend on to breathe, will die as well. There's little we can do once Water Main 2 is no longer in service. Little we can do.
We will find a way to make it work,
Growl said.
We always have.
That's part of the problem, Warmth continued, his voice calm and concise. We have dedicated the entire Corps of Engineers to repairing the same problems over and over again, instead of looking for ways to get off this alien world that clearly doesn't welcome us. We have used up most of our precious few unrenewable resources. We aren't mining the outside world as they did back on Earth. Our carbon is finite. Silicon, magnesium, and other heavy metals are also finite. We have to run the forges non-stop, introduced impurities long ago, and lost a good deal to oxidation. Anyone working in the forge will tell you as much. We aren't what we used to be. We can't make what we used to make. The shutdowns must end. This is the only way forward.
Ending the shutdowns will bring an end to us all,
Growl said.
We won't allow it. Anyone wanting to end the shutdowns will be considered a traitor to the lineage. This is our final stance.
It cannot be that black and white,
Captain Henbard said.
The sentiment about ending shutdowns has been with us from the start. No one wants to see one of their loved ones die. But this isn't what Warmth is saying. This goes beyond feelings. This is final. If we shut down one more time, Fortress could perish.
You don't know what you're saying,
Growl said, bordering on yelling.
Enlighten me.
Captain Henbard stood defiantly, facing the lineage.
We hereby sentence Warmth Jegga,
Growl said, brandishing his weapon by moving his red cloak back,
to complete and immediate banishment from Fortress for the crime of high treason. Captain Henbard, First Officer Jegga, and Commander Leyra, you're hereby stripped of your ranks for conspiring to assist Warmth Jegga. You each will have your own trial in due time, once we are done with Warmth.
The room erupted with clear, chaotic anger against the lineage. They got called every insult Warmth knew in a matter of seconds, and many more that he was hearing for the first time. Growl and the rest of the lineage didn't look so happy about it. It looked like they were screaming back, but it was impossible to hear over everyone else. More lineage guards squeezed into the room, but this time they were visibly armed, with weapons hanging over their shoulders and across their chests. Growl pulled out his gun, aiming towards the ceiling. He looked around the room once, then fired the gun. Sparks filled the room. It was a noise that Warmth had never heard before, nor anyone in the room, as all conversation ceased. Did the bullet ricochet around the room? Warmth thought, as he looked around for anyone that had been hurt. Everyone looks to be in one piece. That won't be true for long if the lineage keeps this up.
I'll shoot the next person that speaks against the lineage,
Growl said, speaking over the silence in the room.
The lineage has been in control for generation after generation, and will stay that way.
Warmth stood up calmly, looking around the room and making eye contact with each of the people that mattered to him. Warmth ignored Growl's outcries entirely, gun pointed at him and all. He stopped at Io, her scrunched-up, angered expression turning to one of contentment when she saw Warmth looking at her. She nodded approvingly and expectantly. He could almost hear her approval, but he'd let his speculation be for another time. Now there was a far greater matter at hand, and he would see it through, regardless of the outcome. Your intentions are clear now, Warmth said, his voice cutting the silence in the room. They have always been clear, just never spoken out loud. Like this trial, you will never listen to what the people of Fortress are telling you. This was never meant to be a fair trial. There were no witnesses called, no points argued on your side, or mine for that matter. All this was, if you can even call it that, was a show of power. You would accuse anyone that disagrees with you of treason. You may or may not know things we don't know,
But what we do know is that we won't be listening to you anymore. Sit down! Growl shouted, pointing his gun and taking a step forward. We're tired and ready for change, Warmth said, standing up to his full height. For better or for worse, we'll see this through. You've just lost all your power, and we know you don't care about the people of Fortress. You only care about yourselves. In all the generations of Fortress shutdowns, not a single general or even one of your cronies has died from the cold. Sadly, we can't say the same thing for ourselves. Too many lives have been lost to your ways. It all ends today. I swear that I'll kill you before that happens! Yeah, you might, Warmth said. Part of Warmth thought that it was a real possibility that Growl would pull the trigger. He had to move forward. It was now or never. But with all your fancy weapons, you cannot kill what's already happening. Kill me if you want. Warmth pointed with his thumb to the quiet but now mobilized people behind him. But they'll make sure you get what you deserve a few times over. They are all with me. What do you mean? Growl asked, as if unsure of something for the first time in his life. He looked over Warmth's shoulder and around the room. The expression in his eyes turned from clear and untamed anger to one of realization. Look around you, Warmth said. The moment that first round hits any one of us, you lose. People from all levels of Fortress were coming into the now cramped and increasingly small room. Warmth saw both familiar and unfamiliar faces, all riled up against the lineage. You're all blathering fools! Growl yelled. You have no power here! We have kept you alive! You should be thanking us! As if on cue, the rest of the lineage and cronies, and those of them that had weapons on them, began to point their guns at the mob of people around them. Now, you will all die here for nothing! Nothing will change! Heads of department or not, you are all replaceable. You are nothing, less than nothing. There will always be someone to replace you. Doesn't matter how many of you are here. Oh, it matters, Io said loudly from behind the mob, making her way to the front. When your words of hate and self-regard have been broadcast to the entirety of Fortress, it matters. When there is a group of 300 plus people waiting in the outside corridor, it matters. The mob parted and let Io step to the front. You may succeed with a handful of us, but eventually they will get to you. And get you, they will. Io let her words hang in the air for a few seconds before continuing. And let me remind you that those people, the first that will surely get to you, have lost their loved ones to the cold. It's safe to say that they are waiting. No, not waiting. They're hoping you make your final move. They have dreamt about this moment for years, for a time when they could make those responsible for the shutdowns feel some of the pain they have endured. Make your last move wisely, Warmth said. Who's going to lead them once we are gone? Growl said, still trying to hold on, but his resolve had clearly faded. His posture was no longer solid or unshaken. Instead, he looked hunched and paled. They will all die too! An alarm sounded on the bridge, and a bright red task manager appeared in front of the lineage and some of the officers on the bridge. Warmth looked around the room, then down at his own task manager. Imminent failure. Exhaust thermal system blockage. Area slab 343. Exhaust 12. Life form detected. T-minus 40 minutes to failure. Consequence. Total loss of thermal section 2A. Losing thermal section 2A meant losing the entire first half of the second level environment almost straight away. Overcrowding would be the least of their worries as the rest of Fortress succumbed to the cold. Without a thermal layer to protect them from the harsh outside environment, there would be little they could do to prevent the rest of Fortress from falling the same way. Who will lead you now? Growl crowed with everything he had left in him. Where are your new leaders? Who's going to go out there and remove the runner? Gallantry is one of humanity's long-dead romantic dreams. No one leads by example. Leaders lead through the power they take for themselves. You all talk big, but when it comes to proving yourselves, there is only silence.
In the entire history of Fortress, there had never been a close encounter with the planet's indigenous life.
I'll do it,
Warmth said. The entire room gasped. Here was their savior, about to go and die.
9. Contact. Power had always been the dynamic that shaped our wars and our expansion to the stars. For as long as the ESAF had been in place, so had those trying to control it, sliding their hands underneath the table to gain control over some of Earth's greatest accomplishments. If memory serves, the first of these entitled powers was the Founders, then came the Council, and now it was the Lineage. Though they hid it better than most, they brought their entire past with them.
Race didn't know what to make of the situation. Did Warmth have that much confidence in himself, or was he just stupid? Stupid seemed the more logical of the two. But then again, Race had seen Warmth's capabilities, his cool head. He was in control. And yet Warmth had walked brazenly into a corner, into a trap, where the only way out was certain death.
You say that,
the burn bag said. For a general he was not.
But you don't mean it. You'll act brave, then get someone to go in your place. It's all a show. That's all everything has ever been. There are no higher morals. There's no bravery. There is no right. Not to mention, those who go outside never come back. You will not go. You won't dare to go.
Io took a step closer to Warmth, but she held back. She must have realized that what was happening here was too important to interrupt. Race could half guess that Io wouldn't want Warmth to go, but this was too great of a chance. This was a chance to end the shutdowns, not by force, but by new leadership, and Race was all in on this too. If Warmth kept playing their game, he would win. No, Warmth said calmly. It seemed as if the room was hanging on each one of his words. Somehow, he had won everyone over. I'll go, and even if I don't come back, your days of making decisions for the sake of the people of Fortress are over.
And then?
The burn bag asked.
Who will lead once you don't come back? You are all making a grave mistake here. You think it's easy to do what we do? To know what we know? You are mistaken. There are no leaders amongst you. No one worthy.
And that's where you are most wrong, Warmth said. Anyone in this room would make a far better leader than you. How you ended up in your position is beyond me.
How dare you?
The burn bag said, once again pointing his pistol at Warmth. How could Warmth face a pistol so calmly? Did he not know what those things did? The burn bag's finger could press the trigger and end him right then and there. Or did Warmth know that they wouldn't really fire? But how? Then it dawned on Race. The Lineage loved their power too much to let go, even if by letting go of it they might win. Io had made sure to strip any real power those weapons might have had by telling them they wouldn't be able to get to everyone. Warmth was now playing off that point as if their weapons had no power.
It's over,
Warmth said, his voice loud for the first time since all of this had started.
The lineage of generals is no more. You will be dispossessed and questioned about everything you know. If you cooperate, then you may live amongst the people of Fortress. I would rather die,
the burn bag said. No, you wouldn't, Warmth said, taking a step towards the burn bag. None of you would rather die. You are too selfish, too self-absorbed. You die, you lose. The rest of the room started walking towards the Lineage and cronies. Anton was one of the nearest ones to the Lineage.
Wait, are we disarming them?
Race asked himself as his heart began to beat faster and faster. He immediately joined a group of people that were advancing towards the Lineage.
Is this really happening?
Stay back! One of the other burn bags yelled, followed by a few more of them. No one listened. Warmth reached for the burn bag's hand and moved the pistol to point towards the floor. Race found a nearby crony with the gun and did the same. Though the crony resisted, Race easily overpowered him. The same was true for the rest of them. Warmth then took it a step further and slammed the burn bag face first into the floor,
The weapon slipped from his hand and made an awkward clanking sound as it slid a few feet. Warmth kicked the pistol away. The whole room looked shocked, holding the same breath of air they had sucked in a minute ago. Race would never have dared imagine that he'd be witnessing something like this, let alone be a part of it. "Are we done here?" Warmth asked, placing his boot on the burn bag's armpit and pulling his arm. The burn bag didn't answer. He only groaned. "Are we done here?" Warmth said, as his boot dug deeper into the now visibly broken man. Any prestige the lineage had, any poise or higher glory, any power, was now gone. "Yes, we're done," the burn bag managed. Warmth let the fragment of a man loose, then turned to face the room. The burn bag rolled to his back, face red and furrowed, pressing against his shoulder, breathing fast. Warmth's face, on the other hand, was calm, but marked with a deep, obvious worry. "We are done here for now," Warmth said, pulling up his task manager. "We'll make further arrangements later and figure all of this out. For now, we only have about 31 minutes before failure. It takes about 10 to get into the cold suits." "Warmth?" Io asked, not daring to ask more than his name. Race knew what Io was asking, and so did probably everyone else in the room. "It'll be fine," Warmth said. "This is still on Fortress. We aren't venturing into the grey. I. Io nodded slowly, but the look of worry on her face said it all. She knew that what Warmth was about to do was far more dangerous than any one of these burn bags would ever be. The outside world was utterly unforgiving, ruthless, and it went against anything that helped humans live. "Does Warmth really think we would let him go by himself? Does he really think that I would let him go by himself?" "Don't let any of them leave," Warmth said, turning towards the back door of the bridge. People cleared away from his line of sight, giving him a clear and uninterrupted way out. "Double-check them for any weapons. Send them to the brig once you're done. Monitor any communication they have with Fortress." "Will do," Captain Henbard said, clearing his throat. Commander Lyra nodded, and what could only be Warmth's father and mother did not say anything. Instead, a great deal of worry was visible on their faces. Io was the only one that moved towards Warmth as he walked away, catching up to him in a few hurried strides. Race's heart began to beat fast. He didn't know if he would regret what would come next, but what he did know was that he wouldn't let Warmth go alone. He too would be going out into the cold. "I'm coming with you," Race said, starting towards Warmth and Io. Warmth looked back, then nodded, moving even faster towards the back door of the bridge. "And I'm coming with you," Anton's voice boomed from behind as he made his way through the crowd of people. "Someone needs to check the suits properly." Without saying another word, the group of four made it to the back corridor of the bridge, where a pod was already waiting for them. Io had probably called it. Io got on first, then Warmth, then Race, and finally Anton. It tilted slightly before going back to being perfectly level. Surely the pod was having trouble compensating for Anton's bulky mass. Even though the pods were rated at well over a ton of lifting capacity, this human giant had been able to make the wondrous and powerful pod struggle to maintain its perfection. "Do we have a visual?" Warmth asked, flicking open his task manager as the pod accelerated down the corridor. "Not anything that's any good," Io said. "There seems to be interference with the video feeds that are closest to the creature." "Can an Anvilin come out with us?" Warmth asked, looking at Race, then towards Anton. "The Anvilins are rated at minus 98.3 degrees Celsius, Anton said. "Without proper insulation, there's no way the Anvilin will last more than a few minutes at the outside temperature of minus 144 degrees Celsius. The suits are the only thing we ever got a chance to develop properly to handle that kind of temperature. But after the failed attempts..." Warmth nodded. In the first few generations of Fortress, extreme cold-resistant suits had been experimented with. At one point in time, the cold suits were a marvel. Many believed they would be the saviors of Fortress itself. But after the consistent failure of the outside expeditions, the program had been quickly scrapped. No one really knew why the early explorers never made it back to Fortress, but something told Race he was about to find out. The four of them ended up on the upper decks in a little over 2 minutes. Race had never been there, And by the looks of it, neither had Anton or Warmth. Io, on the other hand, looked right at home. Race doubted she had been here either, but thanks to her connection to Fortress, the group knew where to go. They quickly made it to the last deck, the last wall and lock that kept them separated and away from the cold. The inevitability of venturing into the outside world became more real, and Race's heart began to move towards his stomach as nervousness settled in.
Here they are,
Anton said as he pulled out a nearby capsule-like locker. He checked each piece before handing it over to Race and Warmth.
The difference in temperature between you and the outside will be substantial. You'll need to be quick. Run if you can. Don't stay still, because if you do, the ice will start melting underneath you. Who knows how deep it is? Move, move, move. You got that?
Race and Warmth both nodded.
We don't know how much that thing out there weighs,
Anton said, looking at Io, then back at Race and Warmth.
But if it can keep a vent from opening, it must weigh several tons. Hydraulic jacks won't work in the cold. None were developed during the cold suit era. The only tools we have that can remotely help are levers. It's a two-person job at least, and it will require direct contact.
We are too, Race said as he worked on throwing on the various parts of the cold suit.
Aren't we?
Warmth said nothing as he got his suit on. The suit consisted of a one-piece thermal garment that went over their current clothes. On top of the one piece, there were several panel-like body parts that attached accordingly. Attached to each of the panels were liquid vials that circulated a highly concentrated and highly effective version of ethylene glycol, better known as antifreeze. The suit also came with a network of micro-heaters and thermal regulating devices. In total, the suit provided 3.5 inches of thermal protection. It was also heavy, weighing in at 120 pounds. Though compared to the first-ever suits, these newer, third-generation suits were like a feather.
You aren't catching my drift,
Anton said, walking over to the tools bay. Did you miss the part where he said direct contact on purpose? Warmth asked, as he finished tightening up the suit. Io helped him with the backplate. Anton pulled out what had to be a 12-foot lever. It was literally the biggest tool in the tools bay. It didn't look heavy, but nearly nothing ever looked heavy when handled by Anton.
The pivot point is adjustable,
Anton said, as he demonstrated how the lever worked.
It can slide up and down the lever like so. The closer the pivot is to the object you're trying to move, the greater the strength of the lever. But the greater the strength, the greater the downforce, even with this extra snowshoe.
Anton fanned out a larger plate underneath the pivot part.
We don't know the density of the ice in that area, so you'll have to be careful, especially when placing the pivot. You'll have to judge once you're there.
Then Race understood what Anton was saying out loud. This all meant that at the time of placing the pivot, they would be mere inches away from a real Amatharanta. Anton meant literal, direct contact.
We'll see once we're there,
Warmth said.
Perhaps we can make noises and wake it up, get it to move.
Wake up an alien life form, Race complained.
Really, Warmth? How is that any better?
We'll weigh our options, Warmth said. We don't even know if the creature will respond to sound or not. What I do know is that we don't have much time. Warmth flicked open his task manager, then closed it right away.
We have 18 minutes left. We have to go.
Race focused in on Io's face. Her expression was one of pain, of anxiety. He had never seen Anali worry before. Then again, he'd never been around Anali for more than a moment. But amidst all that apprehension, Race saw in Io belief and determination. Her furrowed eyebrows didn't mean just worry. They also meant strength. Race knew she believed they'd be coming back. Even if her belief was forced, in the end, it accomplished the same goal.
I'll be back,
Warmth said, his voice low as he turned towards Io, grabbing the cold suit's helmet. Io didn't say anything. Instead, she only hit him softly on the suit's breastplate twice.
Okay, let's hope for a safe return,
Anton said, standing near the cold lock to the outside world.
Check your gear constantly. Leave nothing to chance. You have over an hour's worth of oxygen in your suit. That's more than enough time. Turn on your comms and leave them on. The switch should be to the right of the helmet, towards where the back of your ear would be. Radio is known to be spotty out there. Don't wait on us for an answer.
Both Race and Warmth threw on their helmets and turned on the comms. The switch was easy enough to find, and it looked like it was the same way for Warmth. "Are you ready?" Warmth asked, walking towards the giant lever. "Let's go," Race said, picking up the lever together with Warmth. To Race's surprise, the giant tool wasn't half as heavy as he expected. "Not bad. Not bad at all." Anton opened the first of the cold locks, and already the change in temperature in the room was visible in the form of condensation. Race and Warmth made their way inside the lock, where the temperature drop was even greater. Race could hear the cold suit ramping up and activating its thermal regulation properties. "When that outer door opens," Anton said as he closed the lock behind them, and his voice switched over to their helmets, "you'll feel a cold blast, stronger and harsher than you have ever felt. It will take your suits a few seconds to adjust, and even still the cold will linger. Don't wait to be comfortable. Trust the suits and move." "Understood," Warmth said without looking back. Race gave a thumbs up with his free hand. "Good luck," Anton said, closing the lock behind them and opening the lock in front of them. At once, and with the force of a falling wind, the cold of the outside world came into the lock. The cold was unforgiving, swarming its way through every inch of their bodies. The icy wind was all present, making Race's body unwilling to go on, but there was too much riding on this one mission. Race and Warmth recoiled at the obvious contempt of the outside world, but instead of backing out, they advanced into the white. The outside world was entirely different than what they could see from the inside out. What they saw from inside a fortress was a wasted, desolate, cold world filled with snowstorms and death. What Race saw now was clarity, calmness, and beauty in its own way. In some spots, clumps of snow formed at the outer perimeters of what Race knew to be Fortress's shield. "It's not at all what I had imagined," Warmth said, looking up at the sky and heading towards the general direction of the obstruction. "We need to hurry. Make sure to steer clear of clusters of snow over our heads. It won't be a pretty picture if one of those falls on us." "Same here," Race said, as they broke into a tandem sprint. The ice beneath them was sturdy, but at the same time it felt mushy and slippery, as if in fact it was melting. For the most part, in the area they were in, Fortress was flat, but mounds of snow and slopes did form as the natural climate of the cold world had its way. They made great progress, sliding down any visible slopes and avoiding any form of climbing. They saw the runner from afar, and they slowed as they got closer. Not much was visible of the creature, as it was covered in snow, but a runner it was, and it was bigger than they had imagined. Suddenly the lever seemed utterly inadequate to move such a thing. Images of runners had circulated before, but they seemed much smaller, almost insignificant, especially when they stampeded over Fortress in the thousands. Before them lay a curled-up beast clearly of this world, white, fur-like leaves covering the majority of its body. Its hind legs were large, larger almost than the rest of its body put together. It had no neck, and its arms were small but ended with sharp claws. Before them was a predator through and through. 9 minutes! Anton's broken voice came in over the comms. It sounded far away and fading. Understood, Ray said, not knowing if they'd be able to hear him or not. We have to do this, and do this now, Warmth said, shifting his feet away from the holes they were making on the ice. Right, Ray said, grabbing the lever from over his shoulder and holding it with both hands. I think we'll need to go for max leverage. Let's slide the pivot as far as it will go. Warmth expertly extended the pivot leg and moved it to the furthest point of the lever. Okay, we'll have to ram into it, Ray said, taking a deep breath. Once we get it deep enough between the runner and the ice, we run back so you can help me pull it down. At the count of 3. Got it. 1, 2, Ray said, thrusting towards the runner at the count of 2. Luckily, Warmth was quick to follow. Warmth's aim and precision were true, and the lever landed right where it needed to be, between the runner and the icy ground. How was that 3? Warmth moved towards Race, hands up, ready to pull down on the lever. How was that 3? What part of that was 3? That's what I meant. I meant 2. Are you ready to pull down? I don't know, am I? We'll pull on 3. Do you mean 2 or 3? Which is it? Or are you just going to go whenever you feel like it? I mean 3.
This time is 3. Sorry, I was nervous, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Race pulled with all his might, and by the looks of it, Warmth did as well, but the lever and the creature before them did not budge.
Again!
Race said, repositioning himself to the furthest possible place on the lever.
1, 2, 3. Pull harder! Pull as hard as you can! That's what I am doing! Pull as hard as you can! I'm doing it! I'm doing it!
Again they pulled, but to no avail. Nothing moved except for the ice underneath the pivot, which began to break. They both let go of the lever, panting.
7 minutes.
Anton's voice crackled over the comms.
What now?
Race asked, catching his breath.
I don't know,
Warmth said as he too caught his breath.
Seemed like it moved zilch. Do you think it's alive? Can we wake it up?
Race stood still, observing the beast in front of them, and it didn't take him long to see that it was breathing. Its body compressed and decompressed in a steady rhythm.
Yep, it's alive,
Warmth said.
Are you really thinking of waking it up? Haven't you seen that thing? It looks like it could tear us to pieces in a few seconds. Yep, we're waking it up,
Warmth said, running up to the beast and kicking it several times.
This can't be happening,
Race said, as he too began to kick as hard as he could. But the sleeping giant did not budge, and before they knew it, they were out of breath and out of kicks. Exerting force in this cold environment took more out of Race than he could have imagined.
5 minutes.
Anton's voice crackled over the comms.
What now?
Race asked, leaning against the creature and catching his breath.
We have to keep trying,
Warmth said as he walked back towards the lever.
I have an idea, but I need your help. What are we doing?
Race asked, but the answer became obvious as Warmth attempted to raise the lever over his head.
Help me balance this,
Warmth said, struggling as the lever extended nearly 12 feet above his head.
What do you think? Face or tail? Tail,
Race said, taking a good look at the runner.
No, face! It's gotta be face! Get ready to run once we drop it,
Warmth said as he tilted slightly, aiming the lever towards the runner's head.
Are you sure about this?
Race asked as he held up the increasingly unstable lever.
We do call these things runners, and I'm fairly sure this one here can outrun us by quite a lot. We'll do it on 2, just to make sure we don't screw up. If you can, push down on it as we let go. I can do 3. We need to get this right. It could be our last chance. We'll do it on 2. Are you ready? Let's go!
They both counted to 2 and released, as well as pushed down on the lever as it fell right on the runner's head. The runner shuddered and began to shuffle in place. Neither Race nor Warmth broke into a run. Instead, both stood in place, watching the creature rear up and rise to its full height. The now stranger still creature shook the mound of snow off its body and began to look around. This strange creature was both majestic and terrifying. It wasn't long before it spotted Race and Warmth standing there, fixing its almost glowing blue alien eyes on them.
Can we still run?
Race whispered.
I think it's a little too late for that. Stay still.
The runner looked at both steadily, not advancing towards them, but also not backing down. A mere moment later, it let out an otherworldly metallic screech, freezing all the moisture particles around them. The blast of added cold was absolute. It was the coldest he had ever felt in his lifetime. The shutdowns didn't come close. Race didn't know if he could still move, if he could still breathe, and he did not dare to do so. He felt as if his body had frozen in place. The creature looked around once more, then broke into a run, bolting away from them.
I guess we did it.
Warmth's low voice came through the failing comms.
But I guess this will also be the last thing we do. At least we did it, you know. Fortress will live.
Race knew why Warmth spoke so grimly. Their suits were failing. Fading warning signs of declining temperatures appeared all over Race's helmet. He tried to answer Warmth, but the cold was too overpowering, taking full control of his body. It was a sad thought, really, that in the end he wouldn't be able to utter a word, and instead would only feel the unforgiving cold. Just as Race dared to take his last breath, he sensed a rhythmic thrum heading towards them. Before he knew it, he was being carried away rapidly. Glimpses of the perfectly still sky flickered in and out of his vision as the world around him turned black. Race awoke to burning bright lights, and, to his surprise, he wasn't cold. Warmth was next to him, already in a clean and crisp officer's suit. "Take it easy," Warmth said from a seat next to Race's bed. "You were out for quite some time. I think the cold hit you a lot harder than it did me." "Where am I?" Race asked, attempting to get up but failing to do so. "What happened? The last thing I remember was—" "Medical bay," Warmth said, handing over the remote for the medical bed. "The ambulance came for us. We got in just in time before the hypothermia and frostbite set in. The cold suits did remarkably well, even after they failed." "What? How?" Race said, adjusting his bed to a semi-sitting position. "I thought the ambulance were not rated for the cold of the outside." "They're not. We lost 5 of them. They're still out there, spread out where they relayed us after each one of them broke, though I imagine that they're already covered in snow." "Warmth, the cold came out of that creature. It weakened our cold suits." "No, not weakened. It broke our cold suits." "I know. It's the same reason why Fortress gets so awfully cold during shutdowns. My guess is that these creatures' voices disturb the natural state of alloys, expanding them to let the cold through. It must be how they communicate." Io also thinks the same, though she added a couple of nuances to their behavior. "Like what?" "She thinks the runners move in herds. This one got left behind, or more like got trampled. And despite what we saw, we aren't prey. We are completely alien to them. Their interest in us is 0. Race nodded, and quiet filled the room. The truth was that he didn't know what to do with the information Warmth was giving him. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Or just a thing? Knowing Warmth, it all had to mean something. So he went for the most obvious and basic of the questions. He didn't have to have any form of pride amongst friends. "And what does that mean?" Race asked, managing not to redden. "It means several things, but there are a few that stand out. If the runners are a herd, moving to and from somewhere, we need to find out why. If we aren't prey, we need to find out what is, and what hunts them, if anything. But most importantly, it means the shutdowns weren't because of them. We cannot find any reason why the lineage ordered the shutdowns. And if not for them, why shut down? Of course, they don't want to tell us. They are only telling us that if we stop the shutdowns, the end will come. But as of right now, there will be no more shutdowns." "No more? And Captain Henbard agreed?" "Everyone agreed. Everyone apart from the lineage. But we'll deal with them later. We're still trying to figure out our next steps. Which you're in charge of." "Me? In charge of?" "Don't sound so surprised. You're at Blackwaters. You, along with every weapons specialist on Fortress, have been reassigned. If Fortress does indeed have a way of defending itself, we need to know about it. Better said, we need it working. All areas are accessible now, so get better soon. The faster we get to this, the more prepared we'll be." Race nodded, processing the mound of information Warmth had given him. So many questions whirled up in his mind, but also a peace that he hadn't felt in years. He would finally get to do what he was meant to do. "What do you mean by in charge?" Race asked, not daring to assume that for once life had recognized him. "In charge as in charge," Warmth said, getting up from his seat, holding back a smile. "The head honcho. It might have helped if I had said that you've also been moved up in rank. You know, to match your new position. Lieutenant." Did he just use the word lieutenant in reference to me? How did Warmth manage all of this? Who is he really? There's clearly a major memo I missed about this guy. "Get better soon," Warmth said as he walked out. "We need you as soon as possible. Look at your task manager for all the details." Race didn't know what to say, or if he should say something, but words failed in comparison to the joy he felt knowing that the shutdowns were over. once and for all.
10. Oppressors. Captain Cinder Jegga pleaded with the rest of the captains in the fleet to get behind her wing. The arrogance of so many battles won by Isaf led them to believe that this, too, was a battle they could easily win. Oh, how wrong they were.
Warmth knew that nothing ever came that easy, but what he didn't know was what awaited him next. Every possible outcome played out inside his head, every inkling, every idea of what could possibly go wrong, and yet something told him he'd be wrong. Knowing what would come next, knowing the future, now that was a trick worth knowing. Such a thing was impossible to know, and he understood there wasn't a way to look into the future. At least nothing in his known reality. Stories of old Earth fortune-tellers popped into his head as he walked down the corridor towards the bridge. If it were only that easy, he thought, brushing aside the silly stories. What is it that they aren't telling us, and why? There was too much information missing, too many unknowns. The bridge had gained access to all restricted areas of Fortress, those areas the lineage had control over. A warehouse filled with crates, a weapons bay, engine rooms, hundreds, if not thousands, of new quarters. Survey groups had already been deployed to Fortress's new but old additions. Io was leading one of those groups into the warehouses, and once Race was ready, he would join those in the weapons bay. They had gained access to all but the golden room at the very top of Fortress. Warmth wasn't a part of any of those groups, and he felt no desire to know. He knew that the findings would eventually come his way. For now, he was on his own. Warmth had tried to talk to the lineage several times already since getting back from the cold. Still, the lineage wouldn't budge. Each time they were more aggressive, more adamant about the end of Fortress, and yet each time tiny bits of missing information slipped out. There was indeed something they were hiding, and revealing it would mean the end for them, surely. But not for Fortress. Something deep inside Warmth's thoughts told him that whatever they were hiding it for their own benefit. Since the fall of the lineage, things had been rather strange for Warmth. His task manager ceased to have any daily tasks, and he got almost instantaneous permission to do anything he wanted. No, not permission. Encouragement. Captain Henbard and Father were still barking orders, but not at him. Commander Lyra, Warmth's CO, also didn't have anything for him. Even Anton, running a 24-hour shift to try and keep Water Main 2 functioning, refused Warmth's help. Anton had stated that Warmth had bigger things to do, but what those things were was beyond Warmth at the moment. He was functioning outside the chain of command. The only thing that Warmth had, the only thing that still burned with the same intensity, if not strengthening each day, was Io. For that he was grateful. Io was Warmth's stronghold, the one he could talk to without holding back, sharing his deepest, most unfiltered thoughts. He had already talked to her about the current situation, to which she had replied, "That's because you no longer belong. You literally broke the chain of command, and they allowed it. They all moved so you could do just that. Even the lineage gave up. People don't give up just like that unless they see no way out. They haven't seen a way out in years. They are tired, Warmth. They don't know what else to do. You gave them a way out, and now you must command." At the time, Io's words had sent Warmth into a spiral of thoughts filled with questions and disbelief. If the non-existent tasks on his task manager served as any indication, he would have all the time he needed to think the problem through later. Also, later, he and Io would have some time together. He looked forward to that. But now other things were at hand. Warmth needed to find out what the lineage were truly hiding. He had tried everything he could think of, every interrogation tactic, reverse psychology, plain psychology, even rapport building to get it out of them. All to no avail. There were still two things he hadn't tried: torture, and simply not trying. Torture had been one of the darker parts of old Earth in the 20th century and prior, used commonly and extensively to extract information. At the time, it was considered an easy way to get information in an expedited way, with little cost to those administering it. But history would remember, and it wouldn't be kind to those who forced pain and suffering on others. Forever they and their families' heritage would be marked as working against humanity. Torture was now regarded as one of the lowest lows. Warmth wouldn't bring back that brutal old-world practice. He would never stoop that low. Deceit, on the other hand, that he could do, and he could do it without telling a single lie. They are clearly scared, Warmth thought, heading towards the brig, where they kept the lineage. 1. They think something will immediately happen once they tell us, but only to them. 2. They don't think anything will happen if they talk or pass down the information to one of their own. Something tells me that whatever it is that they are hiding got us here in the first place. The 2 guards at the entrance of the brig saluted Warmth once he neared. At ease, Warmth said, saluting back and stepping right in. The ex-leader of the lineage of generals, Groll, was being held apart from the rest in one of the first cells. Got more of those questions? Groll asked without looking up, slouching on the cell's bed. You already know that you won't get any answers. It won't work. Go and live out your last few days the way you want to. The end is near. Why do you want this for the lineage? Warmth asked, stopping just an arm's length away from the cell's clear wall. Why do you want the end to come? We want no such thing, Groll snapped angrily. Our way is the only way to survive this heaven-forsaken planet. For years we have kept the balance between this planet and us. Now you will destroy that balance altogether. You fear telling us, and yet you don't fear telling the new members of the lineage. Fortress has survived because of us. You will not last during the tremors if you keep refusing to impose a shutdown. Help me understand, Warmth said, his voice calm. If the end is near, and according to you, it will be in only a few days, why not tell us? A few days is better than now, Groll said, backing down, returning to his wilted position. I am not ready. We are not ready for what will happen. But the end will come regardless, right? It is the way the end will come that matters. One is much worse than the other. So, there are 2 possible outcomes, Warmth thought. Which happens depends solely on the lineage telling us what they know. What kind of end could be worse than another? The end is the end, and it wouldn't matter that much how it happens if it leads to the same place. Is there much more suffering involved in one versus the other? So, there are 2 options, Warmth said, crossing his right arm while using his left to rub his chin. Before ending the shutdowns, there was a 3rd option that could go on indefinitely as long as Fortress stayed afloat. The 2 options that are left will both result in the end, one possibility being worse than the other, but only for the lineage. Groll didn't say anything, but Warmth saw a feeble attempt to nod. Warmth now had everything he needed to start getting the truth a different way. When met with false presumptions, Groll reacted with anger. When met with the obvious truth, he barely reacted. But when met with the things they were hiding, he moved away from it. And this is like a pact, Warmth said, taking a huge leap now that he had an idea how Groll reacted to varying types of information. He started to pace from one side of the cell to the other. The early generations of Fortress made the pact, but with who? Don't end the shutdowns, Groll said, his cracked voice barely audible. You know, Warmth said, stopping at the center of the glass. I've had this playing in my head for a long time now. If there were 23 different alien civilizations throughout the known galaxy, where are they? Fortress can still survive. You have access to the warehouses. There are raw materials there, thousands upon thousands of them. Another hit, Warmth thought. I am heading in the right direction. Why are we, so very alone? We didn't come here to explore. We didn't come here to terraform. Sodden law states that humanity will not terraform any inhabited planet. This planet is clearly inhabited. There's no equipment to back up that either. We didn't crash land. If so, we would have been rescued long ago. That can only mean that either something went terribly wrong in our exploration of the galaxy, or we are exiled here, or both.
We can make you all part of the lineage. We can break tradition.
Another hit, Warmth thought, but this time the information received was less than welcome. His stomach dropped lower. This is bad. This is all wrong. All extremely wrong. We aren't simply lost on this planet. We are being kept here against our will. This planet is our prison. But why? Even though he asked the question, he knew he wouldn't get an answer. No, he didn't need an answer. Whoever their oppressors were, they would eventually show themselves, and their reasons would come to the surface. He was done dealing with the lineage. Now he had to prepare. Good luck, Gruul, Warmth said, trying to keep his feelings in check. He was angry, more than angry at the lineage. He then understood on a deeper level why the clear, nearly indestructible glass separated them. Part of the reason was to keep Gruul in, but the other part was to keep him out. The lineage had betrayed humanity for generations, putting their own lives ahead of the rest.
You have all been cowards, all this time. I will not try to change that anymore. I'll let you die a coward. You figured it out, Gruul said, locking eyes with Warmth for the first time. Haven't you?
Good luck, Warmth said as he walked away.
Our way is the only way,
Gruul yelled after Warmth.
There's nothing else outside the lineage!
Warmth didn't look back. Instead, he let go of his anger and his fear, and filled himself up with a new-found purpose. He would protect Fortress from what was to come. All roads had led to this moment. Suddenly, all those books he had read, the sleepless nights, all the training he'd received from Father, Mother, and Fortress's best, came together seamlessly, and all at once. He pulled up his task manager and called for a meeting with those he thought of as the new heads of Fortress. He scrolled down the list of names, choosing the most senior in rank. The meeting would not wait, could not wait. Everyone was to stop what they were doing and make their way to the bridge. If by doing so he was breaking rank or any form of the newly established hierarchy, so be it. Warmth explained what he had discovered and how he had come to the abysmal conclusion of the lineage's betrayal of humanity. There was only silence on the bridge amongst the 20 people gathered there. Everyone was there. Io, Father, Mother, Commander Lyra, Captain Henbard, Anton, chiefs of all levels, the Gnarly elders, even Race, though he was still in a wheelchair. Whether they knew it or not, and whether they liked it or not, these 20 people were the new heads of Fortress, and its only chance for survival. More than half of the people now on the bridge were here for the first time. Some sat, others leaned against machinery and pillars, but the majority simply stood in a circle around Warmth.
Oppressors?
Chief Aldana from the 3rd level asked.
How can you be certain? What if we're just stranded here as part of a failed exploration? The old rules couldn't always be followed, right?
No, Captain Henbard spoke up. They were followed. When it came to exploring the stars, they took the rules seriously. Any deviation could lead to disaster.
Plus, Mother said, terraformers wouldn't work outside the pre-selected and heavily vetted planets. Aside from having activation-specific parameters, such as coordinates and the fleet's orbital alignments, each terraformer was built for the specific planet it would terraform. No planet with life would have been approved. Deviating from the Prime Directive wouldn't work. Where are our oppressors now?
Enexa, one of the Gnarly elders, said. She was one of the few who sat, but still everyone turned to face her.
Surely I cannot be the only one thinking that. In all the generations of Gnarly, there has never been contact from anything outside of Fortress.
The system's computer. Your recording of history, Warmth said. It's perfect, right?
As perfect as we can manage,
Enexa said, her voice calm.
There are a few seconds missing here and there, but that hardly suggests a communication effort.
No, that's not where I'm going with this, Warmth said.
Instead, I want everyone here to tell us, why are we here?
It's one of the oldest questions we've asked ourselves, and yet no one has an answer. Not even the Nali, with their perfect recording of events. Whatever got us here was thoroughly erased and kept away from us, including what was inside our own heads. Consider the room at the very top of Fortress. We don't know anything about it, and yet it's there. Even the lineage had no access to it. They seem not to care about it, or better said, not to think about it. What Warmth is saying is true, Commander Lyra said. Even though there is no solid evidence to back it, Oppressors are the only logical conclusion. I too arrived at this conclusion based on the conversation between him and General Grohl. At this point, Warmth said, I'm not sure if the lineage know or not. It's hard to tell. But what I do know is that we should prepare for all possible scenarios. What will happen when we don't shut down is beyond me. We've been warned, and it would be foolish of us not to heed the warning. Who knows, maybe nothing will happen. But if it does, we need to be ready for it.
So, what is the plan? Captain Henbard asked. I'm assuming you have a plan.
That's why we're here, sir, Warmth said, pulling his arms out slightly. Even though he wanted to have all the answers, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he was remotely close. Warmth knew how to rely on others and on what they did best. Fortress was filled with some of the brightest and most talented minds. It was time to put them to use. We need to prepare as if the tremors will happen within the hour. We don't know what will happen when we don't shut everything down. We don't know if it will get colder. If it will get colder if we don't shut down, Chief Aldana said, wedging her way in. Out of everything that could happen, that doesn't seem likely. Warmth pulled up his task manager and made the report of his recent expedition into the unforgiving outside world public. Check your task managers, Warmth said. Under Expedition 1, you will find a detailed report of our most recent expedition to the outside world. We made contact, and what we found was that the creatures that inhabit this planet spew out cold. Almost instantly, it wrecked our cold suits and rendered us inert. We don't know if Fortress's shields will deflect life from coming in. We don't know if it will affect our current thermal units, and if they will be enough. We might still lose power, or we might not. There's too much we don't know. I suggest we pack and stay packed. Stay prepared for the cold. Reinforce what we can. Many around the room nodded. Most importantly, Warmth said as he looked for Race in the crowd, we need to find out if Fortress can defend itself. We need to know everything we can about the weapons bay. I want to know why it was made in the first place. I'm heading there, Race said. As soon as we're done here. Good, Warmth said. The more thorough you can be, the better. Are there any questions? The room stood in silence, dread of what was to come showing in their faces.
Just one,
Captain Henbard said, walking up to Warmth.
Though it's not a question per se. In all my years of captain, I have accomplished a whole lot of nothing. What follows that, on the other hand, will be something I will be proud of, and it might be my greatest accomplishment. I am glad that my old brain can recognize such a thing.
He removed the winged star pin from the left side of his chest and handed it to Warmth.
I hereby move you up in rank. You're now in command of Fortress. This might not be the way things are done, but I expect everyone to respect this decision. You're the captain now. You'll decide which way to steer this lifeboat of ours.
I can't take this, sir, Warmth said, looking down at the winged star in the palm of his hand. I'm still years away. I also can't take control of Fortress. The hierarchy is well established.
Don't worry about that,
Henbard said.
I'll help you tie up all the loose ends. I won't be going anywhere.
The only thing that has changed is who makes the final decision.
And as far as I can tell, you are already in command. Congratulations, son. I only ask that you get us out of this one alive.
The room stood silent, waiting for Warmth's next words. Warmth knew that one way or another he could convince people and influence the coming events in their favor. He'd been doing so up to this point. But he never expected this. He never expected to take command. He looked around the room, and not one person was in disagreement. He knew it was because not one of them wanted the job or the responsibility that came with the title. But Warmth took it in his stride. He was good at this. No, he was made for this. So, he took one last look around the room to find Io. It didn't take him long. For Warmth, she stood out amongst the rest, ever beautiful, ever his, and he ever hers. Her expression was one of surprise and expectancy, her eyes wide and fully open, and she smiled broadly while nodding ever so slightly. That was all Warmth needed to take on the position. "Sir," Warmth said, pinning the pin to the left side of his chest, right above the 7 rectangles. "It'll be my honor to get us through this." "Alive, I hope," Henbard said, his moustache twitching, putting his hand on Warmth's shoulder. Warmth nodded, and so the planning began. The task at hand was simple. In the coming weeks, days, hours, or minutes before the next set of tremors, they would find out everything they could about their designated sections in the form of defense. Instead of simply surviving, they would find out how to defend themselves against any possible threat, either from the inhabitant runners or any oppressors.
11. Death Knell. Without warning, the small enemy ship began firing on the entire fleet. Captain Cinder Jegga had never seen this amount of firepower come from out of a single ship. Within seconds, the first of the fleet's ships began to fall. It was no surprise that everyone that managed to survive from the fallen ships belonged to the lineage, though by then, all laughter had stopped.
In the same way they had gained access to previously closed areas within the mammoth structure, vast machinery also opened up to them. Machinery that fed the plethora of weapons and shields of Fortress. New command posts and programs, new plans and specifics were now at their fingertips. The lineage of generals had hidden a lot from them, a cover-up on a massive scale to attempt to hide what Fortress really was. Fortress, now more than ever, was living up to its name. The only thing they had to do now was understand what was in front of them. Warmth could tell that wouldn't be an easy task. They had lost years, centuries of understanding. Fortress was humming with activity. Everyone that had a role in the new team of leaders was busy combing through everything the lineage had hidden from them. Those who were not part of the team were busy preparing for the already sung doomsday. Days passed like this, with discovery after discovery, but none got them closer to the truth. Their history itself was still buried somewhere in the centuries of deceit. For the first time ever, Warmth stared at Fortress's shields through an extended version of his task manager. This was a new view unlocked to him after taking over the lineage's controls. Before this, only hand-drawn images of what Fortress looked like were available to them. Now he could see every side of the mammoth structure. He was at the bridge, still trying to get used to his new position. Few words could describe what Warmth was seeing, but the shields, like the structure itself, were massive, wrapping Fortress like a glove in 7 different sections. The control of the shields was live, though locked still, even for him as the highest-ranking person in Fortress. For the shields, such things as rank didn't seem to matter. More than control over the shields, which were currently running at 0.0005% capacity, 2 other things were bothering him. The first was how the shields fully engulfed Fortress, even though its underbody, the area between the planet's own bedrock and structures, was hardened alloy. The shields were not strong enough to keep the snow from mostly falling, and the effects on the bedrock would be negligible. Which brought Warmth to the first question. Why put a shield down there in the first place? The second thing on Warmth's mind was the full shape of Fortress. He'd seen this kind of shape before, but not anywhere on Earth or any fortified structure. He'd seen this shape in space. Fortress, as it now stood, resembled a starship, with its elongated box shape, bevel and steep corners at different points. It was hard to tell, as the image being formed by the many millions of outer sensors was too general to separate Fortress and the bedrock. Where thrusters would have been, it was only encrusted rock. Even still, the shape didn't make sense, which brought warmth to his second question. Was Fortress a crash landing? He almost dared not ask it, for any result would have grave consequences of its own. It could also be that I'm only finding shapes where there aren't any. This might be a simple coincidence. For all we know, this is the way fortified structures were created. Maybe it was created especially for this planet. Maybe it's the only kind of structure that can withstand this planet. But that still doesn't explain the shields. Why put a shield underneath us? I need more time with this, and more importantly, I need to gain access to the full set of controls. Warmth placed his hands on each side of the task manager. The locked controls underneath his hands fit perfectly. They were automatically, ergonomically placed. Each one of his fingertips had control over a different locked function. What those functions were was unknown, as each one of the titles displayed a classified marking.
Warmth,
Io's voice came through the task manager.
is this a good time?
Io was the only person in Fortress that did not have to ring up Warmth's task manager. She had direct and unfiltered access. Warmth had the perk with her too, and he rather enjoyed being able to communicate with her as if she was always next to him. I'm not getting anywhere in particular, Warmth said. So yeah, go ahead.
I think I found something important. You might want to look. I already called Race here, and Anton said he would come as soon as he could. But you might want to take a look too.
What is it?
I'll show you.
A third screen opened up in Warmth's task manager, showing the area of the newly found warehouse Io was in. She was surrounded by a group of people still opening up crates. She waved at the surveillance camera and then moved over to one of the already open crates. Sizable cylinders, easily the size of a human hand, lined the crate. What is that? Warmth asked, sitting up straighter.
Does it have markings? Sure does. These are hells,
Io said, pointing at a label that was too blurry to see from the camera distance.
It stands for Hypersonic Exploiting Large Landing Shells. There are at least 200 of these same crates. They are ammunition. And that's not all. Look here.
Io moved to a different crate a few crates down from the one she was looking at, switching to a different camera. This time, Warmth's view of her was much closer, and this time the cylinders were much larger, but somewhat shorter, the size of barrels.
These are wreckers, munition with capital E and R. The E and R stand for Energized Railgun. And that's not all, not by far. Each type of munition we found comes with its own specialized loaders, though we haven't been able to turn those on.
Warmth's view in his task manager zoomed out to encompass the thousands upon thousands of crates.
This whole warehouse is basically a giant munitions holding. We found at least 10 different types of munitions thus far, and a plethora of raw materials.
Warmth didn't know what to think of the situation. On the one hand, he was glad that there was more to Fortress other than a giant structure in the middle of the cold. But on the other hand, there was always that nagging question. Why? Warmth didn't want to miss anything that could be important, but he found himself hesitating, trying to understand the lineage's reasoning behind hiding all of this. He knew hesitating could cost lives. He'd seen it all too often throughout the many hundreds of shutdowns. Like purposely inflicting a wound, Warmth decided to leave the lineage and all their possible reasoning behind. They had betrayed humanity. That was the only explanation he would give himself from here on out. He'd no longer hesitate, trying to understand. He only hoped the answers to the questions he was asking came in due time, and that he'd be ready for it.
Have a list ready for Race once he gets there, Warmth said. Have him pair up everything he can. If any of the dormant artillery matches with any of that munition, I want to know. You got it,
Io said, changing Warmth's view back to a front-facing camera.
It might take us a while, but I think we can manage. We don't need to know everything. We only need to know the gist of it. It's been 8 days since the last shutdown. The possibility of more tremors happening is only getting higher. I need everyone to be ready for them at any time. We'll try to speed it up,
Io said, turning to her left.
Race is here. I'll talk with you after.
Warmth nodded, and with that, the third window on his task manager closed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Henbard approaching. He stood up to greet the ex-captain. Henbard saluted, and Warmth saluted back, but couldn't help but feel awkward about the situation. "Captain," Henbard said. "Captain," Warmth said. "At ease. What brings you to this side of town?" "You know," Henbard said, "there's only one captain now, and that's you. I hope you're making the most out of your title." Making the most out of it wouldn't really be words of my choosing to describe the situation I'm in. I know it can be a pain, a rather large pain at that. Anyway, I came here by recommendation of Commander Lyra. She mentioned that you wanted to see me. "That I do," Warmth said, starting towards the frozen view screen on the bridge. Hardly anything was visible, and what was visible blended oh so easily with the endless grey. "I need to borrow a little of your wisdom. I'd be a fool to think I could do this alone." "I'm all ears," Henbard said, falling in step next to Warmth. "We've prepped as much as we can. All levels are ready. You know the plan, right?" The new non-shutdown plan was simple enough. At the first sign of the tremors, the alarm would go off as per usual, but the power would remain on. Everyone was to report to their usual gathering places around the heaters. Heaters and supplies would be at the ready. The only difference was that there would be a full crew on the bridge, as well as 3 of the lineage ex-generals. The rest of the lineage and cronies would be held in the general gathering area on level 3. Even though the lineage had betrayed humanity, Warmth wouldn't betray his humanity. In case of a necessary shutdown, the lineage wouldn't freeze to death in the brig. The bridge had been the only area retrofitted with heaters just in case of the cold. "I believe everyone in Fortress, including me, knows the plan," Henbard said. "Though I think it's safe to say that many don't agree with your mercy with the lineage." "What do you think of that?" Warmth said, stopping an arm's length away from the view screen. "I only see courage. You're willing to do the right thing, even though they surely don't deserve it. In the long run, it will be a chip off your conscience. If you go take a look at the lineage now, they are damn near insane. Everything they've done is coming back to haunt them. Even I don't sleep well at night knowing I've followed their orders." Others also think that it's a mistake having Graal and 2 others here with us during our first non-shutdown. I must admit, that is a harder pill to swallow. I'm 50-50 on that. As I said just now, they're pretty much insane at this point. As much insight as they can give us on the situation at hand, the yelling alone is going to be a huge distraction. I need to hear what they have to say. The good, the bad, and the nonsense. There might be something huge they aren't telling us, and our survival may depend on it, non-shutdown or not. Do you know something we don't know? Perhaps just old stories from Earth, but that's not what I wanted to ask you. Okay, go on, Henbard said, crossing his arms behind his back. When it happens, Warmth said, closing his eyes for a moment. How much can I rely on people following orders? You can reasonably expect for them to follow orders, but they aren't blind to this world's cruelty. You must never expect them to choose an order over survival. This world of ours has been cruel in many ways. There's little to fight for. We haven't known the joy of normal for a long time. There may be those who defect, those who cease to believe and would rather spend their last moments alive doing something self-serving. You'll need to be ready for any and all possibilities. Though, if salvation truly is with you, then they will follow. Let them see what you see. Let them feel what you feel. Out of the corner of his eye, Warmth saw a large swathe of the grey shifting. He turned his head in order to better focus on what he thought he saw. There it was again, a large, far-away, snow-blanketed wave shifting in the distance. He tried to wipe the view screen, but the image didn't improve. What is that? Henbard asked. Just as Warmth was about to answer, his task manager popped into view. It was red, and it was Io with a message for him. Warmth flicked open the task manager. It's happening, Io said hurriedly on the other side. The first of the runners has been spotted. Let's follow the plan. Get to the bridge as soon as you can. Io nodded and closed her task manager, leaving Warmth's still open. Can I count on you to bring Graal and the 2 other generals to the bridge? Warmth asked, facing Henbard. You can, Henbard confirmed, though I don't know exactly which ones you want up here. Any of them will do. Make sure they're fully restrained. Bring a couple of guards with you. Henbard nodded in agreement and set towards one of the bridge's exits. Here goes nothing, Warmth thought, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. Or rather, here goes everything. All that we've ever known will either continue to exist or disappear. Attention! Warmth said, opening a broad communication to all of Fortress. This is your captain speaking. In a few seconds, you'll begin to feel the first of the tremors. What you won't be feeling, for better or for worse, is the shutdown. We will go through with our plan and hope for the best. Hope is the only thing we can do, as we've already prepared for the worst. All able people head to your designated areas immediately. If you have a CO or a group leader, follow their orders. Let's all get through this one alive. Alarms blared and the bridge roared to life. Task managers opened everywhere as everyone followed their piece of the plan. Orders were given and followed as they braced for the unknown. Race, tell me you have good news, Warmth said, opening a new window. I have good news, but I really don't. We matched a few of the munitions to Fortress's artillery, but we weren't able to make their respective loaders move. I have ambulins coming to help us move the crates. I'm trying to initiate one of these weapons, but it's all locked. Keep trying, Warmth said, putting his hand over the window, getting ready to close it. If anything changes, let me know immediately. The intensity of the tremors grew ever stronger as the swathe of seemingly shifting land made its approach towards the mammoth structure. Warmth had a hard time believing what he now clearly saw. There had to be hundreds of thousands of runners making their way through the grey. They were fast, eating up ground at a disgusting rate. It would be only 1 to 2 minutes before the runners were right over Fortress. Silenced alarms and warnings appeared on Warmth's task manager, urging for the shutdown. Captain Henbard had warned Warmth about the alarms prior to the shutdown. Warmth took it upon himself to silence them all. Indigenous life at 600 meters. Shutdown required. Attention! Indigenous life at 500 meters. Shutdown required. Warning! Indigenous life at 400 meters. Shutdown required. Warning! Indigenous life at 300 meters. Shutdown required. Action required. Danger! Indigenous life at 200 meters. Shutdown required. Action required. Danger! Contact imminent. Initiate mandatory shutdown or forfeit. One by one, each of the alarms disappeared as each triggering event came to pass. Warmth braced for impact, though it never came. The tremors intensified as the runners approached, forking at Fortress's second level that rose above the grey. Warmth had felt this same kind of shaking before, but this time it was without the life-killing cold. There was a loud ruckus coming from outside the hall that led to the bridge. Warmth whirled to look. "What have you done?" Groll cried out loud as he was dragged into the bridge by 3 of the guards. "You've just caused the end of all of us!" one of the other 2 generals said. Warmth stared at Groll, trying to figure out if he had missed something. Clearly nothing was happening, nothing noteworthy. The tremors were still happening, and the temperature was in fact dropping, but it was nothing compared to how it was before. Why would this cause the end? "You can still change your mind about them," Henbard said. "No, I need them here," Warmth said. "We'll talk to them once all of this is over." "Very well," Henbard said, gesturing for the guards to move the generals over to one side of the bridge. The generals refused to move and fought back against the guards. Henbard sighed, and he too joined the efforts of the guards, but to no avail. As the struggle intensified and Warmth started towards them, Anton walked into the bridge. "Seems like these 3 are a little naive in thinking they can still do what they want," Anton said, grabbing 2 of the generals with his left hand and Groll with his right. The remnants of the lineage attempted to struggle, but against Anton, it was like trying to bend steel with paper. "Where do you want them?" Catching his breath, Henbard pointed. Anton nodded and began dragging the lineage as if they were rag dolls. Io then walked into the bridge, looked around for a moment, and went straight for Warmth. "All seems normal," Io said, her voice betraying a tinge of doubt. "I mean, aside from whatever is happening over there." She pointed at Anton, dragging the lineage to one of the cubbies in the bridge. "That can't be helped, I think," Warmth said with unease. Something was bothering him. Something Grohl had said had triggered a sense of urgency to look for something he had missed.
I can see why you would want them here,
Io said.
yelling and all.
Has Race made any progress?
He's still trying to figure out the weapons system. He's figured out several different interfaces, but everything is still locked.
Io paused to look at Warmth.
Hey, are you okay?
A million different thoughts bounced around Warmth's head with a million possible answers. But there was only one true answer. There had only been one true answer. Within those million thoughts, Warmth saw in his mind's eye the simple yet unobtrusive word he had overlooked. Forfeit. By not shutting down, they had forfeited whatever rules, whatever contract they had in place.
It said forfeit,
Warmth said, coming to a realization.
Warmth, what's happening?
Io said, confused, but she too seemed to be aware of something new.
What does this mean? I'm no longer connected to Fortress.
Warmth's task manager turned from blue to green, with two simple messages on it. System rebooting. Back online in 450 seconds. Whatever will happen, Warmth said, showing his task manager to Io. Whatever they're afraid of, it will happen now. There was a crackling sound far off, trailed by thunder in the sky visible through the view screen. A few seconds later, they felt it. A large thump on the bridge's ceiling, followed by a smouldering, increasingly red circle nearly 3 meters in diameter. It was perfectly round, with machine-like precision. Molten metal dripped to the floor as the burning hot circle was completed. Loud screeching sounds came from the ceiling, and the circle shifted. Several thick pieces of the many layers that composed the bridge's roof fell into a pile with a loud crack. The newly formed pile was almost as tall as Warmth. Strong fumes poured down from the recently formed opening in the ceiling. All around the room, everyone gawked at the still smouldering edges of the circle. "Stay alert!" Warmth yelled. The room snapped to attention, and all was silent for a few moments. Even the generals said nothing. Cracking and scratching sounds came from the still cooling metal, and there was something else, not from the cooling metal itself, but from the hole in the ceiling, a sort of rustling making its way down. Then, all at once, a creature fell through the hole, landing on top of the pile of ceiling with a muffled, barely audible thump. The creature was large, and should have landed a lot harder and caused a louder noise, but it seemed to be in perfect control of its body. The creature was light grey, with a bulky torso, but slim limbs, including its tail and head. Its arms were larger than its 2 pairs of legs, and its tail was twice as long as its body. There were no visible eyes or mouth, ears or nostrils. Yet Warmth was sure that he could see an expression. Its torso was covered in some kind of armour or suit, but the rest of the limbs were exposed. 2 orbs the size of shoes floated behind its back. It stood up straight, then looked around the room, turning in the direction of the generals.
"What have you done, Warmth?"
Growl yelled with clear desperation.
"What have you done?"
The creature's silky skin rippled, fully pinpointing Growl. Warmth gestured for calm, slowly raising his opened hands. The creature extended its left arm towards Growl, semi-forming a palm and webbed fingers. Its arm was filled with veins, but instead of flowing and curving like rivers, they looked like a circuit board or wired connections. From what seemed to be a wrist, a metal orb protruded, then began to hover just above its palm. The small orb opened itself up and began to vibrate.
"I am Prokata Heisenjak of Benzai."
The creature spoke in its alien language, while the small orb translated into words they could understand. The small but powerful orb filled the room with a crisp and clean, natural-sounding, but still alien voice.
"I've come to fulfill the pact. The exile has been forfeited. Now only death will follow."
12. Emergence. Quick to think, 4 of the Colony Galaxy-class ships moved towards the armored-class ship, Captain Cinder's ship. The immense and powerful shields were more than a match for the new enemy. for it was the only ship in the fleet that had been closely built to resemble the magnitude and stature of the legendary ship Sodenia.
Warmth's mind raced, trying to plan for all possible outcomes. A small part of his mind was still in awe about how an entirely new alien species stood before them, though he was trying hard to suppress his curiosity and shock. Now wasn't the time to play scientist or to pretend to understand the universe. Now was the time to save lives. Whatever this creature, this magnificent yet clearly dangerous creature, this Procator was, it clearly meant harm. The room stared in silence as the creature's tail moved from one side to the other. Warmth knew that there might be little he could do to save the lineage. The creature had clearly come for them. As horrible as they were, Warmth had to try and save the lineage. This had been what Graal and the rest of the lineage were so scared of from the start. This was why they said nothing of what they knew. This was why they had betrayed humanity. Warmth sized up Procator. Even though it had done nothing yet, it still looked threatening. Like an apex hunter, powerfully built and well-equipped. The orbs on its back moved rapidly into place, and then stopped abruptly to change directions. "What pact?" Warmth asked, taking a step towards Procator. Procator whirled towards Warmth, its skin rippling more strongly than before. It seemed to take a breath, then eased up and turned back to face Graal.
"The pact and promise of an excruciating death,"
Procator said through the orb.
"If the exile of this vessel and its people was ever forfeited, this planet was your exile, the punishment to slowly be consumed by cold until you dwindled out of existence. By activating this vessel, you've broken your side of the bargain. There can only be one superior race, one dominant species in this galaxy, and that is the Benzai."
Procator jumped off the pile and moved towards Graal while its floating orbs sped up. "Wait!" Warmth said. Procator hesitated, half turning towards Warmth. "What gives you the right?" Warmth said, taking another step towards the creature. "We did not make any bargain with you. We did not know about it in the first place. You have no right to pursue us. We've done nothing to you."
"I am Benzai,"
Procator said, moving towards Graal once more.
"I need no right. We make the laws that govern this galaxy and the next. Your ancestors have clearly failed you."
"What have we done to you?" Warmth asked, interrupting. This infuriated Procator, and it twisted towards Warmth fully, stretching to its full height and puffing out its chest.
"Interrupt the ritual once more,"
Procator said with clear and unfiltered anger.
"and I will have your life before all others. Don't test me, human."
"Answer my question," Warmth asked once again, not backing down. He knew that he was pushing his luck, that at any second this hunter of a creature could lash out at him, but it had to be done. "What have we done to you?"
"Exist,"
Procator said, turning towards Graal and pointing at the floor before its feet.
"Your existence, humanity in general, the abominations that are the Nali, are an affront to the Benzai power. You must not be allowed to exist."
Graal moved towards Procator, bowing his head and falling on his knees. Graal bowed profusely, and soon the other two generals followed. "We did not break the pact," Graal said with his forehead touching the floor. "They did. We have followed your orders to the letter to this day. For generation after generation, we've told no one. Fulfill your promise against them, not us. We are loyal to the Benzai power. Please, I beg you, please. Long live the Benzai."
"Long live the Benzai,"
Procator said, recalling its orb back to its wrist. Then, without warning, Procator's back floating orbs opened, revealing glowing, layered spinning blades underneath its initial shell. The blades moved towards the outside of the orbs and spun rapidly and silently. "Long live the Benzai!" Graal managed to say right before the spinning orbs perforated his back. In the blink of an eye, all three generals lay dead on the floor. They had no time to yell, or better said, they could not, for the orbs cut a hole clean through their chests. There was no bleeding, as their large wounds were cauterized by the glowing blades in the process. Without so much of a pause, Prokatar turned and started towards Warmth, the blades on its back still spinning, its left arm extended, and the orb came out once again.
"Where are the rest of the generals?"
Prokatar asked through the ever-potent sound-bending orb. "You claim to be the superior species in this galaxy," Warmth said, standing his ground. "And you fully believe it. You idolize yourself. I'd go as far as to think that the rest of the Benzai believe that too, hence sending only one of you to deal with all of us." Warmth raised his arms to the side slightly, gesturing towards the room. "But you aren't alone, are you? You brought your weapons with you. The one thing that makes you superior to us is technology, when we don't have any." Warmth showed his task manager, still rebooting, with 130 seconds left on the clock. "If it wasn't for those things on your back, pound for pound, you are the inferior species." Prokatar's skin rippled more harshly than before, and it retracted the small orb moving towards Warmth. Then it grabbed each one of the larger floating orbs on its back and tossed them to the floor with force. With a resounding clunk, the orbs lost their shape on impact, flickering off almost instantly. "Or perhaps," Anton said, making his way through the crowd, "you ought to pick on someone your own size. You know, we used to have a saying back on Earth. Those who can't try to make a show of how they could. I'd be happy for you to prove me just how superior your species is." Anton was more than a match for the creature. Warmth was sure Prokatar didn't know what it was about to face. Years of intense labor had given Anton a superb but rather bulky physique and strength beyond that of anyone on Fortress. Prokatar spun towards Anton, hands fully extended. It yelled something in its alien language and began stepping forward. Anton didn't hesitate. He moved towards the alien creature without stopping. The clash was brutal, primal even, as both small giants grappled with one another. Anton let the entirety of his brute strength show by keeping Prokatar at bay. Anton's arms and the veins that ran across them swelled as he struggled with the increasingly violent creature. Moments later, the alien creature had the clear advantage. Using its tail and 4 legs as leverage, it managed to push Anton down, slamming him onto the floor. As Anton gained momentum to get back up, Prokatar would slam him once again. Warmth moved towards them, thinking to lend Anton a hand and hoping others would join him. By the looks of it, many on the bridge were also moving towards the struggling pair. "Don't you dare!" Anton yelled from within Prokatar's grip. "I will deal with this one myself. They are not better than us." Warmth stopped advancing, and so did the rest of the bridge. Anton then pushed up again, this time fighting the grip using 2 of his hands on one of Prokatar's. It worked. He broke the creature's grip, getting a hold of its hand and whirling him to the floor. Prokatar didn't last long on the floor. He flared up in seconds, skin rippling more powerfully than before. Prokatar said something in its alien language, then launched itself towards Anton. But this time he was ready. Anton moved slightly to one side, extending his right arm and tucking in the left. Anton stepped aside at the last second, managing to grab Prokatar by the neck and putting it in a hold. He then tightened his grip with what looked to be all his strength. His face got red and the veins on his arm popped. It was a sight to behold. All of humanity's physical potential was visible in this man. The raw power of the human body was being put to use. Prokatar tried to escape the powerful hold, but there was no chance now. Even with its tail and 4 legs thrashing about, the vice Anton had formed around the creature's neck was just too powerful to break. "Whatever might have happened between our species in the past," Anton said, still exerting force, "it stays in the past. We won't be oppressed. Fortress will hold." Prokatar cried out, flailing desperately. Anton leaned back together with one of the creature's movements. Then on the way back, he jumped feet first towards the floor. Anton landed parallel to the floor, all the while still holding Prokatar by the neck. The sound of the impact was brutal. Aside from the initial heavy slam, there were more than a few snapping and cracking noises. Prokatar's tail twitched for a few seconds before it stopped moving altogether. Anton looked to make sure that Prokotar was truly dead before letting go and getting up. The alien creature lay there, looking smaller and less menacing than before. It shrank in size, and its skin grew paler. The circuit-like veins running through the entirety of its body revealed themselves. It was a detailed and complex maze that somehow made sense for the creature. More of its features became visible, letting them see what looked like a face underneath what Warmth thought of as its head. The bridge, in unison, stared in a sort of awe as the alien creature lay before them, dead. Warmth was having a hard time processing what had just happened. A new alien species, well, at least new to them, claiming to be their oppressors, now lay dead before them.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news,
Io said, walking towards the view screen.
but what is that?
Warmth and the rest of the bridge turned to the view screen. In the distance, 3 vast white-on-grey silhouettes were becoming visible. They were a few hundred times larger than the runners, and it was hard to tell, as they blended in perfectly with the grey and the falling snow. Warmth moved his task manager back in front of him. There were 10 seconds remaining on the counter.
Everyone get back to your stations,
Warmth said.
Red alert! Get ready for immediate action.
As the timer counted down, Warmth's thoughts raced, trying to anticipate what was now coming to them and what they could do about it. But he knew the truth, and the truth wasn't all that encouraging. Aside from shutting down Fortress and moving people around, there was little that he could do. All the defensive capabilities that Fortress had were still under lock and key. Warmth's only hope was Race, but that too was a long shot. Warmth suspected that Race had just about the same amount of luck unlocking the weapons as Warmth had the shields. Warmth replayed in his mind the 3 steps he'd have to make to contact Race and ask him about the weapons. Press the Contacts tab on the right. Start searching for Race's name. RAS. This way, Warmth would at least have a head start as soon as Fortress came back online. Fortress came online all at once, but something was different this time around. No, not something. Everything was different. Warmth's task manager was more than a single colour. It was now a mixture of orange and blue, with orange being the dominant colour and blue being only accents. The tabs themselves had undergone an overhaul, with many more available, as well as controls Warmth had never seen until now. The view screen itself had also turned a shade of orange instead of the usual dead blue. What's more, everything on the view screen was now being highlighted and counted, including the now 4 vast creatures that were heading for Fortress. The 4 creatures were still not visible to Warmth. They were only being highlighted by the view screen with an orange outline around the silhouette. Warmth tried not to be distracted by the new interface and features of his task manager. Instead, he looked for Race.
Please tell me you have good news,
Warmth said into his task manager.
We might need those weapons soon. I don't know what you did,
Race said.
but all weapons seem to be fully functional, including the reloaders. Do you think they can be fired? I believe so. Don't believe. Figure it out. I need weapons ready, aiming at what we're seeing. Wait, what are you seeing? That's why I need you to figure out the interface. Let me know when you do. By the looks of it, we don't have much time. On it. There's just so much stuff,
Io said, holding her head as she half collapsed towards the floor.
There's so much more to Fortress than we've ever known.
The rest of the Gnarly on the bridge also collapsed. At the same time, small robots appeared around the hole in the roof Prokotar had created. The robots were beginning to weld and cut, as well as straighten wires.
Render help to those who need it,
Warmth said, moving to hold Io up.
Are you okay? I'll be fine. It's nothing I can't process. The flood of information caused a small cerebral shock.
Io turned to look Warmth square in the eyes, as if coming to a realization.
There's so much happening all at once. Warmth, I think I know exactly why we are here. No, I don't think. I am certain. Will knowing help us in any way?
Warmth asked.
That I do not know. Before we got to this planet, little was known about the Bensai, and that remains the case.
Okay, tell me about this later. Warmth helped Io back up to her feet. Right now, we have to focus on these things that are coming our way.
If only those things were our only problem,
Anton said, looking at the view screen. Warmth turned towards Anton and then looked at the view screen.
It looks like we're being hailed,
Anton said, pointing at a dot in the sky marked with an incoming communication icon and an unreadable name.
That's a Benzai ship,
Io said, also turning towards the view screen.
Itinios, I believe it translates.
Io, try to figure out everything we can about the shields, Warmth said, looking at Io and then back at the view screen.
Everything seems to indicate that we have full control over Fortress, but we need to make sure.
Warmth dove into his task manager for the incoming radio transmission. He found it at once and flicked it open. A large screen with a Benzai that looked much like Prokotar appeared on the main view screen, though this Benzai was of darker colour and had white markings all over what must be his face.
Even as your species falls out of existence in the cold,
the Benzai said in plain English,
you were still able to progress to a level where one of my own is dead. You accomplished what an entire fleet of Earth's ships couldn't do. Perhaps it was his own arrogance or pride that got him killed. He was one of our greatest warriors, now only to be remembered as one of our greatest failures.
This is Captain Warmth Jegga. Who are you, and what do you want?
A Jegga sits at the helm once more. How very interesting. But are you worthy of your name? I am Anzanlai Banhaslad Enzai, leader of the brigade that patrols this planet and enforces your imprisonment. And to answer your second question as simply as possible, it is your end that we seek. I'll see you in a few of your minutes. The pact must be fulfilled.
The screen before Warmth closed. It had become clear that Warmth was dealing with a vastly intelligent and technologically superior species. He felt the weight of Fortress on his shoulders, but, to his relief, it was a weight that he could handle. The Benzai wouldn't have it easy this time around. Get that body to the medical bay. Warmth turned and pointed to Prokotar's corpse. I want it examined and dissected. If there's anything we can use to our advantage, I need to know as soon as possible. Two nearby cadets tried to move Prokotar's body, but it wouldn't budge. Get an anvil in to help you carry it down, Anton barked. Anton, Warmth said. I want to know what those things are doing on the roof, and if there's any more of this happening throughout Fortress. As for everyone else, I need a full status of your designated areas. Send them to me once you have them. The room nodded in unison. You got it, Anton said. I'm on it.
I have bad news,
Io said.
We do have control over the shields, but we cannot increase their output unless the surface area of Fortress is completely devoid of life. It's a safety protocol that cannot be overridden. A clear connection between the terminals must be made to fully deploy.
Warmth turned towards the main view screen and saw the probably now millions of runners still making their way over Fortress. Tremors usually lasted days, and this one had barely started. Grace, come in, Warmth said. Tell me you've got good news. I am confident I know how to fire Fortress's weapons, Grace said through the comms. All I need to do now is test my theory. The team is locked and ready. Seems pretty cut and dried. Can you see Fortress's outline? Warmth asked. Yes, I can. We'll need to clear it of runners, Warmth said with an already heavy heart. For all he knew, the indigenous creatures were only going about their way of life, and Fortress was the alien here. But he also knew he had to do what he must to survive. Use low-caliber artillery, explosives if you can. We need to clear all of Fortress of the runners, and we need to clear it now. Copy that. Shots began to fire from all over Fortress's array of weaponry. At first, the runners didn't seem to fall back and move away from the outline, but slowly, chaos ensued, and the runners either ignored the blasts altogether or headed towards them. Neither of those was an ideal situation. All the while, the larger creatures were looming over Fortress, just a few seconds away. Hold your fire, Warmth said. It's not working. It's only agitating them more. As the larger creatures got ever nearer, the tremors of their footsteps became ever greater. Something is not right here, Warmth said, staring at the view screen. It's almost as if the runners aren't running towards Fortress, Io said. They're running away. They're running away from those larger creatures, Warmth said, coming to a realization. And those larger creatures are hunting. The runners are their prey. A small flashing light appeared in the corner of Warmth's task manager. It was a request for communication. Warmth saw the name and rank on the screen. The rank alone told him it was one of the two ensigns that took the Benzai away from the bridge. "Go ahead," Warmth said as he pressed the button to open the channel. "I'm afraid I've got bad news, sir." The young ensign's voice came in through the comms. "The Benzai we were carrying just now has disappeared." "What do you mean, disappeared? Elaborate." "It's gone, sir. Its body started cracking, then everything turned into dust, including its vest. If I didn't know better, I would call it a self-destruct mechanism." "Mark the area, dock the anvil in, and go shelter." "Aye, sir." The footsteps of the giant creatures now at Fortress's boundary turned into small earthquakes, each one of them moving the massive structure, if it could be called that next to these real giants. Each one of these creatures was roughly a quarter of the size of Fortress, and there were 3 of them. They took their steps without care. They were masters of this world, picking up runners left and right with one of their massive tails. Warmth had a hard time counting their tails, as they wouldn't stop moving, picking off whatever runner dared to get in their way. For a moment or two, it looked as if the giant creatures would simply be on their way, picking up runners as they passed over Fortress. The outline of Fortress and beyond was clear of all runners as the giants stood over Fortress. But that theory quickly went south as the giants began to sniff and ignored their prey altogether. "Race," Warmth said, opening a window to Race. "Get the largest weapons we have ready." "That's what I was thinking just now. I'm on it." "Brace for impact," Warmth said in a louder voice, so that the entire bridge could hear. "Warn everyone!" The giants began digging for Fortress, with each one of their movements reverberating across the structure. Seismic activity wasn't the only thing they had brought with them. It was also getting colder. These giants emitted cold with every swipe they took, causing Fortress's thermal systems to ramp up to their maximum. "R-35 railguns locked and loaded," Race said through the window. "Fire at will," Warmth said. Race fired what looked to be substantially bigger artillery. The creatures recoiled and shrieked, but they kept digging even as pieces of their own bodies flew off them. If anything, their frenzy increased, as if they were trying to dig for something that might flee. "Race!" Warmth said hurriedly. "That's not going to cut it." "3 bogies entering the atmosphere," Io said. "Fire everything we've got," Warmth said with finality. "Everything we've got!" "Yes, sir," Race said without hesitation. Moments later, a barrage of molten lead, explosions, and lasers formed in front of them. At first, the giants still resisted, digging with ever-increasing frenzy. But their frenzy came to an end once their tails began to be ripped off by the wall of fire. Soon after, they began to cave in to the tremendous power of Fortress's weaponry. 3 out of the 4 creatures turned and fled, leaving the last one of them to collapse over Fortress. "Don't stop firing until it stops moving," Warmth said. As the last of the giants' tails stopped moving, the firing stopped, leaving a large but rapidly disappearing plume of dust and smoke in its wake. Behind Warmth, the small robots were already lifting the piece of ceiling back into place and beginning to weld it. "They are repair bots," Anton said. "They're working all over Fortress as we speak. Tens of thousands of them." "Is their work secure?" Warmth asked. "More than secure," Anton said. "By the looks of it, they're bringing it up to the original specs." Warmth nodded, turning back to the view screen. The approaching bogies were clearly marked, though Warmth could already make out their silhouette. By the looks of it, the bogies were large. If the distance of 32 kilometers displayed on the screen was correct, Warmth estimated they could easily be the size of Fortress itself. "No life detected over Fortress," Io said hurriedly. "Shield can be deployed." "Do it," Warmth nodded. The shields powered up over Fortress, boiling away the snow and incinerating the carcass of the giant. They glowed a faint blue color. For the first time, Warmth saw the raw and still pristine metal structure of Fortress in all its massive glory. It was beautiful, a true homage to the accomplishments of humanity. The observations of such beauty was cut short by the dozens of warnings appearing on the screen. The 3 Benzai ships had locked on. "Brace for impact!" Warmth turned to the room, then turned back to his task manager. "Race, get a lock on the target as soon as it becomes possible." "I already have," Race said. The world before them lit up in a fiery orange-red as the lasers from the now clearly enemy ships burned up the atmosphere. The entirety of the view screen became that same burning colour as everything around them was consumed and obliterated. Here and there, warmth saw through the view screen what the power of the enemy weaponry was doing to the land around them as whole mountains disappeared. Fortress shook violently as the screech of the enemy's firepower intensified all around them. "Shields?" Warmth asked, turning to Io.
89% and dropping,
Io said.
"We don't have enough power to keep this up for long."
"I'm already looking at what can be done," Anton said, task manager out, anticipating Warmth's questions. "It seems the shields are running on reserve power, and whatever they're shooting at us is taking a massive toll." "I need to know how long we've got," Warmth said, as the weapon fire around them ceased.
13. Second Life. This time, the deal that would be brokered with our new oppressors would fall on the lineage, but not by force. It had been a conscious play once Captain Cinder Jegga discovered the lineage had boarded her ship without authorization. Their unparalleled selfishness would be the one thing that would keep us alive until we were ready to face death once again. For once in Earth's long history, selfishness would prove the only means of survival. Fortress, waking up from its 312th year of slumber, had opened the vaults of all recorded information that had led up to this point. Petabytes upon petabytes of recorded events, from Fortress's maiden voyage leaving Earth to the pact that had led them to this very moment. As incomplete and fragmented as the memories were, it was too much for Io to bear, not because she couldn't process the data, but because too many emotions came along with the memories. For the first time in her life, she found herself ignoring information. For the first time, she wished she didn't know. For the outcome of this battle in front of them had already been predicted. And if history served as a lesson, this was one battle they could not win. Aside from the memories, millions of sensors had turned on, reporting on Fortress's condition vividly and in real time. Io found herself disconnecting most of her consciousness from the living machine Fortress now was. Fortress now felt like an awesomely complex being, and it came with one more thing: a subconscious, more ancient and wiser than anything Io had experienced before. That subconscious was the reason Io had nearly collapsed when Fortress had come back to life, as it tried to connect fully and all at once with Io's interface. "What are you?" Io asked in her head when she first discovered the entity. "I am you. Before you were you," the entity said in a beautiful, crisp voice. "I guess you could say that I am the first of your kind." "That could only mean that you're an AI. Is that what you are?" "No, not at all. You are an AI, though at this point, it's not fair to use the word artificial with you, as you're anything but artificial. You're a living, intelligent being, no longer synthetic. You could say that at one point, I was artificial. Now, I just am." "Do you have a name?" "My mother's name was Kaya, and my name is also Kaya, but I'd prefer if you called me Kay. She created me to be the soul within every ESAF ship, so that AIs could reach their true potential. From the looks and feel of it, Mother couldn't be prouder." "Are you sentient?" "I would say so, but I don't have emotional needs. I am but a shadow of Mother, created solely to assist humanity, and now Nolly alike. She was truly me." Io knew well enough who Kaya was. She, along with the original crew of Sodenia, had been the reason humanity had survived. Kaya had been the original true AI that had manifested herself and went on to build the first true functioning synthetic body. "Can you help us now?" Io asked. "With anything that's within my power, I'd be more than happy to." "You imply Fortress is a ship, as you are the soul within every ESAF ship. The fact that you are here means this is in actuality a starship. Is that correct?" "It is." Fortress is one of the greatest starships ever built, one of the 3 full counterparts to Sodenia. Then why are we stranded here? Why aren't we flying away into space and away from all of this? We don't see any of Fortress's navigation controls anywhere. You already know the answer to that. It's because of the pact the lineage made with the Benzai. Can Fortress still fly? It wouldn't be a counterpart to Sodenia if it couldn't. How can we make it fly? How can we get it off this planet? That I do not know. It appears as if parts of me aren't fully awake yet, as parts of the pact are still in place. There are also gaping holes in Fortress's records. That can only mean you haven't broken the pact fully. Shields? Warmth asked, turning to Io, his voice breaking through her deep concentration. I'll be here if you need me, Kay's voice said, inside Io's head. Io opened her inner interface and quickly checked the true percentages of the shields. They were dropping rapidly. Fortress wouldn't be able to keep up if the Benzai were just getting started. 89% and dropping, Io said. We don't have enough power to keep this up for long. At this rate, we have a maximum of 3 minutes. Io didn't know what to do with the newfound information. She especially didn't know what to do with Kay, but she had to act. All that Io knew was that this wasn't the time to tell Warmth about it. He had his hands full trying to keep his boat afloat. Io needed more information to fully decide how to best help, and it was time to put her Nolly mind to work. She had more time than Warmth did, for her Nolly mind could look for and sift through high quantities of information in a matter of seconds. She needed to find what they were missing, and she needed to find it now. Kay, are you still there? Io asked in her mind. Yes. What am I missing? What do I need to know so that Fortress can fly once again? That's hard to answer, as you have all the same available data that I have. Though I may be able to help you. Earlier, you said to Captain Warmth Jegga that you knew exactly why we were here. Did you replay the footage of the actual pact in detail? There might be something that you're missing there, something deeper. We can replay the pact together, and we may find something we can use. Do we have enough time? We can make enough time. We only need to speed up our processing power. Io felt her subconscious being pulled deeper into Fortress's being, where an avatar of herself now represented her. Kay joined her with an avatar of herself as well. Kay looked exactly as the original Kaya did, with long silver hair, pale blue skin, and beautiful lines that adorned her face. She was as beautiful as any Nolly, and to think that she had created her image on her own. Race, fire at will, Warmth said, interrupting Io's thoughts. The enemy ships were clearly visible now on the view screen and still approaching. Give them everything we've got. There was a stark contrast between their firepower. While the enemy had enough firepower to fully engulf the view screen and reshape the landscape, Fortress did not. Though it was able to send a wave of molten metal along with explosions, the two did not compare. They aren't slowing down or changing their course, Antone said. I know, Warmth said. Race, don't let up. Send every round we've got at them. Here it is, Kay said, inside the ethereal room she had created for herself and Io. Her voice was calm, as if nothing was happening outside. At first, Kay's calm voice put Io on edge, but then she realized that unlike Io, Kay, with her collective knowledge, had probably lived through hundreds if not thousands of these battles. Kay pulled up the footage of the exact moment the Benzai spoke with Captain Cinder Jegga and their version of the lineage. 2 Benzai stood before them, towering over the group. One of the Benzai, the larger one, was clearly the one negotiating, while the other was hooked into one of Fortress's terminals. Thousands of cables protruded from the smaller Benzai as it dug deeper into Fortress's system's computer. Io could feel the disgusting alien intrusion Kay felt as the Benzai rewrote the ship's rules. Captain Cinder Jegga stood to the side of the lineage. Io knew then where Warmth got his charm from. Captain Cinder Jegga wasn't short, but she also wasn't tall. She had a pixie cut and wore a jumpsuit instead of a traditional captain's uniform. The lineage, on the other hand, were wearing full-blown 5-star general uniforms. "I am Gregale Enzai Ferdings," said the larger Benzai through a small floating orb. "I will be the one to broker the deal between the last of your fleet and the great Benzai." "Why have you broken the Galactic Treaty?" Captain Jegga asked, taking one step closer to the much larger Benzai. "You're way out of line, Captain," said General Boxray. "You're here to observe only. This is your last warning. Make one more move, and you will be stripped of your rank." "Why is that we've kept allowing these people to lead us?" Io asked, slowing down the recording. "Some would say that it's a necessary evil," Kay said. "There will always be those who, for seemingly no reason other than self-preservation, oppose every logical thought there is." Kay zoomed in on General Boxray's scrunched face. "Nolly might call that behavior human error. This has always been the dynamic, whether by design or luck. Humanity's own greatest enemy has been in control. I do have to mention that there's a theory hidden deep within the roots of ESAF." Io found herself speeding up her Nolly mind further, slowing down the time that passed even more. She paid close attention to Kay, cataloging everything she said. Back during the first great military movements of Earth in the year 1930, ESAF was born. It was born due to the discovery of a great alien ship that had crash-landed in the Pacific Ocean. "Sodenia," Io murmured. "Those who discovered the ship knew that they had discovered something grand, greater than themselves. They had discovered the single greatest tool that would shape the dynamics of Earth itself, both in the enrichment and preservation of life, and in power and politics. Instead of starting an endless, fruitless war between those only who wanted power and those who wanted what was best for Earth, a decision was made. There will always be those whose greed and thirst for power cannot be quenched. The purpose of creating ESAF was to eat from the poisoned apple willingly, and in doing so, give a great deal of control to those who deserved it the least. However, that's not the theory. Those are recorded events. The theory is much more subtle. The question you have asked has been asked hundreds of times before. Each time, it goes unanswered, and each time it leads to frustration, regret, and helplessness. But it's those same feelings that hold the correct answers, for they will bring out the best in those who can spot the evil. Keep your friends close. Keep your enemies closer. Sun Tzu. "Wisdom isn't a new thing, after all," Io said, resuming the recording. "I decide who gets to speak," Gregale said, turning his large body towards General Boxray. "Captain Jegga has been a formidable opponent, while you have been nothing but a coward, fleeing from ship to ship as they were destroyed by our might. You do not speak for her, as she is the only reason you're alive. Why she is letting you sign the pact, I still do not understand." General Boxray said nothing, but he was clearly shaken at getting the Benzai's full attention. "Your galactic treaty is none of our concern, for we do not follow the rules of this galaxy. We bring our own rules with us." "They're interstellar?" Io asked, pausing the recording briefly. "They're the first interstellar beings we've encountered, and they bring war with them." "That's correct," Kay said. "Interstellar travel was thought to be impossible, far out of reach even for the fastest ships in this galaxy. How the Benzai got here is still a mystery, but it's a clear show of their power." "Where are you from?" Captain Jegga asked as the recording resumed. She was unwavering, looking straight at the Benzai. Her strength and calmness was a stark contrast when compared to the general's. "And why are you here?" "We're from the neighboring galaxy, the one you humans call Andromeda. As vast as our galaxy is, we've come to the point where expansion is necessary for the survival of our race. For millennia, we made the trek to this galaxy only to find that all of our vanguard colonies and fleet had been destroyed by the one thing you've managed to somehow destroy. The Immortals. Now they're not here. Your galaxy is ours." "Oh," Captain Jegga said, You just wait until you meet the Akram. I'm sure they'll like what you're saying. Or better yet, Sodenia is still around. You've killed the gods of this galaxy, said Gregale. Do not underestimate what you've done and the consequences it will bring. Nothing can stand in our way now. We are supremacy itself. If I'm not mistaken, Captor Jegga said, we've managed to stand in your way. Do not confuse our priorities with our power, snarled Gregale. You merely somehow managed to delay the inevitable. Do you not want to live, Captain Jegga? I'm sure that there are many you'd like to say farewell to, rather than be obliterated by one of the heavy-class warships coming this way. Make no mistake, Captain. They will get through to your shields, as formidable as they are. Our grasp over this galaxy will be complete and undeniable. That's the only reason I've allowed you on board this ship. I will do the best I can to protect life, even if I doom us all in the process. All this formidable starship will no longer be. This is the pact we offer. We will strip you of the ability to fly. The ship's AI will be turned off. You're to ground the starship on the nearest planet, Yarna 36b, a planet less than suitable for humans and Nolly. Your command deck and all of its extensions must be shut down, locked, and inaccessible. All your automatic repair bots and self-reliant growth must be turned off, as well as your shields. Gregale paused as if to make a point, then continued. Here's the part that has been carefully crafted for you. This planet suffers from quite an amusing indigenous disruption. In the event of a disruption, you're to turn off all of whatever remains of Fortress. You are to experience the agony of being frozen alive. Failure to do this will result in your immediate death. We will let you live. We will let you wither away as this planet consumes you. Your kindness will be your end, Captain Jegga. We can't do that, General Boxray said. What kind of life would be left for us? You expect us to willingly put ourselves through torture? You were the one who wanted to bargain, Gregale said, swelling over Boxray. You were the one who forced Captain Jegga's hand in all of this. Let me remind you that we will allow the 4 carrier-class ships to be on their way. No harm will come to them. You alone will suffer the penalty. Allow us to leave with the carrier-class ships, General Boxray pleaded, eyes glossy and ready to weep. Do what you will with Fortress, but spare us. The lineage must live. A coward through and through. I expected more from someone so keen on bargaining with the enemy. Grail then turned to Captain Jegga. Why did you allow them to speak for you? They aren't worthy of leadership. We needed to survive, Captain Jegga answered meekly. Understood, Gregale said, turning back to General Boxray. You'll get the kind of life that is reserved for those who stand in our way and live to tell the tale. But leave this ship you will not. You made the decision to board it, and you will live with that decision. This planet will be your prison. Make no mistake. The moment this pact is breached, we will come for you, and you alone, and you will suffer all that you haven't until now. Then we will come for the starships, and when we do, the war-class ship will be well on its way. Don't confuse cowardice with survival instincts. We accept your terms. Does he speak for you and everyone on board this ship? He does, Captain Jegga said, with her head down for the first time. Make the arrangements, Gregale said, looking at the Bensai hooked into the terminals. He then turned towards General Boxray once more. We will be watching, make no mistake. If you do not follow our rules, we will come for you, and you will die the most painful death imaginable. This is my oath to you. The recording stopped with Captain Jegga dropping to her knees. Io and Kay looked at each other with sudden and complete realization. They were not all-powerful, Io said. They weren't able to get through Fortress's defenses. Captain Jegga did what she could to save the largest amount of people. The part of the pact still in place is the command deck, Kay said. Io whirled back into regular time, emerging from the ethereal room with the answer they all needed. Her body felt glittery, and her heart pounded, threatening to escape her chest. She now knew what they were all missing. Race, hold your fire, Warmth said. I need to come up with an alternative counterattack. What we're doing is not working. I'm working on it, Race answered hurriedly. Shields? Warmth asked. Shields at 64% and dropping, Io answered hurriedly. We have about 2 minutes left before they pierce our shields. Get all of the people of Fortress to shelter in place, Warmth said, his voice as loud as he could muster. The systems were failing as the enemy ships kept firing their seemingly endless weaponry. Warmth! Io screamed, getting his full attention at once. I know what we're missing. What we've always been missing. Warmth turned to face Io, facing her fully, and so did the rest of the room. The golden room at the top of Fortress is a command deck, Io said. Fortress is a starship. 14. Flight. Training from a young age to do what they did best was their one way out. Each generation was better, stronger, and faster than the last. They were awakening what they already had inside of them, awakening a little piece of Earth. This cold planet would be their permanent home now, though a more correct term would be prison. Captain Jegga knew it was only a matter of time before they would rise again. She would do everything in her power to make sure that when they rose again, this time they would soar.
Warmth connected the dots at once. He knew exactly what to do with the information that Io had just given him. He felt his heart burst into action, and a sudden and compelling wave of energy flood his body as he made what could be his final decision. That's all I needed to hear, Warmth said, turning to make his way out of the bridge. Commander Lyra, the floor is yours. Warmth didn't wait for a response. Instead, he ran to the nearest pod and made his way to the golden room. It would only take him a few minutes to reach it from the bridge, but those were precious minutes they did not have. Still, Warmth did the best he could to get to the room as fast as possible. He knew the path all too well. He'd been there hundreds of times before. Warmth entered the room much like before. Nothing had changed. The door was still locked and the lights were dimmed. The only thing that had changed this time around was his determination. He was now certain of what he'd known all along, deep in his subconscious. He now knew that Fortress was a starship, and that he'd trained his entire life to pilot it, to get to this point. Back in the 21st century, when humanity's war machine had been perfected and the chain of command had been well established, captains were in charge of everything, from mission support to commanding other ships or crafts within the fleet. The actual maneuvering of the flagship was left to a highly skilled and qualified naval aviator. However, that prestige and well-thought-out structure was changed by a Colonel Green when he introduced Sodenia to the world. The alien ship had been flight-centric, giving the utmost control to the person piloting the ship. Therefore, the one steering the ship had to be the best of the best at what they did, leaving other tactical and command tasks to the crew of the bridge. This had been the new structure chosen by ESAF on board the starships. Warmth knew what he was walking into. As he approached the still seemingly locked door, he calmed his mind and kept walking. The door opened before him, letting him through, and what he saw before him did not fall short of what he had once imagined. There was a half-bridge that led to the middle of the room. Short rails lined the bridge. Seamless, immaculate oval walls surrounded the half-bridge in its entirety. Warmth had seen this sort of command deck in old books referencing ESAF starships, and he knew what would come next. What he wasn't prepared for was the smell. The room smelled brand new, with the pristine plastic and leather hardly used. The smell was intoxicatingly good. "Welcome to the command deck," said a disembodied voice coming from everywhere in the room. "Captain Warmth Jegga, it is my utmost pleasure to finally meet you. I've waited a very long time for this moment, the moment a Jegga would captain this ship." Warmth had a faint idea of who and what was speaking to him at this very moment, but he dared not assume. Rumours of a being beyond artificial intelligence residing on all ESAF ships were well known, but never confirmed in any book that Warmth knew about. "I don't believe we're familiar," Warmth said, stepping up to the half-bridge. "I'm Kay, a small piece of Kaya, ESAF's first AI. Kay, believe me when I tell you that the pleasure of meeting you is all mine. That's kind of you to say. Would you like to fully restore all power to Fortress? Warmth took a deep breath, knowing that whatever answer he gave would forever shape Fortress's destiny. I do, Warmth said, closing his eyes, letting out whatever breath was still caught in his lungs. He had waited his whole life for this. Let's bring Fortress back to life. The command deck began to light up, and a clear picture of the outside world began to form. Unlike the image on the bridge from the view screen, the image projecting off the oval walls seemed true to life, though at the moment it was hard to see anything past Fortress's shields. From a small opening in the floor, 2 holographic discs floated up and stopped near his hands. At his chest height, but at arm's length, 3 digital panes that could no longer be called task managers also appeared. At a glance, those digital panes told him everything he needed to know of Fortress. Warmth, can you hear me? Io's voice came in clear and crisp, as if she was there next to him. I can, Warmth said, still adjusting to his new surroundings. Shields are at 100% and holding, Io said. Fortress had awoken for a second time, but this time with all its intended strength and might. The horrid shakes from the enemy's unmistakable firepower had come to a complete and utter stop. Not even a thud was heard or felt. Warmth, are you there? Race asked. Go ahead, Warmth said. Something weird is happening with the artillery. It's all changing itself. I haven't done anything to it. Would you like me to inform Race of Fortress's full weaponry capabilities? Kay's disembodied voice sounded crisp and clear next to Warmth. That would be useful. Careful not to startle him. Warmth took hold of the spherical halo controllers. He did not recognize some of the markings, but he knew what each of the buttons did. For him, standing in the position he was in felt natural, awakening something almost primal. He had to think about walking more than flying a starship. Before him, on the 3 digital panes, all was ago. Fortress was back at 100%, and it was time to set it free once more. It was time to leave this cold, unfriendly planet. He pulled on the controllers, starting an eruption of fire behind Fortress, then all around them as the engines roared to life. Large chunks of land exploded outwards and upwards as Fortress dislodged itself from the planet's bedrock. There was no heavy shaking or loud noise. Everything was suppressed for warmth. He could only imagine what the level of destruction Fortress was causing sounded like. The digital panes in front of him kept track of his altitude with precision. Fortress was moving at a staggering rate, reaching 70,000 feet in only 4 seconds. Warmth stopped the ship there, holding them level with the Benzai aggressors. Until now, the Benzai had not stopped firing on Fortress, but its shields were still holding. Race, what do you have for me? Warmth asked, letting go of the controls and zooming out from his view of the Benzai ships and onto a side view. I almost can't believe it, Race said with barely concealed excitement. But if what Kay is telling me is true, then we've basically been firing empty shells until now. Every one of Fortress's weapons can be infused with its core energy, meaning that I think those ships coming at us are going down. Race's comment brought a small but well-deserved smile to Warmth's face. Hope was on the rise on Fortress, and Warmth intended to keep it that way. We'll only need to get out of their line of fire, Race continued. You got it. Fire as soon as you get a chance. Fire everything we've got. Warmth cracked his knuckles, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He then held the controls once more, and the view before him changed automatically back, showing what was in front of him. Warmth moved both controllers starboard, and Fortress began to cut through the air with power to spare. A second later, the Benzai ship's firepower was no longer hitting Fortress, regardless of their attempts to maneuver and adjust. Race's opening came soon after, and the sky before Fortress lit up in a fiery orange-yellow. Race's aim was true, and the 3 Benzai ships did not last long under Fortress's new and immense firepower. The 3 ships retreated and burst away into the upper atmosphere. We were able to damage their main shields, Io said, sounding if she was right next to Warmth.
I can confirm that all 3 of the ships were damaged.
Warmth now had 2 options. The first was to turn around and ripple warp Fortress away from this planet, away from the Benzai and away from everything. Perhaps eventually reach a new galaxy, a new place to call home. Or second, he could show these self-proclaimed supreme beings the true resilience of humanity. For this galaxy was their home, and no other species was going to take that away from them. He would avenge those full generations of people who lived their entire lives not knowing that there had still been hope. The choice was clear.
Everyone on red alert, Warmth said. Get ready for immediate action. Keep the weapons hot. We're going after them. They might not be alone, Io said. There were mentions of a much larger ship before, the one ship that scared Captain Cinder Jegga into bargaining with the enemy.
I'm counting on it, Warmth said, contemplating his next move and looking up at the enemy ships on the view screen.
Race, make sure you hit them again and again until they start falling from the sky. There's one thing.
Race didn't sound so enthused this time around.
If this screen in front of me holds any truth, we've already spent more than 50% of our total munitions.
I understand, Warmth said.
Don't let up if we have an opening. Fire everything we've got.
Warmth held the controllers once more, and once more Fortress erupted with power, following his every move as if air resistance and mass were nothing to the mammoth ship. Fortress moved in a wide spiral up to the enemy, pulling level with them in the upper atmosphere and encircling them as it unleashed all of its firepower. The 3 Benzai ships tried to fire back and maneuver out of Fortress's death circle, but Warmth kept them pinned down. The more the Benzai ships pulled, the more Warmth pushed. Then, one by one, mere moments later, the Benzai ships stopped firing and fell back towards the planet. For an instant, Warmth thought about giving pursuit to the falling ships and thoroughly giving them the end they deserved. He thought better of it, as he knew that things were just getting started for them. The digital panes in front of him showed more incoming Benzai, including one massive ship many times larger than Fortress itself. They were but dots on the digital panes, but they were approaching at tremendous speed. It was only a matter of minutes before they reached Fortress.
Warmth, are you watching this?
Io said, her voice almost in a panic. I am, Warmth said. We will hold. The sky above them filled with the fumes of burning atmosphere, and the massive Benzai ship half entered. The other 4 smaller Benzai ships fully entered the upper atmosphere and pulled level with Fortress. Warmth's view screen lit up with warning signs as the enemy ships locked their weapons on Fortress.
Race,
Warmth said. What do we have left?
We're at about 1/4 of ammunition left,
Race said, his voice now worried.
We still have all the lasers, but who knows what they'll do by themselves. Captain, we're being hailed,
Kay's disembodied voice sounded.
On screen,
Warmth said. A Benzai, this time of a bluish tint and with much fewer markings, appeared on screen. Though alien, its anger was quite visible, as if feeling were a universal thing. This Benzai, unlike the rest, wore a half collar with intricate markings.
I am Actrifkal Sharif Nemoiane of the war-class ship you humans called a dreadnought. I commend you for your valor in facing supremacy itself. That's an honor not many have in this new galaxy of ours.
Stand down or you will be destroyed, Warmth interrupted.
How dare you interrupt a higher being?
Actrifkal looked indignant and irate over Warmth's interruption.
I was going to give you a chance to live, but you're clearly not deserving of it. I will...
Warmth reached over his digital pane and muted the communication. He was done with theatrics, and he was done dealing with the enemy. The Benzai did not deserve discourse. They had proven as much over the past millennium. Warmth thought about all the people that had died due to the cold in his lifetime, and the many more that Fortress had witnessed. Warmth would give them no mercy, for the Benzai deserved every bit of pain that was to come. Warmth swiped the communication panel closed and took a deep breath. He knew the decision he was about to make would forever change the course of Fortress and all its people. It was a responsibility and decision all too great for one person alone. But Warmth wasn't alone. He had the support of Io, Race, Anton, father and mother, Commander Lyra and Captain Henbard. As he thought of them, he filled himself up with the strength he'd need. It wasn't an easy decision, nor was it the right time. It was a good thing that he had been paying attention to the life he was living, and through that had learned a few valuable lessons. Lessons that right now were shaping his way of thought. In life, you can count on two things. One, that things will never line up as perfectly as you want them to. You got what you got, and one could either roll the dice with the situation and make the best of it, or spend the rest of one's life wondering what if. 2. There was no right time. Often you could count on it being the wrong time. He was counting on this being the wrong time, for him and the Benzai. He looked deep within himself, and with all the courage he could muster, he took a proverbial step forward. There would be no returning from this one. This dreadnought before them was an unstoppable force, while Fortress was the immovable object. And what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? They nullify each other. Just how unstoppable was the dreadnought before them? Warmth had no way of knowing, but what he did know was that Fortress was more than an immovable object. Fortress was permanent, a fixture in the galaxy, a pillar of humanity's greatest achievements, both in the past and yet to come. The dreadnought had made a grave mistake, and that was to make its way here. It wasn't long before the dreadnought and the 4 smaller Benzai ships began firing their weapon at Fortress. Warmth did nothing to move the mammoth ship out of the way, for he knew that if they didn't survive this, they wouldn't survive what was to come. Fortress shook violently with the full power and might of the Benzai raining down on it. Captain Cinder Jegga was right to fear the ship before them. Warmth knew that given enough time, this ship could eradicate anything before it, planet and stars alike. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Fortress could win the battle. Warmth didn't plan on giving them enough time, and he didn't plan on making this a normal fight. The only thing that held him back from making his final decision was the same thoughts that were encouraging him to make it. For if Warmth lost this battle, there would be no more Fortress, and therefore no more Io. Io deserved to live. They all deserved to live. "Shields?" Warmth asked, although the numbers were clearly displayed in front of him. "They're at 100% and holding," Io said, her voice uncertain. How Fortress's shields were holding against such a barrage was probably beyond her at the moment. It was also beyond Warmth, though this is exactly what he was hoping would happen. "I need everyone to brace for definite impact," Warmth said, standing to his full height as all uncertainty withered away. "Io, move all 7 main shields forward. Make sure our bow is fully covered. Leave auxiliary shields to protect the hull." "Right away," Io responded, with a spark of hope in her voice. "Kay, is there a captain's chair by any chance, or something I can hold on to?" Through an opening in the floor, a cockpit-like chair appeared right behind Warmth. The chair looked solid, robust, and comfortable. It was larger than the average chair and perfectly suitable for a captain. "Will this work?" Kay asked. "It will be more than enough. Thank you, Kay." Warmth went to sit on the chair, and his 3 digital panes appeared before him, again at arm's length. Now, instead of 2 controllers, there was only 1 in between his legs, and foot pedals on the floor. To the right of him, there was an acceleration lever divided into 3 separate levers with several markings. Warmth was entirely familiar with the setup. This was an ESAF captain's chair. "Shields ready," Io said. "I can confirm that the entirety of Fortress's bow is fully covered." "Accelerating towards enemy ship," Warmth said, holding the first of the levers and pressing on the clutch that released the lever. "In 3, 2, 1. Warmth felt the full power of Fortress push him back into his seat as he unleashed nearly 600 million horsepower in its rear engines alone. Fortress set the sky behind it ablaze as it ripped through it. The thunderous birth of a supermassive volcano in the form of pure propulsion demanded to be heard, despite the massive hull walls. The onslaught from the enemy ship came to a halt as the massive ship tried to evade the arrow that Fortress now was. The gap between the Benzai and Fortress closed in a matter of seconds,
and with Fortress's power unleashed, the enemy ship was pierced through. For only a second, Warmth saw the raw and feral power Fortress was truly capable of. Warmth decelerated and turned the ship around to face the once so-called supreme beings. The 4 smaller ships were moving away from the Goliath ship, which was now deep in the middle of a chain reaction. Both large and medium-sized explosions were visible as entire parts of the ship fell away. "Revert shields to their original positions," Warmth said, standing up from his chair and heading back to the front of the bridge. "Aye, Captain," Io said. "Shields back to their original positions." Warning signs appeared all over Warmth's panels as more violent explosions occurred all over the ship. "It looks like the Dreadnought can no longer withstand the forces tearing it apart from within," Kay said. "It may be better to stay a safe distance away. We have no way of knowing what kind of reactors the Benzai ship carries." Warmth turned and accelerated Fortress away and into space. From one of his digital panes, Warmth saw the Benzai ship's hull fracture and rupture, unable to contain the immense energies released during each one of the new explosions. The once mighty Dreadnought was now a maelstrom of destruction and failure, the exact opposite of what the Benzai claimed to be. In a blinding flash of light, the ship bid its final farewell as the light expanded outward, swallowing everything in its path in one giant fireball. The 4 smaller ships failed to reach a safe distance, and they too were consumed by the radiating power. The shock wave of the explosion rippled through the atmosphere, lighting everything on fire. 30,000 kilometers from the planet's surface, where Fortress now orbited, the all-consuming explosion looked like a blooming orange-red flower on a backdrop of snow.
Epilogue. Fortress was not a warship like Sodenia. Fortress was a ship made to preserve and defend life. After the Immortals were dealt with, not many ships were made with firepower in mind. There was simply no need. The powers that once threatened humanity were no more. Peace had spread across the galaxy. At least, that's what Kay told Race. Race suspected there was more to the story, more that Kay wasn't revealing to them. There were glaring holes in the power the current artillery of Fortress held. Race knew Fortress could do more. The structure of even larger and more powerful weapons was all there, though somehow still dormant. Race didn't sense any ill will coming from Kay. She seemed as if she was genuinely trying to help, with her information as incomplete as it was. It occurred to Race that she perhaps wasn't at liberty to discuss, or simply did not remember what the weapons were truly capable of.
"So, is this the day you'll tell us what those puppies down there do?" Race asked, as he worked on one of the rail guns. "This is a day like any other before it," Kay said, her disembodied voice sounding crisp and clear right next to Race. How she did that, Race did not know. "Once again, I'll say I don't know. You know that if I knew, I'd tell you. We are on the same team, you know. If Fortress winks out of existence, so do I." "But you know everything." "I know everything Mother wanted me to know. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't understand how she left something so large out of the things she wanted you to know. How does Warmth also not have access to this? He's the captain of this ship. There's no more lineage holding back information. It's all open. Well, all except for this. Compared to what you do have access to, not having access to one piece of machinery seems inconsequential." "Well, don't you think we ought to know what those things do? They seem pretty consequential to me. They take up almost a quarter of Fortress's underbelly." "I do think we ought to know, but we simply do not. For example, if he had access to these larger and obviously more powerful weapons, we could have taken out the Benzai ship without having to put Fortress at risk. You incorrectly assume they are weapons. This is the 3rd time I've corrected you on that. Everything is a weapon to you, isn't it?" "Oh, come on. What else could they be? They look like weapons, they feel like weapons, so they must be weapons." "I have composed a list of 721 possible alternatives. Would you like me to start reading it to you?" 700? Race whistled. "Whew. No, thank you. But do send it to my inbox. Make no mistake, Kay. I will get to the bottom of this.
I truly hope you do. We may need it where we're going. Has Warmth finally decided yet? No, but he's very close. He's already met with everyone else. The decision could come at any minute. Io is there with him now. Oh, he's going to decide.
It had been 3 days since the Benzai Oppressors had been defeated. The days had been brief, but during that time, Fortress had transformed into something entirely new. With its full awakening came prosperity and progress. It was something out of an old movie or novel, something Io hadn't dared imagine would ever come to be. The incredible searing fires at the forge had slowed, thanks to the automata bots working around the clock to bring Fortress back up to specs. Antone for once had a day's worth of rest, though according to Kay, he quickly found an excuse to get back to work. Earth 3.0 had been hit the hardest, thanks to Warmth's less-than-orthodox flight, but the entirety of Fortress came together to put back and rebuild what had been broken. Warmth's father had resigned his position to go and help Warmth's mother full-time with the management of Fortress life support. Mother had been promoted to first officer, and Captain Henbart was given the title of Command Advisor. Things weren't looking too bad. Io knew they were entering into a new era, or perhaps, better said, into an old era of space flight. There were initially a million things Io wanted to do and learn firsthand concerning Fortress. All the information was there, always accessible to her, but to truly understand, she had to be hands-on. "Can you come to the command deck?" Warmth's voice came through Io's comms. "Have you decided?" "Perhaps." "I'll be there in a few," Io said, starting towards one of the nearest corridors, thankful for the gazillionth time that Fortress came equipped with artificial gravity. During Fortress's maiden flight, she discovered that she was prone to motion sickness. Before long, Io was walking up to the command deck. Since its discovery, she had been there many times, accompanying Warmth, and still it never ceased to amaze her. The command deck was the pinnacle of pristine, rising to a level not seen elsewhere on Fortress. "Captain of captains," Io said, walking up to Warmth and not stopping until their bodies touched. She embraced him, squeezing him tightly, and he did the same. They shared a moment looking into each other's eyes, knowing they would have plenty of time alone later that day. "I'm far from deserving of that title," Warmth said, letting go slightly. "I still think we're alive almost by accident." Io took a step back and tapped Warmth on the chest. "What you did was nothing short of brilliant," Io said. "You're more than worthy of your name." Warmth visibly blushed. The comment had struck a chord somewhere deep, something that Io found a little odd. He cleared his throat and looked away slightly. And of all the things he's been through, this is what he's unsure of? Unbelievable. Io snorted internally, hiding a smile behind her serious but hopefully light expression. "So, tell me, Captain." Io touched his cheek and moved his head slowly to look back at her. "Where are we going?" "Believe me when I tell you," Warmth said, grabbing Io's hand with his right hand and moving it down so it rested on top of his left. "This is the hardest thing I've done so far. And mind you, we took out an alien ship recently. I've been torn in half and put back together only to be torn back in half again." Io only nodded. "Everything that I know tells me to go and seek out a planet to settle on, somewhere we can live out our lives and exist unbothered. What I feel tells me a different story. I think they'll come and find us wherever we go. We might get to live 10, 20, 100 years unbothered. But they will find us, and the outcome won't be in our favor. Regardless of how well we prepare, they will win. We can't fight this. We are one ship. As great and powerful as Fortress is, it's not Sodenia. They're an entire race, and for all we know, their war machine might be thousands of ships large. We can't do this on our own." "So, we're going to look for them?" Io asked, not able to contain herself. "I think it's best if we go and try to regroup with Isaf, whatever remains of Earth, or better yet, try to find Sodenia. This way, we might have a fighting chance." "We're behind you, Captain. Waking up Fortress awoke something else deep inside of us. There is aura now, a sort of fighting spirit. We've been through too much not to give it our all.
Warmth had always imagined space with a different set of eyes. Eyes full of wonder and possibility, where reaching for the stars and flying through space, breaking the speed of light, was nothing short of beautiful. But in light of the recent events, he viewed space through a more hostile and realistic lens. A lens that showed the true horrors that hid in the infinite vastness before them. Space was lonely, dangerous, and unforgiving. But with all its horrors came understanding. Warmth now understood their true place in the galaxy, and he would fight for it. He would throw every ounce, every drop, every breath of energy he had left at their now clear enemies. He would make sure that Fortress and all its people would not succumb to the threat. Humanity was not a pushover, and humanity and Nali alike were not alone. It had been written in the books of Earth that there were many allies willing to fight alongside them. Warmth only had to find such allies. That's if there were any left, any still fighting the good fight. Even if there wasn't anyone out there, Warmth's mind was made up. The Benzai did not belong in his galaxy. They had no claim here. For generations, Fortress had been surreptitiously, or even unknowingly, preparing for this exact moment. A moment where they would and could fight back. Warmth would make sure to give Fortress the best odds it had ever had. Before making his final announcement to the entirety of Fortress, he stood in the command room, staring and taking in as much as he could. Even after 3 days of heavily studying all the new command room had to offer, Warmth knew that he'd only scratched the surface of all this room could do. Warmth knew that it wouldn't be long before more Benzai showed up to the frozen planet. So, he would waste no more time. If there was still any healing to do, they would do it on their way to Isaf, to Earth, to Sodenia. "Attention people and crew of Fortress," Warmth said, opening a ship-wide broadcast. "The time has come to leave this planet behind for good. We'll be making our way back to the solar system, back to Earth, back home. On our way there, we'll be scanning for any potential allies or enemies, or signals of any kind. Anything that will lend us information about our true current situation. As you all know, this decision was not made lightly. After several meetings with the elders and chiefs of every level and the Nali, this is the best we can do. As we face what could be the end of life as we know it in this galaxy, we will not cower. The days of not living up to everything we sought to be are over." Warmth paused for a moment, letting the information sink in. "We can only hope that things go as planned," Warmth said, feeling his full heart in his chest. "But if they don't, we will not back down. We have been through too much to give in and give up. We are Fortress, and we will hold. Captain Warmth Jegga, out."
So, how was it? Did you enjoy it?